Although the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment has won every game since it took action for more than a month, some war reporters have photographed some of the specially made Gundams being shot down by the special holy planes of the Dian Imperial Army, including the death of the ace pilot. Observers who observed the battle between the two sides also made a comparison between the two sides. The comparison between the special Gundam shooting down the special holy machine. The latter was shot down in a larger number. Currently, there are 4 special Gundams that have been shot down: Duel, Storm, Azure Duel, and Z. Today, the Holy Shield Gundam was besieged and dismembered by 2 special holy machines. Its head and limbs were cut off, and one of the special holy machines was about to strike the Holy Shield for the final time. A sense of crisis hangs over the pilots of the 2 specially made holy planes. 8 mental power plates attacked the 2 special holy machines, and the 2 special holy machines had to dodge as hard as they could, and U Gundam rushed to the scene. 2 specially made holy machines shoot beams towards Lunar Gundam. Long Fei piloted Luna Gundam. 8 mental power plates bounced back the attacking beams, and even used beam guns to attack 2 special holy machines. The 2 special holy machines, one black and one white, have exactly the same appearance and weapons except for the color. Just now these 2 specially made holy machines destroyed Aegis Gundam. Fortunately, the cockpit was not attacked, and Long Fei just came to rescue. With the help of a Delta, the pilot of Aegis Gundam entered the cockpit of the aircraft and left the scene. Bai Shengji handed over the white gun in his hand to the black holy machine, and the black holy machine combined the black gun and the white gun into a black and white double evil gun. Hei Shengji handed the black sword on his back to Bai Shengji, and Bai Shengji disassembled the white sword and black sword in his hand and recombined them. The black and white unparalleled sword is like a crystal sword made of black and white crystal, with a total length of 16 meters. The black and white holy machine is driven by a pair of twin sisters, Li's sister and Lan's sister. The elder sister drives the black holy machine, and the younger sister drives the white holy machine. Bai Shengji launched the black and white dual-shade gun in his hand, and the beams from the 2 tubes merged to form a spiral beam cone. Moon Gundam manipulates the mental power board and forms 4 mental power boards into a shield. When the spiral beam cone hits the spiritual power shield, it will scatter in all directions like a water column on the wall. What? Lan was extremely shocked. The spiral beam cone emitted by her black and white Shuangsha gun could easily penetrate even the latest armor of her country's warships. Moon Gundam attacked Bai Shengji with the beam gun and beam launcher on both hands. Bai Shengji immediately dodges, but the trajectory of the dodge is calculated by Long Fei, and Yu Gaoda's second shot is the exact direction of Bai Shengji's dodge. Although Lan felt a sense of crisis, she also yelled that it was terrible, but it was too late to react, watching the beam of light attacking her white holy machine from the screen. A black figure stood in front of her. The black holy machine blocked the light beam with the black and white unparalleled sword. Hei Shengji rushed towards U Gundam holding the black and white unparalleled sword. U Gundam controls the other 4 mental power plates to form a spiritual sword. Under the control of U Gundam, the spiritual great sword slashed towards the black holy machine. Hei Shengji immediately blocked the sword with the black and white Wushuang sword, and when the 2 big swords clashed, violent sparks burst out. Li, like her younger sister, was very surprised. The black and white Wushuang sword, which had always cut iron like mud, could not block the black and white Wushuang sword for a few seconds even with a beam saber, but at this moment it could not do any damage to the spiritual sword. There was an alarm sound, and the black holy machine was suppressed by the opponent. Bai Shengji then shot at U Gundam, but unfortunately he couldn't penetrate the spirit shield at all. One of the 2 sisters is in charge of close combat, and the other is in charge of shooting. Moon Gundam manipulates the psychic power plate while flying and shooting. The black holy machine fights with the black and white Wushuang sword and the great spiritual sword, and wants to rush to U Gundam from time to time. But under the control of U Gundam, the great spiritual sword cannot get close to U Gundam at all, and from time to time will be attacked by the great sword of spiritual power Jinfei. The 2 sisters couldn't believe that their special holy machine was suppressed so severely by the opponent's special Gundam, and they didn't even know that their opponent, Long Fei, was playing tricks on them. Yu Gundam used the beam gun and beam launcher on both hands to hit the white holy machine one after another. If the white holy machine had an anti-beam shield, I don't know how many times he would have been killed by Yu Gundam. However, the anti-beam shield has also reached its limit at this moment. As long as it is hit a few more times, the anti-beam shield will definitely collapse. I won't play with you anymore. When the spiritual great sword slashed towards the black holy machine again, just as the black holy machine was about to block it with the black and white unparalleled sword, the spiritual great sword suddenly separated into spiritual plates. Oops! Lee felt a strong sense of crisis. The 4 mental plates are like flying sharp daggers, quickly crossing the whole body of the black holy machine. The black holy machine, like the Holy Shield Gundam just now, had its head and limbs cut and separated from its body. Sister. Seeing this, Lon wanted to save her sister, but unfortunately, she couldn't protect herself and couldn't break through Yu Gundam's shooting interception at all. In the end, I could only watch helplessly as my sister's body was penetrated by the mental force plate and turned into a ball of fireworks. I'm going to kill you. Lon lost her mind and desperately fired the beam spiral cone at Yu Gundam. Unfortunately, the light beam spiral cone could not penetrate the spiritual shield at all. Moreover, losing her mind made her unable to discover the other 4 mental power plates, and ended up turning into dust in the universe just like her sister. After Long Fei killed his opponent, he then attacked another place. Under Long Fei's mental control, the mental power boards showed their might and killed all directions, and the 8 mental power boards easily penetrated the Miz body. 8 pieces of spiritual power plates are combined into a super spiritual sword, which can directly cut a battleship in half. Wherever Moon Gundam goes, there will always be a ring of fireworks around it. The MS on the side of the Dion Imperial Army pay attention to the Moon Gundam. Although many MS stay away from the Moon Gundam, there are more MS who form a large force to besiege the Moon Gundam. With Long Fei's superb driving skills, not only can he counterattack when dodging, but he can also use mental manipulation to control the mental force plate and shoot down those enemy MS who have no plans to challenge him one after another. Under the control of Long Fei, Yu Gundam showed his might. Moreover, Long Fei is not fighting alone. Li Xiuqing drives the EXS Gundam and leads the Shadow Mad Dog team to fight with Long Fei. With their performance surpassing the enemy MS by a large margin, they can completely and easily suppress the Dion Royal Army. The commander of the number 65 colonial satellite Dion Royal Army looked at the situation on the battlefield at the moment. At the beginning, the 2 sides were equal in number, but the performance of the opponent's airframe was much better than ours. Only the Central Army could match. The battle loss of the 2 sides reached 1:8. All the troops brought by Long Fei were elite troops and special forces. Jesta and Ritual were on the field, and Jie Gang and Nurasame were not present. The commander also knew that the fight was going on, and it was only a matter of time before they would be completely wiped out. Now they would continue to fight, mainly waiting for the troops in the colonial satellite to destroy the arsenal and other facilities before issuing a retreat order. While watching the battle damage ratio continue to expand, the commander has received a report from the troops that all the facilities have been destroyed, and the new humans, including their families, have all been brought onto the battleship. The commander immediately ordered a retreat. There was a retreat signal flare on the battlefield. Watching Dion's Imperial Army retreat, and the Shadow Mad Dogs were about to continue chasing, Long Fei ordered the poor to stop chasing, then began to clean the battlefield and summarize today's battle damage report, and began to repair. In Colonial Satellite number 65, it is already a mess at the moment. After the Dion Royal Army was defeated and retreated, the local people and those who were sentenced to slavery took to the streets, and even robbed and occupied the shops, factories, and houses of some rich or landlords. Some people even attacked some people they thought were rich, and even some rich people, and paraded them in the streets. The Tianyi mercenaries just ignored it when they saw it locally. For them, it was none of their business at all. The maintenance of order is managed by the stationed coalition forces. However, some wealthy people who were paraded through the streets immediately shouted for help when they saw Tianyi mercenaries nearby, saying that they were rich and willing to pay for them. The Tianyi mercenaries have received instructions from their superiors. As long as rich people ask for help, and as long as they can pay, they will accept their protection entrustment. The Tianyi mercenaries will push away the crowd and come directly to the rich people who have been tied up, as long as the rich people say a string of bank passwords, and after verification, the money has entered the account. The Tianyi mercenaries immediately untied the rich people and took them to a safe place, ignoring the protests at all. If any people dared to block the way or dare to throw things, the Tianyi mercenaries opened fire immediately. As long as the fire is fired, the people will flee the scene in fright. In some colonial satellites, once the Dian Royal Army started to destroy the facilities, the local rich would immediately hire the Tianyi mercenary group to protect the safety of them and their families. Therefore, some Tianyi mercenaries would enter the colonial satellite as soon as the Dian Imperial Army withdrew to protect the safety of their employers. If any people wanted to attack their employers, the Tianyi mercenaries would shoot and kill the people who attacked their employers without hesitation. The actions of the Tianyi mercenary group, the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of the United Army, protested the most fiercely because the people who were shot and killed were originally citizens of their country, but they were forced to change their nationality after the colonial satellite was occupied. The Tianyi mercenary group simply responded to the protest of the United Anglo-Democratic People's Republic with one reason. That is, they are just a mercenary group, and if they take money from the rich, they will protect the safety of the rich. Whoever attacks their employer's safety is to block their money, and shooting attackers is just to protect the safety of employers, which is the duty. If it was another mercenary group, no matter what the reason was, no matter how reasonable Sue was, the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic dared to impose sanctions, but the target was the Tianyi mercenary group, so they could only hold their noses and admit it. Therefore, when the United Army entered the colonial satellite, especially the Angrusa Army, it immediately prevented the people from attacking the employers of the Tianyi mercenaries. The United Army didn't dare to offend the Tianyi mercenary group because they couldn't beat them. The Tianyi mercenaries will not cause trouble in the local area, as long as the local people do not provoke the Tianyi mercenaries. The Tianyi mercenaries will not attack anyone. Reporters in the field often photograph the local people. If they saw Tianyi mercenaries passing by, they would keep their distance or walk away quickly with their heads down. On the other side, at the junction of a wealthy area and a municipal area, Long Fei, Li Xiuqing, Rammer, and Brigadier General AICC were leaning on a military jeep and talking while eating instant noodles, surrounded by other MIS troops, and the ground forces are on guard all around, and the drones and MS in the sky view the entire high altitude and the ground. The accompanying reporters, some combat units of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, will accompany some media reporters or field reporters, took pictures from a distance, and captured Long Fei and his subordinates talking with each other while eating instant noodles in a military jeep. The reporter who was broadcasting the live broadcast said that the distance was too far to know the content of the conversation between Long Fei and his subordinates. The reporter said, "Although we don't know what Chairman Long Fei talked about, we can see from this scene. A big boss is invisible even when eating instant noodles. A big boss is a big boss." AICC reported to Long Fei. At present, it is estimated that it will take about 2 months for us to help the United Army take back all the lost colonial satellites lost by the United Nations of the Angrusa Democratic Peoples. Well, the Dian Imperial Army is not the idiot army of the United Army. We need to devote more energy and time, which is normal. However, boss, there is something that must be reported to you. What's up? It's the money handed over by the coalition army. Whether it's the employment fee for each battle or the reimbursement fee for our losses, they have become a little slow. It's not a few days, or it means that their current funds are not enough. Ask Me Fong has a few more days of grace. If that's the case, then we should act slower than them. Tell them that the money has not been handed over, and we will not act. Yes, boss. Also, if they dare to owe us money for more than 5 days, they will charge interest. It will be calculated at 10% of the principal, and every 5 days will be calculated as interest on the principal and rolling interest. Okay, boss. Li Xiuqing and Rammer exchanged glances. In order to hire the Tianyi mercenary group, the United Army imposed a lot of conditions on them. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the reimbursement of the battle damage. The Tianyi mercenary regiment will accept all the companies that have been hired, and the companies are not allowed to have any doubts or inquiries. A bullet might cost a few yuan in colonial currency, but the Tianyi mercenary group directly offered a price of tens of yuan. The Tianyi mercenary group earned dozens of times the attrition fee for a single battlefield attrition, and the Tianyi mercenary group did not accept colonial currency, but only Earth currency. Since the war to the present, the value of the colonial currency has dropped a lot, and the exchange rate of the Earth currency is 1:5. Now, the coalition army is fighting on two fronts. The front line is the territory of the United Anglo-Saman People's Republic, and the other line is the mainland of the Dian Empire. The United Army is now in the finances of various countries, and many countries are already paying for what they are doing. In particular, the United States of Anglo-Democracy has experienced a sharp economic decline, and its per capita income is almost half of what it was before the invasion. Especially the hiring of the vampire Tianyi mercenary group made the financial situation of the countries in the colonial circle even worse. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't win the Dian Imperial Army, they really didn't want to hire the Tianyi mercenary group. The daily employment fees and reimbursement bills made these countries feel extremely heavy pressure. Therefore, as long as the top leaders of the United Army can win the battlefield, they will send their own troops to the battlefield and will never let the Tianyi mercenary group play. The Tianyi mercenary group will be reimbursed tens of thousands of taels of gold for every battle. Even if every country has mountains of gold and silver, it cannot afford to pay the Tianyi mercenary group's account. Li Xiuqing and Ramir were also secretly laughing in their hearts, because the daily reimbursement of the troops they led was ridiculously high, and they were even more outrageous than other troops, and they reimbursed 100 yuan for things that cost 1 yuan. Part of the money obtained from reimbursement can be used as the budget of their troops. Anyway, why not take advantage of it anyway, and take a big bite as much as possible? Then, Long Fei gave the next instructions. Not long after Long Fei had finished speaking, a puppy barking, "Wow, woof, woof," was heard not far away. Several people looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was a dirty little milk dog running near them and barking at the people around them. Then, the little milk dog seemed to smell the instant noodles from Long Fei and the others, and ran up to Long Fei and the others, showing its watery eyes and tongue, as if begging the humans in front of it to give it some food. Woof, woof, woof. The little milk dog kept barking, with a cute expression on his face. "What a cute little milk dog," Aicc said with glowing eyes. Li Xiuqing said, "It looks like a sled dog." Ramir said, "Looking at her size, she is only about 3 months old. This kind of dog is a very rare dog in the colonial circle. It should be a dog lost by the rich." Long Fei felt that the little milk dog in front of him was similar to the Alaska dog in his previous life. "Lieutenant, is there any food like ham and sausage in the car?" The driver lieutenant found some unopened sausages from the car and handed them to the boss. Long Fei handed over the instant noodles he had just eaten to the driver for him to throw away, took the unopened sausage, and tore off the wrapping paper. The little milk dog immediately came in front of Long Fei, opened his mouth, and looked longingly at the sausage in Long Fei's hand. Long Fei squatted down and put the sausage in front of the little milk dog. The little milk dog immediately ate the sausage in big mouthfuls and finished it in a short while. Long Fei then tore open the sausage package and fed the sausage to the little milk dog. The little milk dog finished the sausage in 2 or 3 bites. "Looks like you're starving." Long Fei reached out and touched the top of the little milk dog's head. The little milk dog squinted his eyes, as if enjoying the feeling of being stroked, and then the little milk dog licked Long Fei's hand. After that, the little milk dog surrounded Long Fei, rubbing his body against Long Fei's feet from time to time. Ramir said, "Boss, it seems that this little milk dog regards you as its master." Long Fei picked up the little milk dog and looked at it, and said, "It seems that you are a little dirty. I have to let you take a bath." Aicc asked, "Boss, do you want to raise this little puppy? Take it back first, and see if my 2 daughters like it. If they don't like it, I'll take it with me and live in the mother base." Rich people who hired Tianyi mercenaries were escorted by Tianyi mercenaries to other countries to start a new life. On the other hand, the capital of the Dongyang Empire is the #1 colonial satellite, Manhwa. Since the Dongyang Empire moved its capital to the colonial satellite, it has nothing to do with the Earth circle. The original land territory is also a derivative force of them. Just like other countries in the Earth Circle, the capital is still in the Earth Circle, and the colonial satellites are just their derivative forces. Danyang Empire has nothing to do with the Earth Circle. It is a part of the colonial circle. The Danyang Empire is mourning across the country today because the emperor of the Danyang Empire died of illness, and the whole country is being mourned by the emperor. Although Emperor Danyang had children, 2 boys and 1 girl, unfortunately the 2 sons died one after another. The eldest son died of illness, the second son died in a war, leaving only the only daughter. Princess Asami is presiding over her father's funeral. Next to her was Kuroda Joya. Besides being the manipulator behind the Amaterasu organization, Kuroda Joya was also the husband of Aji Asami. Kuroda City also followed his wife, receiving all condolence visitors. Some high-ranking officials of the Danyang Empire, noble children, etc., all looked at Kuroda Joya with disdain. Kuroda City is also just a useless person in the Amaterasu organization, and his position is only obtained by his princess wife. Of course, there are also some nobles and private high-ranking officials who fawn on Kuroda Castle, because in a few days, it will be the enthronement ceremony of his princess wife. Then his status will rise. He will be the queen's husband, and he will be the emperor's royal highness of the Danyang Empire. No one in Danyang Empire knew Kuroda Joya's true ability and identity. Even his wife, Aji Asami, didn't know what kind of person her husband was. She just knows that her husband is low-key and doesn't like people who show off their abilities, and taking idle positions in the Amaterasu organization just makes people think that he is just relying on his wife's waist. Since the death of her 2 elder brothers, Yuji Asami, when she often went to some occasions and presided over some meetings, it was her husband who advised her. Kuroda Chung also felt no sadness in his heart when his father-in-law died of illness, but was secretly happy. Kuroda City is also concerned about the battle between the United Army and the Dian Empire Army, and Kuroda City does not think that the United Army can defeat the Dian Empire. At best, it can only hurt both sides. Although the United Army hired the Tiani mercenary group, the price of the lion's mouth of the Tiani mercenary group would be astonishing to anyone who saw it. Kuroda City also saw that the EE mercenary group was deliberately cutting down the joint army and developing it at the same time. The Tiani mercenary group would at most wipe out the Dian Imperial Army in the colonial circle and would never fight the Dian Imperial Army. What the Tiani mercenary group hopes most is that the 2 sides will lose both sides, which is the best result. The Tiani mercenary group absolutely does not want one of them to win the victory. Because one of them won the victory without major losses, the Tiani mercenary group was the next target. Unless the Democratic camp in the victorious coalition army lost too much, after the coalition army dismantled, the Democratic camp would attack the Tiani mercenary group after absorbing the advanced technology of the Dian Empire. Of course, this is a matter of the future, and no one can say for sure how the future will go. At this moment, Kuroda City is only thinking about how to make Danyang Empire into his pocket. Kuroda City also took aim at the 2 children behind him, a boy and a girl, who were born to him and Aji Asami. For his 2 brothers-in-law, he killed the eldest brother-in-law, mixed the medicine he took with other things, made his condition worse, and finally died. The second brother-in-law is the intelligence department he secretly controls. In a war, he deliberately gave wrong information, so that the second brother-in-law was ambushed by the enemy and died in battle. The children of the 2 brothers-in-law were also killed by him later. The only child left by the father-in-law is his wife, and the wife becomes the sole heir. Although he himself cannot become the emperor of this empire, his children can, even if his children and his wife's surname are Yusi. This will not change that his children are his species. His descendants will also be emperors of this empire. Kuroda City also began to secretly prepare to get rid of those nobles and high officials who opposed his wife. As for his hometown, if possible, he would like to take it back. Unfortunately, this is undoubtedly a dream. The only thing he can do is to find ways to weaken the Dian Empire. If there is such an opportunity one day, he will definitely do it. His ambition at the moment is to use his wife as his puppet. Fadis, you made me lose everything, but I know you must believe that I am still alive. But unfortunately, you don't know my identity at this moment. You'd better let the Dion Empire continue to be strong. Otherwise, revenge for you will come in the world on you. In August of the first year of the universe, 123, Long Fei's fleet returned to the Mother Base. Not only Long Fei's fleet was returning to the Mother Base, but also other fleets returned to their own bases. It wasn't that the battle was over, but that the coalition army often couldn't pay the money, which caused the Tianyi mercenaries to deliberately slow down their march. However, the employers of the Lianhe army are not stupid. If they are attacking the meteorite base, the shield-breaking warships of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps can be destroyed with electromagnetic accelerators, which saves time and money. Although the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic was against it at first, but considering their current financial situation, they could only agree. Moreover, there are less than 10 colonial satellites left by the Dion Royal Army to occupy the Anglo-Saxon People's Republic. Relying on their numbers, they can win the battle, but it will take a little more time. If it is a hard bone that cannot be eaten, then continue to hire the Tianyi Mercenary Group. As for the international media commenting on the Tianyi Mercenary Group, in about 3 months, the Tianyi Mercenary Group has already defeated the Dion Royal Army in the United States of Anglo-Samoans. It can be seen how powerful the Tianyi Mercenary Group is as a private armed force. Long Fei returned to the meteorite Babylon and took his adopted puppy with him. At this moment, he was slightly bigger than when he met him. Most of its body hair is gray, only its stomach and chest are white. Long Fei also checked its information, and it has the gene of a wolf, but it does not have the wildness of a wolf. Some are loyal dogs, and the breed name is Moss, a wolfhound, belongs to a kind of hound on the snow. Long Fei named it Big Bad Wolf. Long Fei brought the Big Bad Wolf back to the villa, and the servant told Long Fei that the two ladies were taking a nap and the wife was making snacks in the kitchen. Okay, I got it, Big Bad Wolf. Let's go play and get familiar with the environment here. Long Fei said, and then patted the Big Bad Wolf on the head, and the Big Bad Wolf began to inspect the environment here. Tao Xiang was making some snacks in the kitchen, waiting for the two little ones to try the new snacks made by their mother after they woke up. Suddenly, with both hands holding Tao Xiang's small waist, Tao Xiang was startled and turned around and exclaimed, "Who?" It turned out that her husband was holding her. "Damn ghost, you scared me, and you didn't say anything when you came back." Tao Xiang stretched out her hand and patted her husband's hand. "I just want to give you and the child a surprise. You go to the balcony and wait for a while. I'm almost ready for dessert." "Good." Soon, Tao Xiang brought the dim sum to the balcony, including cookies, jelly, puffs, and lotus paste cakes. When the husband and wife were talking and eating snacks, the Big Bad Wolf seemed to smell the food and ran to Long Fei and his wife. When Tao Xiang saw the Big Bad Wolf, she immediately stood up and frowned and asked, "Where's the dog?" Looking at his wife's expression, Long Fei asked, "I brought it. What's wrong? Do you hate dogs?" "I don't hate it, I just don't like it. If you bring this dog, I'm just worried that it will bite Guogua and Fufu." "Don't worry, it won't bite," Long Fei said, and threw a cookie to the Big Bad Wolf. The Big Bad Wolf took a bite of the cookie, chewed it a few times and swallowed it. "Mom." Not long after the two little ones woke up, they seemed to know that their mother had made snacks and were waiting for them on the balcony. The two little ones came to the balcony. When the two little ones saw the Big Bad Wolf, their expressions were startled at first, and they shouted happily, "It's the big gray dog." "It's not a big gray dog. Its name is Big Bad Wolf." Long Fei told his daughter the name of Big Bad Wolf. "Dad." The two little ones didn't expect their father to come back, and happily ran to their father to beg for a hug. Long Fei put a pair of daughters on his left and right thighs and asked the twin daughters, "Do you like Big Bad Wolves?" "Like it." "Big Bad Wolf, come here." The Big Bad Wolf came in front of Long Fei. "Sit down." The Big Bad Wolf sat on the ground. Long Fei stretched out his hand and said, "Shake hands." The Big Bad Wolf stretched out its front paw and placed it on Long Fei's palm. The eyes of the two little ones were shining. Although Tao Xiang didn't like dogs, she couldn't help laughing when she saw the dog interacting with her husband, as well as the eyes of her two daughters. Long Fei ordered his subordinates to bring over the Big Bad Wolf snacks and rewarded him with a small piece of meat. When you play with the Big Bad Wolf, if the Big Bad Wolf does the right thing, you have to give it a snack. This is a reward for it. Oh, the two little ones got off their father's lap and started to play with the big bad wolf, and even gave some instructions to the big bad wolf. The big bad wolf was able to complete the instructions, which amused the two little ones. Don't you see our daughters are very happy? Let them have a dog to accompany them. After all, dogs are the most loyal friends of human beings. Once they encounter any danger, dogs will protect them. Tao Xiang originally wanted to cast a blank stare at her husband, and then wanted to object to her daughter keeping a dog, but seeing her two daughters having fun with the dog, Tao Xiang really didn't want to make her daughter unhappy. She doesn't like dogs, but her daughter does, so Tao Xiang reluctantly accepts the big bad wolf. At this moment, when Longguo was about to reach for the cookies, Tao Xiang reached out and slapped the back of Longguo's hand and said, "You touched the dog just now, and your hands were dirty. Wash your hands first before eating snacks," and the same goes for Long Fu. The two little ones listened to their mother's words and went to wash their hands before eating snacks. When the whole family was eating snacks, the big bad wolf watched the master's family eating snacks and ran to the master to beg for snacks. Long Fei gave it a biscuit to eat. The big bad wolf howled happily and wagged its tail at its master. The big bad wolf also ran to the two little masters to eat, and the two little masters shared their favorite snacks, jelly and puffs, with the big bad wolf. The big bad wolf barked happily and wagged its tail at the two little masters. Then, the big bad wolf ran to Tao Xiang's side to beg for food, but Tao Xiang ignored the big bad wolf at all. The big bad wolf directly rubbed Tao Xiang's feet with his body to beg for food. "Hey!" Tao Xiang directly raised her hand as if to hit the big bad wolf. The big bad wolf was so frightened that he ran to Long Fei, the master, for comfort. "Okay, big bad wolf, don't lick and use your body to rub your mistress in the future, or you will be beaten, understand?" Longguo asked Tao Xiang, "Mom, why did you beat the big bad wolf?" Long Fu also asked, "Doesn't Mom like big bad wolf?" "Mommy doesn't like dogs." "Mom doesn't like dogs. Can't we raise big bad wolves?" Longguo and Long Fu looked at their mother with watery eyes. Tao Xiang secretly glared at her husband, while Long Fei deliberately looked away. Tao Xiang said to the two daughters, "You can raise them, but you can't let the big bad wolf run into your mother's room, and you are not allowed to let the big bad wolf sleep with you. After that, Mother will find someone to teach you how to train and sleep with you. Take care of the dogs." "Okay, thank you, Mom. Mom loves you." The two little ones were very happy. Tao Xiang secretly kicked her husband's foot, and Long Fei whispered in his wife's ear, "Okay, as long as my daughter is happy." In September 123, the first year of the universe, Long Fei celebrated his daughter's 4th birthday not long after. The good news from the colonial circle is that in the territory of the United Nations of the Angris Democratic Peoples, all the Dion Royal Army has been driven out and the lost colonial satellites have been recovered. However, not all the colonial satellites were recovered, and some of them were destroyed. Although the whole country of the Anglo-Sa Democratic People's Republic celebrated their victory, the people of the whole country also knew that they had paid a great deal of damage. More than 10 million soldiers have died in this war, and more than 50 million civilians have been killed by the war. The current GDP of the United States of Anglo-Sa Democracy is only 1/2 of that before the invasion. At this moment, the colonial circle can do its best to attack the Dion Empire. On the other side, Long Fei and the others were studying our weaknesses during those months of battle. The armored frigate basically did not display any capabilities on the battlefield. It is not that this frigate is useless, but that the enemy's troops cannot invade or attack the fleet at all, which makes the armored frigate have no chance to exert its capabilities. However, many of the programs that were implemented were nearing completion. As long as there are a few more months, no matter which side wins, the United Army or the Dion Empire, don't even think about making plans for the Tianyi mercenary group. On the other hand, the Dion Empire is fighting on the mainland, and the blue mass-produced holy machine has been changed to be operated by an automatic control system or driven by ordinary humans. The standard-equipped mass-produced holy machines are mainly blood red and emerald green. The war cone is their defensive weapon. In many battles, the Wanluo team and the gas team suffered a lot. Many warships and mobile suits were destroyed by Zankon's tactics of more hits and fewer attacks. Although the Garth team used guerrilla tactics to contain the Dion Empire's local deployment. However, The Kingdom of Dion has begun to master the guerrilla tactics of the Garth team in its home area, and also has broken up some troops in its own area. Discover the guerrillas of the Gas team, adopt several tactics, hit and run, and lure the guerrillas of the Gas team into the traps they set. Or contact other troops to wipe out the guerrillas found in Gas. The Wanluo team was disturbed by the guerrillas of the Dion Royal Army from time to time. The current armaments of the Colonial Circle have not been able to improve because their technology has fallen into a bottleneck. That is, they picked up a bunch of damaged war cones, and they just repaired them, used them for research, and carried out copying or imitation. If it was just the hardware, they could barely make it, but the problem was that the software couldn't decipher it. Even with some in-depth exploration, the engineering code and software cannot be cracked. Even the best software team in the Colonial Circle cannot crack these operating software. The war cone imitated by the Coalition Army's copycat is simply unable to make some complicated instructions or flexible tactics, and it is even more unable to cooperate with MS and battleships. Because, for the war cones of the Dion Imperial Army, a quantum computer for a battleship can control at least 500 war cones to fight. With its powerful computing power, the war cones can flexibly respond to changes in the vast space battle. On the contrary, in order to defend the enemy's ballistic missiles and defense calculations, the computers of the battleships of the United Army take up a huge amount of calculation space. And there are also the enemy's beam trajectory and our beam trajectory, etc., which cannot be solved at all. No need to control the war cone. Therefore, the Dion Imperial Army often used a large number of war cones to make the enemy rush around to deal with them. Many defeats on the battlefield were due to the war cones. The Emerald mass-produced Holy Machine is to assemble a bunch of destroyed emeralds into a complete emerald, conduct research, and find that the materials required for manufacturing or composite armor, etc. cannot be reverse-developed, except for material issues. The most important thing is that their technology cannot even be reversed. Especially for the mind control device, the best research teams in various countries can't understand the theory of engineering design and so on. A general in the Dion Kingdom once said that even if they gave you all the design drawings, theories, learning materials, etc., with your technological level, even if you were given 10 years, you would not be able to manufacture it. Countries in the Colonial Circle were so humiliated by the enemy's generals, and they all had an indescribable sense of humiliation, but they were indeed inferior to each other in terms of technology. Scientists in the Colonial Circle can only add equipment to MS, battleships, etc. to enhance them. This war is still in a state of anxiety. One side relies on technological advantages, and the other relies on numbers, material resources, and resource advantages. This war is completely added by the number and human lives of the Colonial Circle. At present, the death toll of the United Army in the Colonial Circle has reached 80 million soldiers, including more than 10 million soldiers of the Angrusa Army. From the beginning of the battle to the scene of the Dion Empire, about 3 million soldiers were killed in battle. More than 90% of them were soldiers. This war was ridiculed by some military experts that it was more like a war fought on the basis of human lives than resources, money and material resources, and whoever exhausted their lives first would lose. The Dion Royal Army, which was driven out of the Anglo-Saxon People's Republic of China, is rushing back to the mainland. On the edge of the border of the Dion Empire, the Dion Empire Army is confronting the Wanluo team. The two sides are already in a state of anxiety in many areas. You push and I push back, and you come and go in many battles between the two sides. A dark blue holy machine holds a long giant cannon, and the giant cannon cable is connected to the body to be charged by the body. The giant gun fired a huge red laser cannon with an effective range of 50 kilometers, sweeping back and forth at the target in front of it, and fireworks exploded wherever it passed. This shot directly killed nearly 100 MS from the Wanluo team. Another light blue holy machine held a giant energy Gatling cannon, which rotated rapidly and fired countless beam cannonballs. He shot down countless Wanluo team MS one after another. On the battlefield, the number of the Wanluo team is about 5 times that of the enemy, calculated by MS and warships, but the number of war cones on the Dion Imperial Army's side is more than 30 times that of their MS. Many MS of the Wanluo team were destroyed on the cone. Although the commander of the Wanluo team dispatched troops and commanded all the warships to launch ballistic missiles, although more than half of the war cones were destroyed, the disadvantaged Wanluo team could not be turned around. It's just a slight upgrade from a very unfavorable disadvantage to a disadvantageous disadvantage. The commander knew that if they continue to fight, they will still be defeated. This time, they also received reports from their subordinates that the rescue troops had been intercepted, and they could not help at all. The commander ordered to continue launching ballistic missiles and cover the retreat of the MS troops fighting on the front line to the mothership. The retreat signal came on, and the MS troop of the Wanluo team hurried back to their MS mothership under the cover of the ballistic missile group. The Dion Imperial Army watched the Wanluo team withdraw from the battlefield and did not pursue further. The pilot of the dark blue holy plane took off his helmet and said, "The coalition forces in these colonies are as inexhaustible as cockroaches." In December 123, the first year of the universe, the 3 base camps of the Garth team were attacked at the same time. Admiral Pauliston commanded in the command room of the headquarters and ordered the troops in the 3rd area of the battalion to abandon the 3rd area of the battalion and rush to support the headquarters of the 1st area of the battalion. The 4th team went to the 2nd area of the rescue camp. Admiral Paulstone opened the 3-dimensional map, and the revolution of Mars has already moved away from their gas team, but is getting closer. On the contrary, the base camp of the Wanluo team is far away from Mars. I also expected the revolution of Mars. Now it is my base camp. When Mars is close to yours, you adjust your guns to attack the gas team that is now closer to you. I also expected that you would change your strategy. At this moment, Mars is getting closer and closer to the Garth Empire, the colony of Colony 1. Admiral Pauliston continued to dispatch troops, and now he changed his strategy, trying to hold back more main forces of the Royal Dion Army. The Wanluo team learned that the 3 base camps of the gas team had been attacked. Admiral Avis looked at the 3-dimensional map and was thinking about how to act. Admiral Avis also discussed with his subordinates how to act. A white lieutenant general said, "Sir, let them fight for a while. After they have suffered more damage, we are sending troops to attack the target land. Then we can achieve the greatest results at the least cost." Another black lieutenant general sneered. "Lieutenant General Tang, I really doubt that you, a general, got the position by giving gifts. The generals of the Dion Imperial Army are not fools. Isn't there any defense on our side?" Another lieutenant general of the yellow race nodded and said, "I'm even a little skeptical that the Imperial Army of Dion dispatched a large force to attack the 3 base camps of Gas's team. In the mainland, maybe they have already made a pothole, waiting for us to jump into it." The white lieutenant general sneered and said, "What the 2 colleagues said is not wrong, but have you ever thought about it? The Dion Imperial Army may be as the 2 generals thought, thinking that we think they are good traps, and so on they let us jump in. So they thought we wouldn't dare to attack their homeland. So they sent more troops to destroy Gasta's team first, and then turn around and attack us." The white female lieutenant general said, "Lieutenant General Tang, white lieutenant general, is right. Maybe the other party thinks that we dare not attack their homeland, and dispatches more troops to destroy Gasta's team first. If this is the case, wouldn't it be a missed opportunity?" The black lieutenant general retorted, "Although the Dion Kingdom is inferior to our united army in terms of population and resources, don't forget that their technology is far superior to ours. Among other things, the automatic control system is far superior to ours. Well, our experts have not been able to decipher their technology until now. The war cone plus the MS that can be controlled automatically by unmanned operation, such as the scorpion tiger, the winged bird, and the armored monster, is enough for us to drink a pot. Don't forget, in many battles, we have suffered a lot. Maybe they have dispatched these bunch of MS and war cones to wait for our arrival." The white lieutenant general said, "There is a saying that soldiers are cunning. Maybe the other party will try their best to stop them if they figure out that there are cowards on our side. They can't attack their homeland, but they can wholeheartedly destroy the gas team, and then deal with it with all their strength. Us." The lieutenant general of the yellow race stood up and retorted, "It's a trick of soldiers. If the other party calculates correctly, there will be reckless people on our side who think they can take advantage of it and attack their homeland directly. Make all preparations and wait for us to jump. Go into the pits they dug, and don't forget, The Royal Dion Army has advanced camouflage optics. To find them, our thermal and light energy scanning devices must be within 50 kilometers to find their warships. Dion Royal Army warships must hover in place when the optical camouflage is turned on. Do you think our troops can swagger into other people's territory? Both sides could not convince each other, and then the other generals present also agreed with both sides, and the two sides had already started to quarrel. Admiral Avis raised his hand to signal everyone to be silent. Everyone, what you said is all right. Soldiers are tricky. This is a strategy that every general must know. Soldiers' tricks are not only the art of war that we as generals must learn, but the enemy's generals must also know something. Soldiers are cunning. We must see through the opponent's cunning. First of all, we must know the enemy and ourselves to be victorious in every battle. But the enemy's supreme commander, we have not been able to grasp his marching deployment, let alone understand his every move. What is a move in chess? Every time we fight against them, we have to take one step at a time. When General Avis said this, he paused for a moment, looked at all the generals present, and then said, knowing ourselves and not knowing the enemy, one win and one loss. This is the main reason why we can win part of the victories on many battlefields. The reason is because we understand our strengths and weaknesses. What happened to the gas team at the moment? I planned to rescue it first, but if I sent troops to the base camp of the gas team to rescue, we would be led by the enemy. The nose goes away. So I think if it is to directly attack the enemy's territory, it is the best rescue method to directly attack Huanglong, because the enemy may send a large frontline force to come back to rescue. But I am worried that it is the enemy's command. The officer deliberately lured us into a trap. Lieutenant General Tang raised his hand and said, Sir, if, as I said, the opponent does not have any extra troops, then we will have missed our opportunity, and we will regret it at that time. We must act quickly. Amazing alone. No, if it's really a trap, then we will suffer heavy losses and regret it. A general objected immediately at the scene. When Admiral Avis saw that he was about to quarrel again, he quickly raised his hand to stop and said, Everyone, I think a compromise method can be used. This method is. Before the words could be spoken, the siren sounded. A school officer reported to Admiral Avis in the three-dimensional image of the meeting room. General, the Dion Royal Army is attacking our base camp. Immediately dispatch troops to resist. Yes, General. After hanging up the communication, Admiral Avis saw that the yellow general who opposed Lieutenant General Tang frowned. Admiral Avis asked, Lieutenant General Ren, seeing your frown, have you noticed anything? Lieutenant General Ren replied, Sir, the attack on our base camp makes me think that maybe the territory of the Dion Imperial Army may be empty. All the generals at the scene looked at Lieutenant General Ren. Lieutenant General Tang was very curious. At first, Lieutenant General Ren opposed his suggestion to send troops, thinking that the enemy might have sufficient troops, but now he thinks that the enemy's troops are empty. This is just a subordinate speculation. If the Dion Imperial Army did not send troops to attack our base camp, I would think that the enemy might just lure snakes out of the hole, lure us to send troops, and lure us into a trap to catch us all. But at this moment, they are dispatching troops to attack our base camp. On the contrary, it makes me think that they may be just a cover, trying to deceive us. Their strength is sufficient, and they can fight on two fronts, but they are actually covering up that their strength is insufficient and may be empty. Lieutenant General Tang stood up at this moment and said, Lieutenant General Run has said so. It should not be too late. Soldiers are precious. After killing these troops attacking our base camp, we will attack the enemy's territory with all our strength. Lieutenant General Tang, I haven't finished my sentence yet. This is my personal speculation. They may also deliberately deceive us into thinking that they have no troops to attack us. They are trying to scare us into thinking that they don't have many troops. Maybe after we deal with the enemy troops attacking our base camp, the enemy may set up all traps in the territory to lure us into the bait. After listening to Lieutenant General Ren's words, the generals at the scene fell into deep thought. Lieutenant General Run was not the best general at the scene, but he was the most cautious of all the generals. During his military career, the troops he led had never not once fell into the enemy's tricks. Sometimes you can also see the enemy's strategy, so you can see the tricks. Lieutenant General Ren is very cautious about the tactics on the battlefield. Admiral Avis asked Lieutenant General Run at this time, Lieutenant General Run, if we dispatch troops to attack the enemy's territory after we wipe out the troops attacking our base camp first, we will first send an advanced troop to test there are troops outside the country as support, adopting a step-by-step strategy and slowly approaching the enemy's planet. After the advanced troops reach a certain distance, another army will be arranged to stay in the distance, and then a long line of defense can be formed. Once it is discovered that the enemy is luring us, the advanced troops can withdraw immediately, and the rear troops can also cover. Can you see it, okay? This strategy can be used to advance and attack, and to retreat and defend. Once there is any loss, it can be minimized. At this time, Admiral Avis's staff walked into the meeting room, whispered a few words in Admiral Avis's ear, and then exited the meeting room. The news just came that General Pauliston, the commander-in-chief of the Garth team, hopes that we will cooperate as much as possible. He will try his best to hold back more main forces of the Royal Dion army so that we can invade the territory of the Royal Dion. The generals at the scene all understood that the more the gas team held back the main force of the Dion Imperial Army, the more advantages they could gain. Then Admiral Avis began to give instructions. The Wanluo team first mobilized troops to deal with the Dion Royal Army attacking their base camp. The number of Dion Imperial Army is comparable to the usual number of troops, but as long as you observe carefully, you can find that the proportion of war cones is much higher than usual. This made many generals of the Wanluo team infer that the Dion Imperial Army transferred most of the soldiers to attack the three major base camps of the gas team. The Wanluo team used the base camp to transform the defense system built by the meteorite, including the surrounding defense devices, and dealt a major blow to the invading Dion Imperial Army. A wave of ballistic defense missiles and defensive beam groups caused heavy losses to the Dion Imperial Army. The Wanluo team has another round of bombing by the battleship group and a sweep by the MIS troops. The Dion Imperial Army retreated quickly. The battle ended in about an hour, making Admiral Avis and many generals feel that the Dion Imperial Army has little combat power and the invasion just now was just to scare them, but they did not expect to expose their fighting power. Insufficient strength. Admiral Avis and many generals decided to dispatch a large force to take down the outer and outer space domains of the Dion Empire in one go. Lieutenant General Ren fell into great worry and immediately said to General Avis and the generals, "The defeat of the Imperial Army of Dion is too strange. They seem to tell us on purpose that they are weak. Hurry up, come and beat them. This is clearly a trap. They are luring us." Admiral Avis felt that it made sense, but at this moment many generals felt that Lieutenant General Ren was too cautious. This is a rare opportunity that cannot be missed. More importantly, many generals, including those soldiers on the front line, wanted to end the war and go home early. And more importantly, the superiors of these generals, including their government leadership and the president, asked them to end the war quickly. Every once in a while, I urge them to win the victory quickly, end the war quickly, and stop consuming the country's resources. Admiral Avis was also under pressure from the president. Although what Lieutenant General Ren said was not wrong, it did make sense. But this moment may be an opportunity. Once this opportunity is missed, then I don't know when and what month we'll be able to wait for this rare opportunity. Lieutenant General Ren looked at the scene, and only a few generals agreed with his suggestion. Most of the generals believed that this was a rare opportunity and they had to send troops immediately. Lieutenant General Ren could only offer one more suggestion. Ask General Paulstone of the Garth team first to see if the Dion Royal Army has invested most of their main force in the Garth team. Admiral Avis felt that this was for insurance purposes, so he decided to ask the Garth team first. Not long after the report came in the afternoon, the Garth team was indeed attacked by the main force of the Dion Imperial Army, and the main force gradually turned to the Garth team. The faces of many generals on Admiral Avis's side showed excitement. This is simply a chance from heaven. When Lieutenant General Ren heard the report, he felt even more worried. For the sake of safety, Lieutenant General Ren decided to stay at the base camp and asked General Avis to follow the previous step-by-step strategy to attack the Dion Empire. As a result, many generals at the scene ridiculed Lieutenant General Ren as a coward who was too cautious. Admiral Avis saw that Lieutenant General Run wanted to be on the safe side, so he agreed to his request, leaving an army-sized fleet to stay at the base camp. Admiral Avis personally led a large army, composed of 10 core-level fleets, and a small group army, composed of 3 core-level fleets, to the Dion Empire. On the other side, Admiral Paulstone and other generals of the Garth team watched the current battle situation in the command room. At this time, a subordinate came to report that the Wanluo team had left an army-level fleet at the base camp. After hearing the report, General Pauliston nodded and said, "It seems that the Wanluo team wants to take this opportunity to take down all the outer space domains of the Dion Empire." A lieutenant general with a bushy red beard said, "The problem is that the Dion Royal Army has transferred more and more main forces to our side. It seems that they want to attract the Wanluo team to their territory, but I can't figure it out. Why? The troops have been transferred to our place. It stands to reason that they succeeded in luring the Wanluo team. It is impossible for them to send troops to our place. They should keep the troops and make a series of preparations and wait for the place to enter them. It's a good trap, but they still continue to send troops to our side, which really confuses us, and we can't imagine what they are doing." At this time, another Blackbeard lieutenant general asked, "Do you all remember that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has a Gundam called Wing Gundam that has a very terrifying destruction cannon?" Admiral Pauliston frowned and asked, "Lieutenant General Ruba, we all know about this, but it doesn't seem to be related to our current problem, right?" "No, sir. My subordinates have always felt that our side has fought so many times with the Dion Imperial Army, but they have never discovered that they have developed a MS like the Winged Gundam of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. I humbly think that they don't have such a MS. It's still under development." At this moment, many generals seemed to have guessed something. Admiral Pauliston said with some horror, "You mean, the Kingdom of Dion may have developed a MS like Winged Gundam?" The subordinates have this feeling. Maybe they plan to use such MS to deal with the Wanluo team, and then deal with us. At this time, every general's back felt cold. Admiral Pauliston immediately asked his subordinates to inform the Wanluo team, telling the Wanluo team that this is a trap and not to enter the territory of the Dion Empire. At this time, the subordinates sent a report to inform that their secret communication line was intercepted and all the signals sent were intercepted by the other party. What's going on here? Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to know our secret communication code. Could it be? Admiral Paulstone knew that there must be an insider, and even suddenly something flashed in his mind. Why did the Dion Imperial Army fight with them for so long without a winner? No more. Now he finally understands that the Dion Imperial Army has dragged on for so long because of the newly developed weapons, and these troops are the group of white mice they captured for testing. At this moment, the Wanluo team has fallen into the trick of inviting the king into the urn. The Wanluo team fought with the defenders at the border of the Dion Empire. In the Wanluo team, the huge force can beat the defenders to pieces with absolute numbers. Then other Dion Imperial Army troops came to stop Wanluo's advance. It's a pity that they are very powerless in front of the huge Wanluo team. Even if tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of war cones are sent out, in front of the huge fleet of Wanluo team firing beams and missiles like ammunition, it will turn into countless fireworks like a bunch of mosquitoes being buried by insecticidal fog. Even if the Ms troops of the Dion Imperial Army broke through the light beams and missile groups, in front of the ant colony like Ms team of the Wanluo team, it was as if they were buried by sea water. The generals of the Wanluo team are very happy at this moment. This battle will only take a little time to finish, and all the soldiers can go home. Admiral Avis received a report from his subordinates at this moment that the Royal Dion Army was planning to bring back part of the main force from Gas side of the battlefield, but was stopped by Gas and asked Wanluo to move faster. Because the Garth team couldn't prevent the main force of the Dion Royal Army from returning to the mainland for too long. For the sake of safety, Admiral Avis asked his subordinates to convey the message and asked the Dion Royal Army that the Garth team was fighting with as the main force. Soon after receiving the reply, Admiral Avis decided to speed up his actions because there were only 3 main forces in the territory of the Dion Empire. Admiral Avis speculated that these 3 main forces must be guarding not far from Mars. Admiral Avis decided to rush to Mars in one go. and if he dared to block his advancing troops, he would destroy them. Because if those blocking troops are wiped out, then when fighting in the outer space of Mars, the enemy's troops will not have too many troops to fight with the Wanluo team. The accompanying reporters who followed the Wanluo team were reporting wildly at the moment. The live broadcast reported that the Wanluo team took advantage of the fact that the Dian Imperial Army was fighting against the Garth team and took advantage of the momentum to break into the territory of the Dian Imperial Kingdom. The reporter even said that the war is coming to an end. In order to end the war early, the morale of the soldiers is extremely high, hoping to win the fruits of victory in the shortest possible time and then reunite with their families. This live broadcast has also attracted the attention of countries around the world. Military experts from various countries are analyzing why the Dian Imperial Army will transfer most of the main force to attack Team Gas, thus leaving the territory empty and allowing Team Wanluo to take advantage of it. And enter. On the other side, Long Fei and Li Jiaming watched the live broadcast together. Boss, it is impossible for the Dian Imperial Army to make such a mistake. Even with the revolution of Mars and the close relationship with the 3 base camps of the Garth team, it is impossible to transfer most of the main force to attack the Garth team in one go. The subordinates feel that they must have something behind them. Commander-in-Chief, do you think the Dian Empire has already developed the super weapon that we have just completed? Long Fei asked. The subordinates feel that this possibility is extremely high, otherwise they would not have made such a serious mistake and transferred most of the main force to other battlefields to lure the Wanluo team over. Just wait and see. The Dian Imperial Army might come out with their super weapons and let the Wanluo team know what it means to get into the soul with one shot. If, as the boss said, the Dian Imperial Army has brought out super weapons, then this battle will end in the defeat of the United Army, and then it will be our turn to prepare for the battle. If the kind of super weapon I estimate really comes out, I'm afraid the Earth Circle will not be able to sit still, and it will help the defeated coalition army at that time. Then shall we continue to wait and see? I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to wait and see. At that time, the whole world will ask us to fight. If we continue to shirk, maybe the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle may jointly attack us first. They will think that we and Dian the Imperial Kingdom is like a bird of a feather. Boss, I always feel that there is a saying called Heaven's Great Responsibility, and this sentence will be used on our Tianyi mercenary group. After all, only our Tianyi mercenary group can fight against the Dian Imperial Army. And it's important to note that the group of Gundams and battleships stored in the hangar are useless until now. When there is a fight, it will be time for these Gundams to come out. The Wanluo team's continuous momentum continued, although they were blocked by countless troops, which slowed down their progress. But they couldn't stop their advance. At this moment, the international community is paying attention to the Wanluo team. On the contrary, there are not many people paying attention to the Gas team. The main reason is that their network communication and so on cannot be communicated to the outside world. It is probably blocked by the Dian Imperial Army. This made many military experts wonder why the network communication of the Garth team was blocked at this moment, and it appeared at this point in time. Introduced the Wanluo team in the territory of the Dian Empire. On the 9th day after the Wanluo team invaded the territory of the Dian Empire, the Wanluo team came to the outer space of Mars, and many fleets defending Mars were waiting. Admiral Avis looked at Mars in front of him at this moment, frowning, because Mars only had 2 satellites, but 3 satellites appeared in front of him. One of them is oval in shape and has countless barrels, and at the very center of the ellipse, there is a huge hole with a diameter of about 100 meters. In front of the huge, there is a huge crystal-like pointed vertebrae, aiming at their Wanluo team. Admiral Avis felt a very strong sense of danger, and immediately ordered the entire army to open the diamond-shaped protective cover. The diamond-shaped protective cover, a new technology jointly developed by the scientists of the Wanluo Federation and the United States of Anglo-Safari, was released on the entire ship of the Wanluo team. The energy is supplied by the huge 400-meter-long MIS mothership. The new diamond-shaped protection the cover device, which looks like a blooming flower, will fly out of the battleship and be combined with other new diamond-shaped protective cover devices to open a huge diamond-shaped protective cover to protect the fleet. The main technology is to deal with the sky rocket attack of the sky rocket battleship. The huge hull of the elliptical satellite emits violent energy into the huge crystal cone. The crystal cone emits a violent white light, and the white light directly shines on the huge diamond-shaped protective cover. The protective cover is like a piece of paper in a very short time. Burned a big hole. Then, many warships in the Wanluo team evaporated under the shroud of white light. The short 20 seconds are over. Admiral Avis immediately looked at the three-dimensional map at this moment, and the Wanluo team lost 30% of their numbers. Admiral Avis was in a cold sweat with fright at the moment, and looking at the elliptical satellite in the distance. The huge crystal cone in front of him was smoking. The rest of the Wanluo team has already begun to panic at this moment, and the shot just now really hit the soul. General, the three main forces of the Dian Imperial Army, Apocalypse, Xingwu, and Hammer Evil appeared in 3 different directions of our fleet. Also, a total of 3 brigade-level fleets also appeared in different directions. General, the Mars Guardians and other troops of the Royal Dian Army are attacking us. The terrifying blow just now also spread throughout the entire world, and the entire world was blown up. The Dian Empire developed strategic weapons that shot almost destroyed a small army fleet. This is even more shocking than the destruction cannon fired by Wing Gundam back then. Admiral Avis immediately mobilized his troops to let the MS troops block the enemy's battle cone group and MS troops first, and the battleships began to retreat one after another. Originally, the whole army obeyed the mobilization of Admiral Avis and could basically retreat in an orderly manner. But with that blow just now, many troops of the Wanluo team fell into a panic at the moment. Half of the troops of the Wanluo team did not belong to the Wanluo Federation, and they were only obeying the deployment under the banner of the Wanluo Federation Army. Now, the generals of various countries do not obey the transfer of Admiral Avis at all, and all of them are scrambling to flee the scene. This not only caused the retreat of the battleship group to panic and retreat very slowly. Even the MS troops also panicked. Except for the troops of the Wanluo Federation who obeyed the command, the MS troops of other countries panicked. They didn't know which side to follow for a while, and in the end they could only obey the orders of their own generals to protect their own fleets and withdraw from the battlefield. Admiral Avis regretted why he didn't follow the advice of his subordinate lieutenant general at the moment. Following the command and mobilizing to fight, the orderly Wanluo team could not defeat the Dian Imperial Army, let alone the panicked Wanluo team. Basically one-sided massacre. Admiral Avis immediately contacted the generals of other countries and asked them to obey the command and dispatch. Follow your command and dispatch? I think you want the troops of other countries to be a stepping stone so that your Wanluo Federation troops can withdraw. You Wanluo Federation wants to be like before. The front line is fought by our national troops, and you enjoy the benefits. Now I think you want to keep most of your troops so you can withdraw. Don't even think about commanding my troops. Don't think I don't know about the bad things you Wanluo Federation has done. Admiral Avis felt extremely annoyed at this moment. It was at this time, he only thought about himself and didn't want to think about selfishness. It would only kill himself. In fact, Admiral Avis didn't think about the evil things his own country did back then, so it can't be blamed that the generals of those countries didn't want to obey their orders. Many troops of the Wanluo team withdrew from the battlefield from different directions. Admiral Avis knew that if the troops dispersed and fled the scene, the end would be to be caught by the Dian Imperial Army. All Admiral Avis can do at this moment is to mobilize his Wanluo Federation troops to fight and retreat. Under the mobilization of Admiral Avis, the Wanluo Federation troops were the most orderly retreat troops. However, it took them several hours before they started to retreat in an orderly manner. General, the enemy's satellite is about to launch again. What? Admiral Avis exclaimed, and immediately issued an order. The whole army immediately evades. Admiral Avis couldn't believe it. In just about 3 hours, the enemy was about to launch another attack. All the fleets of the Wanluo team hurriedly went their separate ways and fled for their lives. The Holy Planes and the Dian Imperial Army who had originally chased and killed the Wanluo team withdrew from the battlefield at full speed, and the MS and war cones controlled by the automatic system continued to chase the target. The target locked by the elliptical satellite is the Wanluo Federation troops commanded by Admiral Avis. Moreover, the MS-like Scorpion Tiger stayed away from the Wanluo Federation troops, and only Jean Cohn continued to pester the Wanluo Federation troops. The elliptical satellite poured powerful energy into the huge crystal cone as before, and the intense white light irradiated the Wanluo Federation troops. In 20 seconds, less than 40% of the Wanluo Federal troops remained. Although Admiral Avis did not die from this blow, he also panicked at this moment and ordered the rest of the troops to flee the scene immediately. Under the two satellite cannons, the Wanluo team has less than 50% of the total left. Now the entire Wanluo team has been broken up. The only lucky thing is that the entire Wanluo team has escaped the range of the satellite cannon. The Dion Imperial Army in the territory is now starting to catch a turtle in an urn. At this moment, there are countless guerrilla troops targeting some single enemy fleets, cutting off all their routes, and concentrating their firepower to destroy them. Some of the larger fleeing fleets were cut open by the Dion Imperial Army from the left and right or from the front and rear, and then surrounded and wiped out by the opponent. Some fleeing troops encountered a situation where there were wolves in front and tigers in the back, and they were attacked by two sides and were completely wiped out. To make matters worse, some fleeing troops ran into the Royal Dion fleet on their way in a panic, and the severely damaged fleeing troops could not beat the Royal Dion army that was ready to fight. The international audience watching the live broadcast were extremely shocked at the moment. They did not expect the Dion Empire to have such a powerful weapon. Now, the remaining Wanluo team in the territory of the Dion Empire has been caught. Lieutenant General Run, who was staying at the base camp, slumped in his seat after watching the live broadcast. He finally understood the reason why he had been restless at that time. Lieutenant General Rin immediately mobilized troops to prepare to rescue his colleagues. A fleet of a certain colonial country is the size of a regiment-level fleet, and it is being hunted down by the Dion Imperial Army. The battleship was sailing at full power, while MS hooked the deck of the battleship with the claws of her feet and shot at the chasing war cone. Although the battleship's recoil guns and MS defensive shooting hit a lot of war cones, there were still many war cones that broke through the line of defense, not only destroying MS, but the decks of many battleships were directly penetrated, and some warships were even destroyed, straight through from one end to the other. At this time, a group of missiles appeared in front of the fleeing battle fleet. All of them fell into despair, but soon hope emerged from them. Because the missiles coming towards them are not aimed at them, but attack the war cones that are chasing them. This allowed them to escape hunting. I am Lieutenant General Ron. Tell me the situation of the Wanluo team at the moment. Lieutenant General Ron, I may tell you about our current situation. All our troops were dispersed in that fiasco, and everyone ran for their lives in a panic. Lieutenant General Ren frowned and said, "Return to the base camp immediately for repairs." The fleet commanded by Lieutenant General Run, brigade-level fleet, the original fleet size will be arranged, and most of them will stay in the base camp, is at the border of the Dion Empire. After a period of time, another scattered fleet escaped from the territory of the Imperial Kingdom of Dion. Lieutenant General Ren learned from it that many troops from various countries were fleeing, and most of them were doing their own thing. With this disastrous defeat, General Rin understands that the Wanluo team has no chance of making a comeback, and now he can only hope that the more troops can escape. The less they lose, the more they win. Until the 6th day, Lieutenant General Rin saw that his country's Wanluo troops escaped with only a brigade-level fleet. Lieutenant General Tang, who escaped, learned that many generals of his own country were killed in battle. In order to let more people escape, General Avis commanded a force to take charge of the rear, and finally died. Lieutenant General Rin felt very sorry, and finally asked his colleagues to return to the base camp. He continued to command the troops to stay here, waiting for more colleagues to escape. Until the 14th day, no fellow troops had escaped for 3 consecutive days. Lieutenant General Rin knew that he had not seen his colleagues escaped in these 3 days and had all died in the territory of the Dion Empire, so he commanded his troops to return to the base camp. At the same time, when he was in office, he led the troops back to the base camp. Another major event spread internationally is that the Garth team suffered a disastrous defeat, and the base camp was completely destroyed. This incident came from an escaped Garth fleet. It turned out that at that time, during the period when Team Gas's network communication was blocked, the Royal Dion Army sent a newly developed warship. The total length is 3 kilometers, the total height is 300 meters, and the width is 1 kilometer. The battleship has a gun muzzle with a diameter of 100 meters at the front, and then there are countless laser turrets, and there are more than 1,000 missile ports, and it can carry 500 ms. The name of this warship is Destruction. After Admiral Palliston was unable to contact the second base camp for several days, Admiral Palliston had great speculation that it might have been destroyed. Admiral Palliston immediately made a decisive decision to abandon the final base camp and withdraw to his country. After the entire army abandoned the base camp, war reporters saw the destroying warship in the distance while they were filming the battleship. Its huge muzzle fired a laser cannon with a diameter of more than 100 meters, not only destroying many warships, but also directly destroying the modified meteorite in the base camp. Admiral Palliston saw such a terrifying laser cannon and immediately ordered the entire army to flee the scene at full speed. When the S-1 fleet fled at full speed, it was hunted down by the Dion Imperial Army. Admiral Palliston's death order was not to fight, but to flee. Because if the C-1 fleet is directly within the range of the super laser cannon that destroyed the battleship, then it will suffer great losses. Fortunately, they encountered the remnants of C-2 and C-4 troops during their escape. It happened that the speed of the destroying fleet was relatively slow, and when the distance was still far away, the 2nd and 4th troops joined forces to destroy the leading troops of the Dion Empire that were chasing after them. Then, Admiral Palliston reorganized all these troops into the Garth team, and then all returned to the Garth Empire. Admiral Palliston was terrified of the terrifying laser cannon that destroyed the battleship. Admiral Palliston compared the terrifying laser cannon that destroyed the battleship with the super mega particle cannon of the Argomalike, Ms. Mothership of the Tianyi mercenary group. Admiral Palliston studied from the pictures taken by war reporters and found that the super laser cannon that destroyed the battleship was huge, but when it penetrated their base camp, it took nearly 10 seconds to penetrate it. The Yagamalike super mega particle cannon of the Tianyi mercenary corps emits a particle cannon with a diameter of no more than 30 meters. The defense of the modified meteorite in the base camp is not as good as the diamond-shaped protective cover. The super mega particle cannon takes less than 3 seconds to through the diamond-shaped protective cover. Their base camp may be able to penetrate it in a second. After Admiral Palliston compared these two super weapons, the former has a larger range of damage, while the latter has a greater lethality and is more concentrated. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages. The super laser cannon fired by the destroying battleship also spread to the entire world. This time, the whole world is fried again. The artificial satellite cannon and the super laser cannon that destroyed the battleship, these two super weapons made the whole world blow up. The Garth team is retaining more combat power and returning to the Garth Empire. The Wanluo team also abandoned the base camp and withdrew to the Colonial Circle almost a few days later. The war ended in a disastrous defeat in the Colonial Circle. The countries in the Colonial Circle are shrouded in the shadow of subjugation at any time, and the people of all countries are worried that they will be enslaved by the Dion Empire in the end. Of course, there are also people in some countries who hope that they are new human beings. If they are new human beings, even if their original country is destroyed by the Dion Empire, they are not afraid to change to the Dion Empire ID card because they can enjoy the benefits of being a new human being. Preferential treatment for the upper classes. On the other side, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps is now filled with commissions from the leaders of various countries in the Colonial Circle. It's just that the reply given by the Tianyi Mercenary Group to these entrustments was rejection, because the Colonial Circle still has the strength to resist. Although the Colonial Circle has set many conditions for the Tianyi Mercenary Group, but at this moment the Tianyi Mercenary Group counts the Colonial Circle. Once the Tianyi Mercenary Group fights with the Dion Empire, both sides will suffer. Then, the Colonial Circle that still has strength will renege on the conditions that were previously set. Therefore, the Tianyi Mercenary Group wanted the Colonial Circle to continue to resist and consume the last of their strength. Of course, in addition to the Colonial Circle, there is also the Earth Circle. God knows if the Earth Circle will take advantage of it in the end. it is best if the Earth Circle also joins the war. The leaders of various countries in the Earth Circle are also discussing whether to send troops to deal with the Dion Empire. Although, the Kingdom of Dion has always been friendly to the Earth Sphere and has not shown any hostility towards them. At the beginning, the Earth Circle only hoped that the Dion Empire and the Colonial Circle would lose both, so that they could benefit from it. It's just that the final result is that the Dion Empire won a big victory. Even if the Dion Empire must remain friendly to the Earth Circle, it still cannot trust the attitude of the Dion Empire. It is difficult to guarantee that after the Dion Empire has solved the Colonial Circle, it is difficult to guarantee that the next one to deal with is the Earth Circle. I am more worried about whether they will use those super weapons to deal with the Earth Circle. The Earth Sphere and the Colonial Sphere are now secretly meeting. It's just that no one expected that just as the leaders of these two circles were meeting secretly, just when the Earth Circle and the Colony Circle have negotiated a joint alliance. Their network communication line was actually hacked, and they forced their way into their secret network meeting. The one who forcibly participated in the secret online meeting was the Emperor Fardis of the Dion Empire. I didn't expect that the friends in the Earth Circle would not trust the Dion Empire, and they would join forces with the forces in the Colonial Circle to deal with the Dion Empire. But the friends in the Earth Circle would not want to be friends with the Dion Empire, but would like to be enemies. Then we accept, and we shall be your worst enemies. After Fardis finished speaking, he hung up the network communication. Then, almost at the same time, the media stations of various countries were hacked and invaded, broadcasting the secret meeting of the leaders of the countries in the Earth Sphere and the colonies to discuss and form an alliance against the Dion Empire. Then, Fardis appeared, accepting the alliance and challenge of the two forces in this secret meeting. This incident did not cause much disturbance in the colonies. Instead, the people felt that people from the Earth Circle would join as allies. At least they would have more combat power to continue fighting with the Dion Empire. On the contrary, the people of the countries around the globe began to scold their leaders. Why did they form an alliance with those defeated colonies to deal with the Dion Empire? Why do you want to provoke the Kingdom of Dion, who had been kind to them, to provoke this powerful empire? Although the governments of various countries have issued explanations, many people do not agree with them at all, and are even unwilling to accept the government's explanations, thinking that their own government is just a group of persecution paranoia, fantasizing that the Dion Empire will invade them. Of course, many people have accepted the government's explanation. Although Fadis's new humanism has stated that it is aimed at the Colonial Circle, it does not have any targeting at the Earth Circle. Who knows whether the Emperor is lying or not, anyway. In fact, after the Emperor solved the Colonial Circle, the next one would be the Earth Circle. Then, many national leaders, including the Earth Circle, wanted to go to the home base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps in person and wanted to discuss with Long Fei face-to-face. In January 124, the first year of the universe, the Empire of Dion was pursuing the victory nonstop. At this moment, it was the Empire of Garth that was under attack. Because the revolution of Mars is already in the corresponding position of the colonies in the first area. Many countries in the Colonial Circle sent troops to aid the Garth Empire, and many countries in the Earth Circle also sent troops to help the Garth Empire. The Russian Soviet Republic and the Eurasian Cross Country are the most active. In addition to not agreeing with the new humanism, the former also disagrees with the fact that the Garth Empire still maintains the slave system. The latter just doesn't agree with the new humanism, because the religious philosophy of the Uya Cross Country is that everyone is equal, and it is unacceptable that the Dion Empire divides ordinary people into adjustments and new humans. The Uya Cross Country's Gaozaku and Marasai are still the Uya Cross Country's standard equipment MS, but in terms of parts, they have been replaced with higher specifications. The performance is not inferior to that of Jiegong and Murasame with ordinary part specifications. Of course, the costs just need to add money. The standard of the Republic of Russia is equipped with the latest model, Taikar, which is 19 meters high, with medium defense, mobility and flexibility, can be equipped with powerful firepower, and has 4 external mounts. The overall performance is no less than that of Jiegang and Murasame with common part specifications. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. The production of GM2 and various series of short swords has decreased a lot in the past few years. Currently, The main production MS is the ordinary specification Jiegang, and Murasame looks like a Gundam, so Long Fei refuses to sell it. For MS sold by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, more than 60% of the annual sales are in the Earth Circle and 40% are in the Colonial Circle. The main reason is that during the battle between the United Army and the Dian Empire, when troops from various countries joined the United Army, they were required to send Apollo, Pele, and Storm, mainly to facilitate maintenance by logistics maintenance personnel. Many countries still had GM2 and various series of daggers in the early days. After they were all destroyed on the battlefield, countries took over Apollo, Pele, and Storm MS from 3 countries such as Gas and Wanluo, and handed them over to their own MS drivers. The complaints from many pilots from various countries are not that the performance of Apollo, Pele, and Storm is not good, but that the driving operation is more complicated, which is not as simple as that of GM2 or Dagger series. If many countries in the Colonial Circle are in charge of the left-behind MS troops, as long as the procurement of MS has a sufficient budget, they will buy the GM2 and Short Sword series. If the budget is better, I will definitely buy Jiegang. The performance is not inferior to the 3 MS of Apollo, Pele, and Baofeng. In addition to the performance and operation, the more important point is that the maintenance is simple, which reduces the burden on the logistics staff. What's more important is that the price is cheaper than Apollo, Pele, and Storm. The average price of the 3 MS, Apollo, Pele, and Storm, has reached 500 million yuan, which is still close to the cost of the price. The main colonial currency has depreciated, and Jie just now was 460 million yuan. Jiegang and other MS are the MS of the guardian domains of these countries. In fact, some generals of the Garth Empire also proposed to buy Jiegang. The reason is that buying Jiegang is cheaper than the Storm that is close to the cost price. Moreover, the operation is simple and the maintenance is also simple, which will reduce the pressure on the maintenance personnel. At the beginning, those who benefited from the empire were extremely opposed, but at this moment the country's defense budget, including finances, has begun to be shy, and now it must save as much as possible. Try to dig out some money and build more weapons. The emperor resisted all opinions and decided to purchase Jiegang in large quantities. Soon, the MS pilots of the Garth Empire spoke very highly of Jiegang, and the simple operation will also allow many MS pilots to increase their survival rate on the battlefield. And it can also shorten the time for more trained drivers to enter the battlefield faster. What is even more surprising is that some parts of Gaozaku and Marasai can be used by Jiegang, such as radars, sensors, and so on. The Garth Empire decided to gradually reduce the production of Storms and began to increase the purchase of Jiegang. After the Garth Empire began to purchase Jiegang, various countries increased their purchase of Jiegang, including countries in the Democratic camp. The Wanluo Federation and the United States of America also want to give up purchasing Apollo and Pele in large quantities and instead purchase Jiegang in large quantities. However, the capitalists behind the congressmen disagree. When the Dian Imperial Army invaded the Garth Empire, many Jiegang MS appeared on the stage, which increased the losses of the Dian Imperial Army Scorpions and other MS. The loss ratio of the Jiegang MS was lower than that of Apollo, Pele, and Storm. Of course, MS drivers from other countries of the United Army are also included. This has led many countries to decide to increase the purchase of Jiegang. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. It can be said that each factory manufactures Jiegang nonstop for nearly 24 hours. However, the production at full capacity still cannot meet the successive orders from various countries, and those successive orders have given Sakechi a headache. One order was settled, and then 2 orders came. The orders can be said to be piled up like a mountain. In addition to Jiegang, various countries have also purchased a large number of Fuji-class transport ships, Trafalgar-class light space aircraft carriers, and Salamis-class space light cruisers. Sword comes. Because these 3 warships also have a higher survival rate than other warships of the same standard, and they are more advanced than the search and alert radars of warships developed by other arms manufacturing companies. In the nearly 2 years of war, these 3 warships had a higher chance of surviving from the battlefield than warships on other battlefields. Except for large-scale countries like the Garth Empire, other countries purchased these 3 warships in large quantities. Sakiki looked at the wave after wave of order documents sent by his subordinates, shook his head, and smiled wryly. I think the factories are all started with nuclear power, and I'm afraid they won't be able to solve the mountain of orders. Sakechi could only use the old method of inviting various arms manufacturing companies to hand over many OEM orders to these companies for manufacturing, in order to digest those orders as soon as possible. The Feichi Munitions Manufacturing Company, controlled by Long Huiwan, was authorized to manufacture Jiegong and Fuji-class transport ships, Nelson-class light space aircraft carriers, and Salamis-class space light cruisers. Looking at the order Sakiki gave her, Long Huiwan also shook her head and smiled wryly. I don't think I will take other orders this year. The arms companies that received Sakechi's OEM orders gave many arms companies that were on the verge of bankruptcy a chance to breathe. Although the prices of the OEM orders Sakechi gave them were not high, the profits they got could still allow them to continue work on. It will not let their company go bankrupt and let a bunch of people continue to lose their jobs. On the other hand, apart from continuing to develop, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has also dispatched some troops to the Garth Empire. It is not that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps wants to join this war. It is to protect the place where Tianyi Group invests in setting up the company's factory, and to protect the local industry and employees. Of course, the Tianyi Mercenary Group had already notified the Garth Empire before dispatching troops, and got the approval of the Garth Empire. Now, many countries hope that the Dian Imperial Army will mistakenly attack the Tianyi Group. Then, the Tianyi Mercenary Group will make a move. Tianyi Mercenary Regiment's mother base, Long Fei discussed with the leaders of several countries on the Earth earlier. Finally, one thing was discussed, that is, they were afraid that some people would come here to study and communicate, and they would send some troops to have a simulated battle with the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The troops will conduct simulated battles with the sub-base troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Some important people will conduct study exchanges at the home base. Su Jingyun took the third prince, Su Chaoga, the younger brother of a compatriot, the saints Aina, John, Yuffie, and some knights. Ivan, see Chapter 125. In addition to them, there are also some noble children and so on who are arranged to study and communicate at the mother base. Long Fei saw that the Saintess Aina and John were very intimate. Long Fei asked curiously, and after learning the answer, it turned out that Saint Aina and John were already lovers. Long Fei said to Saint John, "It seems that I have to design a knight MS suitable for your partner, Your Highness, as your real guardian knight." When Su Jingyun passed by with her younger brother, she happened to hear what Long Fei said and protested to Long Fei. "Hey, Long Fei, if you design an MS for them, you should also design one for me. It's an old classmate for many years. Can it be based on this affection?" He, of course. Su Chaoga also asked Long Fei for a special MS. "Think beautifully. Why? Your sister and I have been classmates for many years. There is no problem with this. The Holy Mother Aina is my big client, and she was also a witness of my wedding at that time." He designed a knight MS for his partner. There's nothing wrong with that. Su Jingyun reached out and patted her younger brother on the shoulder, comfortingly said, "Okay, my sister's MS will let you drive." "Really?" Su Chaoga's eyes lit up. "Real?" Su Chaoga's expression is full of anticipation. A few days ago, he also drove a Gundam. The advanced technology and performance made him feel extremely shocked. He wished he had a Gundam. Long Fei looked at Su Chaoga. He had participated in the National Day 7 years ago. At that time, the third prince was just a kid in junior high school. Compared with the mentality of his eldest brother and second brother fighting for the throne. At that time, his two older brothers wanted to curry favor with him, hoping to gain his power so that they could gain more bargaining chips in inheriting the throne. The third prince wanted to curry favor with him at the beginning, not because he was fighting for the throne but to get close to him. The third prince is not as ambitious as the two older brothers. The third prince wanted to flatter him, but he just wanted to drive every Gundam he developed. When Su Chaoga heard his sister say that he could drive the Angel Gundam, his sister's impression made him also want to drive the Gundam. In his own palace, especially the pile of Gunpla placed in the palace. The game's subsidiary of Tianyi Group sells various types of MS Gundam battleships and other models. The current Su Chaoga is just a fluffy boy who just graduated from university. Long Fei thought about it, and thought of what MS should be developed for these two people. At this time, Godmother, Long Gua and Long Fu ran to Su Jingyan. "Oh, my two goddaughters want to be godmothers." Su Jingyan knelt down and picked up Long Fu and Long Gua. Tao Xiang walked slowly to Su Jingyan. "You two little ones can't keep disturbing godmother." Today, Su Jingyun and his party are being guided by the instructors of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. In addition to teaching them the way of marching and fighting, they will also guide them in the analysis of battlefield operations that they will defeat the Imperial Army of Dian. Everyone had great references to the fighting methods of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. They even learned from the battlefield where they defeated the Dian Imperial Army that sometimes they had to use dangerous tactics. One of them was to take down the colonial satellite, which was to use special forces to sneak in, conduct internal investigation and destruction, and then engage in an externally cooperative battle with the frontline troops. Ivan raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, instructor, did you obtain information from the Dian Empire during this battle?" "Have. What information did you get?" "Confidential. After class, many people made some summaries after class. John has a strong reference for the Tianyi Mercenary Group's military operations, which can allow a military-level fleet-sized force to be split into dozens of small forces in an instant, and then they can cooperate with each other to fight. After completing the task, they immediately regrouped to the original troops. And the combat efficiency is very fast." Su Chaoga studied the logistics operations of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment and applied the group aircraft tactics of the drones to supply the troops fighting on the front line in a very short time. This kind of logistics combat tactics, the National Army is far inferior to the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment in this tactic. The most basic thing for group combat is to need advanced software technology, and another point is to need a powerful anti-magnetic field interference device on the battlefield. The drones of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment do not need to be controlled remotely when giving instructions. After completing the mission, with powerful software calculation capabilities, they can make their own judgments on the way back and choose a safe place to return. Of course, people from other countries who come to communicate with this technology are studying it. Logistics supply is also an important part of the battlefield. Ground troops often encounter logistics supply problems. The Tianyi Mercenary Group used the drone swarm tactic, which had actually been proposed many years ago. It's just easy to say, but it's hard to design their tactical software, electromagnetic interference, hacking, etc. The latter can also be prevented by anti-hacker organizations. Many countries purchased various types of UAVs from Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, but did not have the option of logistics delivery. It is estimated that Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company extracted this technology. However, it is undeniable that with this technology, not only can the logistical guarantee of the ground combat troops be improved, but also the frontline troops can maintain their combat effectiveness with sufficient logistical supplies. Of course, the instructors also explained in the classroom why they have this logistics supply software technology for the drone fleet. This is mainly the conclusion they got on some large-scale battlefields. On previous battlefields, because some of their supplies could not keep up, their operations became slow in some places. They have improved the tactics of logistics. Su Jingyun did not expect that the combat theories of the Tianyi Mercenary Group are more advanced than many countries. Xu Qianxue is also studying the Red and Blue Army simulation battle of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The Tianyi Mercenary Group often imagines a powerful imaginary enemy for themselves, and how to defeat the powerful enemy to improve their combat capabilities. John found that in the simulated battle between the Red and Blue Army, the Blue Army often imitated the marching and combat methods of the Royal Dian Army, while the Red Army was the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and the Red Army was trying to figure out how to defeat the Blue Army. John finally understood why the Tianyi Mercenary Group was able to defeat the Dian Royal Army when they were in the United States of Anglo-Saxon democracy, out of the opponent's marching combat method, so as to cut into the enemy's weakness or make a combat method against them. Many people who come to communicate have found that studying and communicating here for a period of time has benefited them a lot. In the cafeteria, Tao Xiang was holding the phone. Su Jingyun and Saint Aina looked at the screen of the phone and laughed. Just when Long Fei came to eat, he saw his wife, the third princess, and the saint laughing at the phone screen, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you watching?" "It's so funny." Tao Xiang held the phone in front of Long Fei, Long Fei was watching his two daughters doing their homework, and the big bad wolf was holding a hanger in its mouth. Long Fei was a little confused, and Tao Xiang reversed the content of the video to a minute ago. It turned out that Long Guo and Long Fu were sitting on the sofa watching anime, and Big Bad Wolf was sitting next to the sofa, watching TV with the twins. Just when the alarm clock rang, the two little ones had to do their homework, but the two little ones refused to do their homework and continued to watch anime. The Big Bad Wolf immediately stood up, barked at the twins, and told the twins to do their homework quickly. Don't make noise. As a result, the Big Bad Wolf went directly to the back of the living room, took the hanger where Tao Xiang was in its mouth, and came directly in front of the two little ones. The twins turned off the TV in fright when they saw the hanger, quickly took out their homework from their school bags, and sat on their seats to do their homework. Long Fei asked Tao Xiang, "Usually when they are disobedient, do you hit them with a hanger? Slap them on the palm or on the butt?" When you beat them, the Big Bad Wolf was there. "Yes, I think this dog is learning from others. Can't the nanny keep them in check? I can't control it." These two little ones dare to talk back to the nanny. It seems that the Big Bad Wolf can control them. Saint Aina and Su Jingyun glanced at each other, seeing the cute twins. As women, they felt a sense of maternal love, wishing they could have a baby themselves. The Dion Believer organization began to revive again, and after the Dion Royal Army was driven out of the Anglo-Saman People's Republic, it began to disappear. As a result, shortly after the disastrous defeat of the Wanluo and Gas teams, the resurgence began. But this time the scale was even bigger than the previous one, and many people in the colonial circle believed that the Dion Empire was invincible. Some people even heard that as long as they joined the Dion Believers organization, if their colonial satellite is occupied by the Dion Empire, they can immediately obtain the status of a middle-class citizen by virtue of being a member of the Dion Believers organization. This has caused many people to join the Dion Believers organization one after another. If there are meritorious persons, they may even get a superior citizen ID card. Of course, the actions launched by the Dion Believers organization are more extreme than before, causing a series of terrorist attacks, especially sneak attacks on relevant government departments, making countries feel trapped internally and externally. There are powerful enemies outside, and these terrorists inside. Countries are under extreme pressure, and even Dion Believer organizations have infiltrated the Earth's circle. The Dion Believer organization did not attack the Tianyi mercenary group this time, because the last failure, apart from the defeat of the Dion Imperial Army, was mainly due to the fierce attack by the Tianyi mercenary group. However, the Dion Believers organization did not dare to make it clear at the moment, resorting to secret means such as kidnapping, assassination, and so on. Of course, most of the Tianyi mercenary group's intelligence and undercover agents have mastered their actions. However, the Tianyi mercenary group will move the locked target to a safe place without making a fuss. Most of the actions of the Dion Believers failed. Some employees of the Tianyi group were kidnapped or assassinated, mainly because the Tianyi mercenary group did not receive relevant information. Apricot. The Dion Empire immediately denied the extreme actions taken by the Dion Believers, declaring that what the Dion Believers did had nothing to do with them. On the other hand, several colonial satellites of the Garth Empire were occupied by the Imperial Army of Dion. One of the colonial satellites happened to be invested by the Tianyi group, and the Tianyi mercenary group dispatched a regiment-level fleet to the colonial satellite to protect the safety of the Tianyi group employee and his family. When some war reporters were filming from a distance, they found that the Dion Imperial Army would move straight to keep a distance from the Tianyi mercenaries. Even in the colonial satellite, the employees and family members of the Tianyi Group Company are all in the company or factory, protected by the Tianyi mercenary group. After the Imperial Army of Dion occupied the colonial satellite, the identity of the owner of the colonial satellite was changed to the ID card of the Imperial Dion during some control. Those who surrendered, the new human beings got the ID card of the special class, and the rest got the ID card of the lower class. Those who refused to surrender were sentenced to slavery. However, an accident had already occurred here. When the war reporters were filming, the location was the company building or factory of the Tianyi Group. Some government officials brought by the Dion Imperial Army negotiated with the relevant person in charge of the Tianyi Group, requesting that the identity card be changed to Dion Imperial. All the employees holding the Garth Empire ID card refused, and even tore up the ID card submitted by the other party. When the government personnel and soldiers of the Dion Empire who directly entered the scene were about to arrest these people, the Tianni mercenaries at the scene immediately stopped them. Confronted directly with the Dion Imperial Army with guns on the spot, and a war would start at any moment. The government personnel at the scene immediately stopped them, saying that they just wanted to change the ID cards of the local Garth Empire people to Dion Empire, and even negotiated with the on-site commander of the Tianni mercenaries, asking to persuade the employees of the Tianni group to change their ID cards. But the commander of the Tianni mercenaries directly refused and put it bluntly, "We don't care what ID cards the employees of the Tianni group have. We only care about whoever dares to hurt any employee of the Tianni group. It is their freedom not to change their ID cards. If you force them to change and dare to hurt them, don't blame us for being rude to you." When the government officials were about to continue to persuade, the Tianni mercenary commander directly pulled out the pistol at his waist and cursed. "What I said is clear enough. You still can't understand. Are you a pig brain? They don't change the ID card, it's their freedom. If you dare to forcefully change their ID card or hurt their hair, don't blame us for fighting you. Employees of our Tianni group, whether it is the employee or his family members, you are not eligible to change their ID cards. If you dare to mess around, don't blame us for being rude, understand?" The soldiers behind the government personnel drew their guns and pointed at the Tianni mercenary commander, and the subordinates beside the Tianni mercenary commander also drew their guns and pointed at each other. "Put down the gun, put down the gun." The government personnel asked their own soldiers to put down the gun first, and then said to the Tianni mercenary commander, "Okay, I understand. We came too abruptly, but I still hope that you can persuade me," advised them. "I'm too lazy to persuade you. Let me say it again. I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. And get out of my sight immediately. Give you 10 seconds to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." 19:8. Tianni mercenary, the commander, hasn't finished the countdown yet. The government personnel of Dion Empire immediately took all the soldiers away from the scene. This scene was filmed by war reporters and spread throughout the world, and this scene all appeared in Tianni Group's companies or factories and other places. The government personnel and soldiers of the Dion Empire were all driven away in despair or scared away. The entire world was commenting that the Dion Empire did not dare to provoke the Tianni mercenary group. Ever since journalists from various international media reported that the Dion Empire did not dare to provoke the Tianni mercenary group, this incident made people in many countries eager to join the Tianni group. As employees of the Tianni group, apart from being protected by the Tianni mercenary group for themselves and their families, they would not be forced to change their identity cards by the Dion Empire. Among the people of the countries most actively joining the Tianni group, the people with a democratic system are the most active, because in their ideology, they really cannot accept the dictatorship and brutality of the Dion Empire, and they don't want to be the people of this empire. In their minds, it is a national identity card of freedom, democracy, and human rights. Back then, after the Democratic Allied Forces attacked the home base of the Tianni Mercenary Corps, the Tianni Group rarely invested in countries with democratic systems. Now, people in democratic countries are asking the government authorities to quickly recruit Tianni Group to invest in the country, which also includes the Wanluo Federation and the United States of Anglo-Democracy. The websites of the subsidiaries of Tianni Group have received solicitations from many democratic countries, requesting to invest in their own countries. The various subsidiaries of Tianni Group did not respond immediately, but said that they would send relevant teams to conduct market research. In the storage room, Long Fei looked at the sealed Gundam. Tao Xiang brought her daughters, Big Bad Wolf, Su Jingyun's siblings, Saint Aina, John and Ivan to the storage room. Su Chaoga couldn't take his eyes off it, while the others watched with admiration in their hearts. Su Jingyun, Saint Aina, or others have all had close contact with many Gundams in front of them, and each of them has a feeling of melancholy in their hearts. The sealed Gundams represent their memories of those years. When they saw these Gundams, they were extremely amazed. For them, the sealed Gundams were the flowers of jailing back then. After so many years, the MS in various countries have been updated several times. They have never seen the Yuanzu Gundam series, but from the videos of that year, They can feel how the performance of the Yuanzu Gundam series surpassed the MS of that era. For nearly 10 years, wars have continued, and countries have tried their best to develop new types of MS, and their performance is much better than that of the previous MS. However, the performance of the original Gundam can still compete with modern MS. Su Chaoga pointed to the Duel, Storm, and other Gundams and said, "Aren't these Gundams destroyed?" Long Fei replied, "It was indeed destroyed. It's just that I had someone rebuild it as a trace left over from that year." Long Fei looked at the Gundams such as Duel and Aegis. Except for Strike Gundam, these same series of Gundams had already entered the storage room. The Strike Gundam's tactic of changing backpacks made it extremely survivable on the battlefield. At that time, when the United States of Anglo-Safari and the Dion Royal Army were at war, Pawnee's driver's license attacked Gundam and used the backpack-changing tactic. Different backpacks used different tactics to kill the enemy's 3 special holy machines. Pawnee's performance made Long Fei decide to hand over the next Impulse Gundam to Pawnee's driving. Su Jingyun looked at Ningtian and other Gundams and asked, "Long Fei, Ningtian Legion, and these Gundams are logically speaking. Their character is still very good, and their performance is still higher than modern MS. Why should they be sealed?" That's because their successors have already been successfully developed. Except for Tao Xiang, everyone at the scene looked at Long Fei with wide-eyed eyes. The Gundam series of Nung Angel still belonged to MS who surpassed this generation. They did not expect that a more powerful follow-up machine had already been developed. Even if you develop their follow-up machines, logically speaking, you don't need to seal them up. Saint Asena asked, "Solar furnace. I only have 6 original solar furnaces, and the follow-up machine needs 5 solar furnaces. I am thinking about which more advanced GN series Gundam to add to the remaining one." Ivan also looked at all the sealed Gundams and said with emotion, "Back then, you accepted the entrustment of your country to fight against the United States, and many of the Gundams you send out have been sealed up now. Many years, but now I look at the Gundams that I have seen in front of me. I can still feel their powerful power in the past. Even if they are placed in modern times, they can still suppress the modern MS. I am thinking about these Gundams that you have sealed now. If you open your mouth and say you want to sell these Gundams, if you come to an auction, I guess all countries in the world will buy them no matter how much they spend. You're going to be disappointed. Anyway, I designed it all by myself. I can't sell Gundams. I once said that Gundams are the most advanced crystallization product among my development and design of MS. Father." The 2 little ones waved at Long Fei. "What's up, babies?" The 2 little ones want to enter the cockpit of the sealed Gundam to see what design is inside. "Good. Mom is coming too." Long Fei first opened the cockpit of Yuanzu Gundam. Seeing this, Su Jingyun couldn't help asking, "Long Fei, are the engines of these Gundams still inside the machine?" "No, the engine has already been taken out, but these Gundams are connected by power cables. Basically, the power can only be used to open the cockpits of these Gundams and shake their heads. These can still be done. So that's how it is." Long Fei sat in the cockpit of the Yuanzu Gundam, and the 2 little ones sat on his father's left and right legs. The 2 little ones' eyes were bright, looking at the instruments in the cockpit. Others also looked at Yuanzu Gundam's cockpit, looked at the instruments and design in the cockpit, not only how advanced it was back then, even the new mobile suits developed by some countries were not as good as Yuanzu Gundam. Next, there is Zero Gundam. Saint Asena and John have the most memories. When they were advocating peace, when they were attacked by someone with a heart, they met the Tianyi mercenary group. It happened that the Tianyi mercenary group was looking for a target to test the new Gundam performance, just in time to see Saint Aina and her party being attacked. Saint Asena felt a little emotional in her heart. She would meet Long Fei and his Tianyi mercenary group. Maybe it was an arrangement of fate. Because of this destiny arrangement, she saw the power of Gundam, and because of her encounter with Long Fei, her country was able to advance in many technological aspects. With the help of Tianyi Group to improve the technology of the whole country, Gaojiagu Masela got Tianyi. Only with the sale of arms manufacturing companies can the country's military strength be enhanced. The Gundam in the storage room are all their memories. Most of them met Long Fei because of the Gundam. Because of the Gundam's power, they asked the Tianyi mercenary group to meet the Gundam's creator, Long Fei. After everyone left the storage room, The Saint Aina went to Joy Paradise to renovate the orphanage meteorite, and went there to accompany the children, play with the orphans, and tell stories to the orphans. Saintess Aina likes children very much, especially those orphans who have lost their parents. They are her most cherished children, because Saintess Aina is a child who was victimized by war, and she is very sympathetic to those war orphans. The Saint Aina said to Long Fei, "Boss Long Fei, I wonder if I can ask Gang Quan and Xia, Ganquan's wife, to teach me some ways to strengthen my body, and let me bring back the Uya cross someday. Country to pass on to the children? You can discuss this directly with the two old masters, as long as they are willing." Su Jingyun and his team have been studying at the mother base for a while, and they have also paid attention to international trends during their studies. At present, after the Gath Empire lost 3 colonial satellites, it has not lost any of them. There are 2 main reasons. First, it is due to the strong support and help of the Earth sphere. Second, the Dian Imperial Army is divided into 2 groups, one against the Garth Empire and the other against the Wanluo Federation. After the defeat of the Wanluo Federation and the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic in the Wanluo team, it can be said that the Democratic camp has been seriously injured. A month after the Wanluo Federation was invaded by the Garth Empire, it was attacked by another Dian Imperial Army. Although the Wanluo Federation asked for help from countries in the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle before it was attacked. However, both the Wanluo Federation and the Gas Empire also dispatched many main forces to attack the mainland of the Dian Empire, and both suffered disastrous defeats. The latter still retains more than half of its military strength and returns to the country. For the former, less than 20% of the army returned to the country. Even with the help of other countries, the Wanluo Federation could not resist the Dian Imperial Army. In about a month, the Wanluo Federation was defeated like a mountain, losing more than 30 colonial satellites, and losing 1 colonial satellite almost a day. Basically, the Earth sphere has abandoned the Wanluo Federation and has not dispatched any troops to help, and only some military supplies have been dispatched. At this moment, the Wanluo Federation has asked the Tianyi mercenary group to entrust the protection of the Wanluo Federation. The Tianyi mercenary group refused because the entrustment amount and conditions offered by the Wanluo Federation could not satisfy the Tianyi mercenary group. To make matters worse, the relevant evaluation team of Tianyi group even withdrew from all Wanluo Federation territory. This made the hope of the people of the Wanluo Federation that the Tianyi group could invest and open a company and set up a factory in their country come to nothing. In April 124, the first year of the universe, there were 2 white machineries standing in the hangar of the mother base, with Torgis on the left and G-Bouncer on the right. Su Jingyun's group and many mercenaries stood at the scene, watching the 2 MS. Yuffie said to John, "Oh my god, John, that boss Long Fei actually designed a knight-like MS for you." Although John didn't respond, he kept his eyes on his landline torches. "Oh my god, sister, boss Long Fei actually designed a Gundam for you." Su Chaoga pointed at G-Bouncer. Although Su Jingyun didn't speak, she stared at G-Bouncer intently, speechless with excitement. G-Bouncer is not a Gundam. It just looks like a Gundam. Long Fei came to the scene and said, besides his wife and children, Li Xiuqing and Salamanda followed closely behind Long Fei. Su Chaoga asked in surprise, "It's not Gundam, so why use Gundamium alloy?" The use of Gundamium alloy may not be Gundam. The armor of G-Bouncer and Torgis is the 3rd generation of Gundamium alloy. Although they don't have the name of Gundam, they have MS with performance no less than Gundam. Ivan looked at the 2 mobile suits in front of him. Although he was a little jealous, but he was not familiar with Long Fei, so there was no need for them to design a mobile suit for her. Saintess Aina asked Long Fei, "May I ask Boss Long Fei, is it because they don't have the pair of signature antennas of Gundam that these 2 MS have the same performance as Gundam, but they are not named as Gundam?" Long Fei shook his head and replied, "That's not the reason. Well, it's like when I was designing the Gundam. I imagined to design a rival MS with performance no less than the Gundam." Iwan suggested to Long Fei, "Boss Long Fei, if we also ask you to design a MS that is no less than Gundam, of course we are not asking you to design for us for free. We are willing to pay you a considerable amount of money. What do you think?" "Okay, give me a little time. I have to say that it's not me driving, but my brother." Can. Then Long Fei handed over the data files of the two MS to Su Jingyun and John, letting them know the performance of their exclusive landlines. G-Bouncer Long Fei has made some modifications and designed some new weapons for it, such as Dodd's rocket launcher, e.g., One Fianxing's sharp short sword, and so on. Torgi's weapons are designed according to the weapons of the manga Gundam W Loser Glory, including Electric Spear, Storm, and Night Spear Axe. John did some physical strength training and endurance training for a while before the completion of Torges, because Long Fei told him that designing a MS for him required a lot of physical endurance, especially the G-force tolerance must have strong physical fitness. Su Jingyun and her father Su Weiran had a video chat. Yuner, why do you have time to chat and video chat with Dad today? Dad, I'll show you something. Su Jingyun turned the camera to G-Bouncer. The conversation between Su Jingyun and Su Weiran's father and daughter, as long as it is not at work or in front of outsiders, is like a normal father-daughter conversation. Oh, is this a Gundam? It's not a Gundam, but Long Fei said that this is a MS that is no less than a Gundam, and this is the MS he designed for me. Wow, Boss Long Fei not only designed such a beautiful MS for you, but also designed a white MS that you like. I can't wait to drive a G-Bouncer right now. Yuner, Boss Long Fei really designed this MS for you. Did he really give it to you? Long Fei happened to hear the conversation between the father and daughter not far away. He heard the consciousness in Su Weiran's words and walked directly to the screen and said, I made the G-Bouncer for Jing Yun, and it's a gift for her. How she wants to deal with it is her freedom, and I will not ask. Su Weiran asked, Isn't Boss Long Fei worried that he will be dismantled and studied after taking it back? If those idiot scientists can really come up with a trick, count them as capable. Boss Long Fei is still as proud as ever. The more capable a person is, the more reserved and proud he is. 2. Su Chaogo watched the conversation between Long Fei and his father. It was the first time he had seen someone dare to talk to his father like this. After Long Fei and Su Weiran talked for a few words, Su Jingyun continued to talk to his father. Is your brother obedient here? Is he making trouble? No, he's very well behaved here, and he'll have fun driving a Gundam for days. Guer just likes Gundam, and his palace is full of Gundam models and posters. First evolution. Father, it is the biggest luxury for a Ms. driver to be able to drive a Gundam. How many drivers would wish to be able to drive a Gundam? I have also driven several Gundams here. Su Chaoga protested to his father. Well, the reason you made a fuss about coming here earlier was to drive a Gundam. I think if you have a chance, you always want to stay here and continue driving a Gundam. I really want to. Good idea, get thee out of here after you're done studying. Then Jingyun, Su, and John started to drive the G-Bouncer and Torgis for a series of test drives, adjusting the last details. Many international media reporters reported an incident that shocked the entire world at about the same time. The behind-the-scenes supporter of the Dion Believers organization comes from a Duke family, Morisset, in the Dion Empire. Various media have reported that the relationship between the Duke of Morisset's family and the Emperor Fades of the Dion Empire, the third Prince Alexander, is the grandson of the owner of the Duke of Morisset's family. In addition to the Duke of Morisset's family, the third Prince Alexander also secretly issued instructions for everything that the Dion Believer organization did. The Dion Believers organization adopted a series of terrorist attacks and plans, and people in the Earth Circle and the Colony Circle instigated rebellion, all of which were planned by the Duke of Morisset. As for the Dion Believers organization attacking the Tianyi group in the early days and now, it was obvious in the early days, and poisoning, kidnapping, assassination, and other means were used in the later stages. All these orders were issued by the third Prince Alexander. The reason why the third prince gave the order to attack Tianyi group, various international media vividly described it, was because of the grievances with Long Fei, the leader of Tianyi group. What happened? See chapters 382 to 386. The third Prince Alexander should have offended Long Fei, but he was severely punished by Long Fei, which gave him a great humiliation. The proud third prince couldn't help but want to take revenge on Long Fei all the time, even at the expense of killing Long Fei's relatives. The media's description made the leaders of all countries almost excited to open champagne to celebrate. If the evidence is convincing, then Long Fei will definitely go to war with the Dion Empire. The general public waited for Long Fei's reaction with the attitude of watching a play. As for the person concerned, Long Fei knows why the media can broadcast these truths. There is only one reason that there is an insider in the Dion Empire who sent these things to these international media, and this insider must be a high-ranking person, and he is probably ambitious. Those who want to fight for power and profit want to entrap their competitors. Long Fei reckoned that the eldest prince or the second prince might be playing tricks. But no matter which prince is playing tricks, Long Fei must come out to express his opinion at this moment, and Long Fei knows more clearly that this battle is coming. Long Fei's account appeared on Tianyi Group's official website, and Dion Huanghua had to explain clearly, otherwise war would start. Before Long Fei spoke, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming immediately mobilized more troops to the Garth Empire, ready to fight at any time. The people of the occupied colonial satellite either left the local colonial satellite immediately or immediately stockpiled food at home. Most of the people fled from the local colonial satellites. Once the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dion Royal Army made a big move, the colonial satellites would not be able to withstand their toss. One of the colonial satellites has the Tianyi mercenary group of the regiment-level fleet, and they are arranging for the local Tianyi group employees and their families to evacuate the colonial satellite. On the edge of the occupied colonial satellite domain, many fleets of the Tianyi mercenary group gathered one after another. The Emperor Fades of the Dion Empire declared that the third Prince Alexander and the family of the Duke of Morisset would be punished. Family members for compensation. However, Long Fei did not accept Fades' claim to punish the third prince and the family of the Duke of Morisset. Emperor Fades, you said that you would punish the third prince and the Duke's family. Who would believe how much you gave them? If you really want to punish them, the best way is to directly cut off the heads of the third prince and the head of the Duke of Morisset's family, and then dedicate their heads to me. Then I believe that you sincerely want to apologize and compensate. I only give you 48 hours to kill them, cut off the head, and give it to me as a sacrifice to my dead employees. This is the apology and compensation I want. Otherwise, there will be war. Long Fei's announcement that he wanted an apology and compensation directly caused a sensation in the entire world. Make it difficult for Fades to cut off the head of the Duke of Morisset. Fades can still do it. But how is it possible to behead his son? In the palace of the Dion Empire, in the emperor's office, Fades was smashing things, and the former courtiers and princes dared not show their anger. The third prince, Alexander, still had a red slap on his left face, where he was slapped by his father just now. Fades is not only angry at this moment, but also regrets spoiling this son. This son is really cheating. Once the Tianyi mercenary group joins the battle, with their military strength no less than theirs, and with the help of resources from those colonies and the Earth sphere, the Dion Imperial Army basically cannot afford it. Even if the opponents of the Dion Imperial Army were the colonial and Earth spheres at the beginning, with their much more advanced military power, they could suppress these forces. As long as they can occupy some colonial satellites and carry out some long-term wars, the Dion Imperial Army must be able to win. Now, once the Tianyi mercenary group joins the battle, the Dion Imperial Army will lose all their advantage on the battlefield. It is even possible to retreat back to the mainland. Now Fades really wants to take Alexander, the cheating son, back to his mother's womb. Duke Mozart, the owner of the Duke of Morisset, what do you think I should do to you? Did you chop off your head and give it to Long Fei of the Tianyi group? Your Majesty, no. Countless ministers at the scene pleaded immediately. Why not? Set up a Dion believer organization secretly. I have said before, don't provoke the Tianyi group, especially that Long Fei, don't offend him. Take my words as a deaf ear, not only to provoke the Tianyi group, but also people's wives and children are the primary targets of killing. You are not only holding me back, but also adding an unnecessary and terrifying enemy to the Dion Empire. Fades yelled out the last sentence. All those kneeling on the scene lowered their heads even lower. Mozart, are you smart and confused for a while? Do you let your family members do a bunch of stupid things? At this moment, Mozart could only kowtow to His Majesty the Emperor and beg for mercy. No one thought that Duke Mozart, who had power over the government, kowtowed to beg for mercy at this moment in embarrassment. Everyone in the court knows that the Duke of Mozart played an indispensable role in overthrowing the first emperor in the emperor's coup. It can be said that it was the full support of the Morisset family that Fades had a chance to get the throne. It can be said that half of the Dion Empire can belong to the Morisset family. There are several female members of the Morisset family, including Mozart's daughters who are the emperor's concubines, but his most beloved youngest daughter gave birth to the prince, the youngest third prince, Alexander. Fardis happened to be over 100 years old and gave birth to the youngest son, who was loved by thousands of people. The Morisset family also took advantage of the situation to fully support the third prince. As long as the third prince was barely qualified to be the emperor, basically the first two and older brother is no match for the throne. Apart from begging the emperor for mercy, Mozart's head was also spinning rapidly. Who exactly revealed the whole secret and the whole thing, which put the Morisset family in a dangerous situation. Although Fades is very angry and worried on the surface of the Tiani mercenary group, he is also given a chance at this moment. He has always wanted to cut power from the Morisset family, but he has never had the chance. Now this opportunity has just come. Some ministers in the court pleaded with His Majesty the Emperor, hoping that the Emperor Nien would make countless contributions to the Morisset family, and hope that His Majesty the Emperor will give him a lighter sentence. Fardis would be more than happy to kill Mozart immediately if he could get rid of him immediately, but unfortunately this would cause a lot of backlash, which would make his henchmen wait for an opportunity to rebel. Capital crimes can be avoided, but living crimes cannot be escaped. In addition to ordering that Mozart must be under house arrest for a month, Fardis is not allowed to meet with any outsiders, and even banned all communications, internet, etc. Then, Fades ordered a series of personnel transfers, and everyone knew that His Majesty the Emperor took the opportunity to cut off the power of the Morisset family. Putting Mozart under house arrest for a month is enough to greatly reduce the power of the Morisset family. Fardis put some ministers or nobles who were not sent by Morisset in the positions of the original Morisset family. Fades rebalances the rights of these courtiers. Alexandra, get out of your palace right now. Don't even think about stepping out of the palace in these 3 months. You will have someone to take care of your food and daily life. Get out of here now. Alexander could only leave in despair at this moment. The 48 hours given by Long Fei have expired. In colonial satellite domain number 98 of the Garth Empire, the Tiani Mercenary Corps and the Dion Imperial Army fought a big fight. The brigade-level fleet of the Tiani Mercenary Corps launched min-of-particle missiles to attack the battle cones. As more and more min-of-particle missiles hit the battle cones, and the min-of-particles spread more and more densely, the action of the war cone group became more and more slow and very slow, and the unmanned medallion and other MS also moved slowly and slow. The Dion Imperial Army Brigade-class fleet has always been very confused about min-of-particles. There is no way to deal with this strange particle. Any electronic components, radars, etc. will be damaged or paralyzed by min-of-particles. As a result, the operators who control the war cones and scorpions in the distance cannot control them, so they can only be handed over to the new humans who are fighting on the front line to use mental control devices to control these war cones, scorpions, etc. This caused the combat efficiency of the Imperial Army of Dion to drop a lot. The Skyrocket battleship was even destroyed by the electromagnetic accelerator gun of the Shield Destroyer. The Dion Imperial Army lost the means to bombard enemy battleship groups at long range. In addition to the long-range confrontation between the two fleets, the MiS troops of both sides rushed towards the target while the MiS troops of both sides were fighting each other. The two fleets stopped the confrontation to prevent the enemy troops from breaking through. The carrying capacity of the battleships of the Royal Dion Army is several times that of the battleships of the Tiani Mercenary Corps. However, due to the min-of-particles, most of the battle cones were directly paralyzed, and the remaining few could not form effective combat power. Unmanned mobile suits, such as scorpions, were almost in the same situation as the war cones. At this moment, when the war reporters were taking photos from a distance, they discovered the new battleship of the Tiani Mercenary Corps, the Minerva. Pawnee drives the Impulse Gundam equipped with an air combat backpack. The Savior Gundam is driven by Ku Jiexiong, and the 3 Gundams of Chaos, Abyss, and Gaia are driven by the new Ace. Pawnee, Impulse Gundam Air Combat Type, Sortie. Ku Jiexiong, the Savior Gundam, Get Out. Abyss, Chaos, and Gaia attack one after another. Pawnee has driven Strike Gundam before, and now he is driving Impulse Gundam, which has the same combat backpack replacement method as Strike Gundam. Speed and reaction are much stronger than Strike. VPS armor is more advanced than PS armor. It really deserves to be the follow-up machine of Strike Gundam. Pawnee commented on Impulse Gundam. In fact, Pawnee didn't know that Impulse Gundam was not the follow-up to Strike Gundam. The original ZFD only developed Impulse Gundam in the replacement backpack mode of Strike Gundam. Pawnee drives the Impulse Gundam, holds a beam rifle, and locks onto the Scorpion and other MS-1 after another. Impulse Gundam shoots while flying, and the Cone, Scorpion, Wingbird, and Armored Monster are all pierced by Impulse Gundam's beam rifle, turning into bursts of smoke and sparks. Beep beep. The alarm sounded. A Crimson Special Holy Machine held a laser rifle and shot at Pulse Gundam one after another. Impulse Gundam disperses all the laser bombs with its superb mobility and even counterattacks the opponent. The head of this holy machine is a bit like Jigon, Pawnee said, looking at the Crimson Special Holy Machine in front of the screen. The Scarlet Holy Machine, Crimson Wolf, holds a laser rifle in his right hand and a laser launcher in his left hand, firing towards Impulse Gundam one after another. Humph, do you want to suppress me with the weapon in your hand? Suddenly, several Scorpions rushed towards the Impulse Gundam. FCK, I forgot that these new humans can control these unmanned myths. Seeing that several Scorpions were about to pounce on Impulse Gundam to catch them, Impulse Gundam made a difficult maneuver to dodge. Not only dodging for a moment, but also kicked one of the Scorpions away, causing the Scorpions to bump into the other Scorpions, and several Scorpions paused for a while. This time, it was destroyed by a mistaken attack from the Red Wolf. Pawnee took the opportunity to shoot the Red Wolf. The moment the Red Wolf dodged, he continued to fight back. Pawnee not only relied on the high mobility of the Impulse Gundam to dodge, but also used unmanned mobile suits such as the Scorpion rushing towards him as a shield. The driver of the Red Wolf was very annoyed. The opponent was obviously not a new human. Why did he feel a sense of restraint? Although Pawnee seemed to be suppressed by the opponent, he was actually observing the opponent's battle flow and would pretend to seize the opportunity to counterattack from time to time to observe which direction the opponent was dodging. After almost mastering the opponent's combat process, Pawnee immediately took counterattacks and fired at the opponent one after another. Oops! The Red Wolf driver didn't expect that after the first shot dodged, the second shot that followed would go straight to the position where he dodged. He dodged sideways with all his strength. Fortunately, the laser emitter was coated with an anti-beam coating, but the beam still destroyed it, and the laser emitter exploded directly. When the Red Wolf dodged the light beams hit the Red Wolf one after another. If it wasn't for the Red Wolf's body coated with an anti-beam coating and taking out the shield behind it to block the light beam, maybe the Red Wolf could have turned into a ball of fireworks and turned into scrap metal by now. The Red Wolf driver felt angry and disappointed that he had lost to ordinary humans. If other colleagues knew about this, they would definitely make fun of him. Suddenly, he felt a sense of crisis coming from behind. Gaia Gundam made a surprise attack in the form of a beast and threw itself behind the Red Wolf. After the Red Wolf dodged, Gaia Gundam instantly transformed into a Ms form, holding a beam rifle and shooting at the Red Wolf. This guy is a new human being. The Red Wolf also counterattacked Gaia Gundam when dodging. The two fought at odds for a while. The Red Wolf driver still sensed a sense of crisis coming from another place from time to time. Impulse Gundam rushes to the target, shoots at the target. After Chilang threw off Gaia Gundam, he was attacked by Impulse Gundam. Although he blocked the beam with the shield in his hand, he counterattacked with the laser rifle in his right hand. Impulse Gundam dodges one after another and draws out the beam saber as it gets closer to the target. The moment the Red Wolf opponent got close, he discarded the laser rifle and drew out the beam saber to prepare for close combat with the opponent. Impulse Gundam fires a CIWS that hits the palm of the opponent's right hand, causing damage to the opponent's beam saber. Ruined, Impulse Gundam's beam saber pierced the cockpit of the Red Wolf with a single sword, thus finishing the opponent. Pawnee looked at the screen display. The battery level was still 60, but Pawnee decided to charge and change the backpack before returning to the mothership. In addition to ejecting a drone to carry a gun-mounted backpack from the Minerva, The ship emitted a laser to connect with the Impulse Gundam. This scene happened to be photographed by war reporters from far away, and they witnessed the new technology Deuteron beam power supply system of the Tianyi mercenaries. It was even photographed that after the Impulse Gundam changed its backpack, the color of the body also changed. It happened that the Savior Gundam also came to the mothership and used the deuterium beam power supply system to charge. Then, gun-mounted Impulse Gundam and Savior Gundam joined forces to fight together. The former uses high-energy long-distance beam cannons, while the latter uses plasma-converging beam cannons to suppress and bomb distant targets. Pawnee, the performance of the new Gundam is great. I heard that the boss has developed many new types of Gundams, but they have been hiding them until this battle. Anyway, with the new Gundam, we suppressed the enemy's special holy machine. Pawnee didn't speak, but he also agreed in his heart that although the Red Wolf who had just defeated relied on his superb skills and years of fighting experience, there was another reason that the performance of the Impulse Gundam was better than that of the Red Wolf. He beat his opponent in less than 10 minutes in the fight. Although there is Gaia Gundam joining, this is just to speed up his defeat of the opponent. Without Gaia Gundam, the enemy will die in his hands if the opponent does not escape or without the rescue of his companions. Colonial Satellite number 98 of the Garth Empire, the two sides have been fighting for 3 hours. In addition to Impulse Gundam, Savior Gundam, etc., X-Heresy, Super Hyperion, Plague Gundam, Forbidden Gundam, and Invasion Gundam all appeared on the battlefield one after another. Plague God Gundam, Forbidden Gundam, and Invasion Gundam performed very well on the battlefield such as Pulse, and these 3 Gundams attacked from the Minerva hangar. Moreover, these 3 Gundam Dragonflies also replaced their batteries with deuterium beam batteries, so that they can also be charged with a deuterium beam power supply system. Jiegong, Murasame, Jesta, and Ritual suppressed enemy MS on the battlefield, mainly due to men of particles, unmanned scorpions, and other MS. As long as there is no new human being controlled by mental power, it is like the layman drives generally, or the unmanned operation generally stays on the scene. A Fenrir mobile fortress is facing Quamansha, and Fenrir in beast form is very difficult to deal with Quamansha. Quamansha used many floating cannons. Fenrir was attacked from all directions, and finally was directly dismembered by Quamansha with 2 beam knives. A mass-produced Mental Gundam is also capable of suppressing Demon Wolf Moonscream with its powerful firepower. Even if Demon Wolf Moonscream has better mobility than its opponent, it can dodge attacks and bully the mass-produced Mental Gundam. The mass-produced Mental Gundam can also pull out a huge beam saber and fight with the Magic Wolf Yueshao in melee. Moreover, the wired control unit on the shins and the diffused Mega Particle Cannon on the chest can still make the Wolf Yueshao suffer a lot in close combat. The full-loaded Blasting Mental Power Gundam is used to deal with Typhon, and the Blasting Cannon makes Typhon use a huge shield to open a laser shield to resist the Blasting Cannon. The shield turned on the laser shield to block the Blasting Cannon, but it also broke through the critical point at the same time, and the entire shield exploded directly. Typhon used the trident to emit a lightning-like energy beam, and the full-armed Blasting Mental Gundam launched the Harrow Floating Cannon, and the Harrow Floating Cannon issued an I-field position to block the attack. The Finger Beam Cannon and Harrow Floating Cannon of the fully loaded Blasting Mental Gundam made Typhon overwhelmed. Even Val Valo deflated Demon Wolf Xiaoya with his superb speed. As always, Big Lang can be put into the front line, and it can also be used as a logistics supply. Many damaged airframes can be repaired by the repair machines released by Big Lang, and they can even release some powerful weapons to their colleagues. The fleet commander of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps did not expect to conduct so many simulated battles between the Red and Blue armies, and has always used the Dion Royal Army as an imaginary enemy, studying their tactics and how to defeat the imaginary enemy. After many mock battles between Red and Blue, it was the first time for me to deal with the Dion Imperial Army. I thought it would be more difficult than the usual mock battles, but I didn't expect it to be easier than the mock battles. Could it be that we think too strongly of each other? Although the Tianyi Mercenary Corps had imagined that the Imperial Dion Army was as powerful as it was, the fact that they were able to defeat the Imperial Dion Army in this battle depended on the Men of Particles and the new Special Gundam. Without Men of Particles, new MS, and Special Gundam, it's hard to say who will win this battle. On the other hand, the Dion Imperial Army is in a disadvantageous battle situation. Just when the commander ordered the entire army to retreat, a report came from his subordinates, and a coalition army with the size of a military-level fleet appeared in the rear. The two-sided attack made the commander feel distressed for a while. The commander ordered the whole army to turn around, attack and kill the combined army, and kill them as troops and mobile fortress troops towards the combined army. The frontline troops who were fighting with the Tianyi mercenary group changed their course of action to retreat while fighting to prevent the Tianyi mercenary group's MS and mobile fortress from attacking the rear of the battleship group. The MS of the United Army at the moment are not only Baofeng, Jiegong, Vida, Gaojiagu, and Marcella. If the commander of the Dion Royal Army fleet is still in full condition, he still has a slight chance of winning, and he can win the coalition army that is 3 times larger than him. But at this moment, the state of his troops is no longer good. More importantly, the coalition army encountered this time is not a mobile suit like Storm, but a stronger mobile suit like Jiegong, Vida, and Gaojiagu. The current combined army's overall weapons are much stronger than before, mainly the Earth Sphere, and the Dion Imperial Army's chances of winning are much lower. And the war cones were all put on the battlefield in the previous battles. As soon as the two sides fought, the Dion Imperial Army did not have such a big advantage as before. All the special holy machines were put into the previous battle. Only the Scorpion Tiger, Winged Bird, Armored Monster, and mass-produced Blood Red Holy Machine challenged the combined army. Vida and 105 Dagger also have the ability to change backpacks and can use powerful weapons to suppress firepower against Lacertards and Wingbirds. A few Murata captains could barely fight Blood Red. The Royal Dion fleet turned to a course in the hope of fleeing the scene. But the commander forgot about the broken shield destroyer of the Tianyi mercenary group. Previously, the shield breaker did not fire electromagnetic accelerator cannons, mainly due to the fact that its own troops were fighting in front of them, so they could not shoot. But the commander of the Dion Royal Army wanted to flee the scene for a while, forgetting that there was a broken shield destroyer, and sailed to another place in their fleet. There are no troops fighting, just within the range of the shield-breaking destroyer's electromagnetic accelerator gun. Several shield-breaking destroyers aimed at the target and launched. Although the Dion Empire has strengthened and improved its energy shield, it still cannot withstand a single hit from the electromagnetic accelerator. Still shooting through the energy shield with one shot, piercing the entire battleship. Only then did the commander think of the shield-breaking destroyer, and ordered the fleet to immediately speed up and escape from the effective range of the shield-breaking destroyer's electromagnetic accelerator gun. It's a pity that there are wolves in the front and tigers in the back. The fleet of the United Army also doesn't intend to let the Royal Dion Army go. The coalition fleet not only pursued the Royal Dion fleet, but also fired missile groups and beam cannons one after another. What was even worse was that many MS and mobile fortresses from the Tianyi mercenary corps broke through the battle zone and charged towards the Royal Dion fleet. The Dion Royal Army fleet doesn't have any MS and mobile fortress at all. Under attack from both sides, the Dion Imperial Army fleet was severely hit. In a short while, many warships of the Dion Imperial Army were destroyed. The commander can only surrender. After the Dion Royal Army commander's battleship sent out the surrender signal flare, the fighting started to calm down. The war reporters who filmed the entire battle are now reporting live. The Royal Dion Army, unable to escape the battlefield, faced a real disastrous defeat for the first time. This fiasco left less than 20% of the original size of the Imperial Dion Army. The casualties of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the United Army are estimated to be less to 20%. The commander of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment looked at the battle damage report from his subordinates, and the overall damage to our MS and mobile fortress was less than 5%. The commander clearly knew that this victory was mainly due to the min of particles, which paralyzed the enemy's unmanned MS and war cones or lost their great combat capabilities, which greatly improved our combat. The advantages. The commander's evaluation of this victory is only a moderate victory. In Colonial Satellite Field Number 99, the United Army fought against the Dion Royal Army, and the number of the former was 4 times that of the latter. Cone War Tactics. The United Army, in the Colonial Circle, has experience in many battles, and has developed some techniques that can barely restrain the war cone tactics. Electromagnetic wave interference missiles or electromagnetic wave overload missiles, both of which are missiles that emit violent electromagnetic waves after blasting. The former interferes with mechas such as war cones and unmanned scorpions, making it impossible to contact the command platform for the time being. At this time, there will be a hacker unit of the United Army to carry out remote hacking, implanting viruses or modifying programs in the shortest possible time. The latter is to paralyze MS operating systems, instruments, etc. such as the war cone and the unmanned scorpion. However, the two have achieved good battlefield results several times in the Dion Empire. The Dion Royal Army also made a countermeasure after each battle. Both the special-made Holy Machine and the mass-produced Holy Machine have anti-electromagnetic interference devices, and this type of missile is basically ineffective against the Holy Machine. The electromagnetic wave interference devices equipped with war cones and scorpion tigers are basically ineffective against missiles of this type, but the Dion Empire did not do this. The reason is that the manufacturing time, cost, resources, etc. will increase, and the Dion Imperial Army also has other countermeasures. For example, the war cone and so on will be shut down first, and then restarted by the Holy Machine pilot with mental power. The United Army did not stop adopting such tactics because of the Dion Imperial Army's response. The Coalition Army will first launch a wave of electromagnetic interference missiles or electromagnetic wave overload missiles, and then take advantage of the war cones to shut down for a moment, followed by launching beam cannons, bombarding with a wave of beams, reducing the number of enemy aircraft. Under the cover of the beam cannon, MS and the mobile fortress rush to the enemy MS and the mobile fortress to kill them. During the battle between the MS of the two parties and the mobile fortress, the combined MS and the mobile fortress will be equipped with electromagnetic grenades or electromagnetic missiles. Once the target is attacked by such weapons or the electromagnetic aftermath interference from the explosion, it will be paralyzed for about 3 to 5 seconds, and the combined MS and mobile fortresses will immediately shoot down these targets. This is a weapon developed and tactics created by the United Army from many battles. Such tactics reduce the battle damage of the Coalition Army and increase the advantage effect. A Whalon piloted by an adjuster was besieged by 3 Gao Zagus. The besieged Whalon narrowly escaped death, and the driver's explosive ability was activated under the crisis of life and death. The driving skills improved a lot in an instant, and there were back and forth with the 3 Gao Zagudas in an instant. After that, 2 more Jiegong joined the battle circle, and the situation of 5 ways was broken in an instant. Although the blue driver asked his colleagues for help, but at this moment, his colleagues had the same experience as him, and were also besieged by the enemy, so they could not rescue him. The last 2 Gaojagu used electric heat axes to attack Whalon back and forth. The blue pilot knew that he was bound to die, but before he died, let the blue who was about to explode draw out the beam saber from his waist and pierce the Gaozagu cockpit in front of him with a sword. Even if you die, you have to drag one to go with him to back up. Gaojagu behind Whalon backed away, and Gaojagu and Whalon in front of him turned into a fireworks circle together. Generally speaking, the battleships of the Dion Royal Army are much larger than those of the United Army, and they carry more MS and mobile fortresses. The fleet size of the United Army is several times larger than that of the Dion Royal Army fleet, but in terms of carrying capacity, the latter is better than the former. The number of the combined army is only 3 times that of the latter. Basically, the number of MS and mobile fortresses in the two is actually similar, plus there are as many war cones as ants. In the early days, the number of the coalition fleet was not more than 5 times that of the enemy, so it was difficult to win in numbers. Early colonial circle battles do not have war cones. Now, the United Army has some methods that can barely cope, which can paralyze the unmanned mobile suits such as the Cone and Scorpion Tiger for a short period of time. All of a sudden, the problem of insufficient Dion Imperial Army drivers was further expanded. The contrast ratio of MS for man driving is 1:12. One Blood Red was besieged by Jiegong and Vita of 8. Blood Red carried out the strategy of fighting and running. Once the surrounding machines such as war cones and scorpions were turned off, as long as they were still usable, The pilot immediately restarted with mental power to fight for him. The blood-red pilot relied on the ability of new humans to deal with the MS besieging him. Once the restarted Lacerda, Wingbird, etc. are disturbed by electromagnetic grenades, etc., they will be forced to shut down on their own. Even some MIS drivers reacted quickly and killed the restarted Scorpion first. The blood-red pilot didn't get nothing. Many Scorpions waited for the MS to activate and dealt with Jiegong and Vida. This relieved the pressure of the blood-red driver a lot. When some enemy MS are entangled, the blood-red driver immediately counterattacks. Immediately lock a few drivers with better strength and kill them. After killing several locked MIS drivers. After the other Jiegong and Vida killed the Scorpio, they were attacked by the blood-red driver. After the blood-red driver killed these enemies, he looked at the radar monitor and saw that several of his colleagues nearby had been killed. The blood-red driver immediately used mental control to control the existing Scorpions and other MS beside him and rushed towards the enemy with fewer radar monitors. In addition to manipulating mobile suits such as the Scorpion Tiger with the Spirit, the Emerald Holy Machine pilot also controls the floating cannon. The Emerald Holy Machine is the least mass-produced holy machine that has been shot down. It uses the tricky angle of the floating cannon to attack the target, and the mind-controlled Scorpions and other MIS form a line of defense. Prevent the enemy from surrounding him by numbers. Several Marasai captain planes each brought the Marasai MIS squad to encircle the Emerald Holy Machine Scorpion and others. Countless electromagnetic grenades and electromagnetic missiles bombarded the green and other MS. Many Scorpios and other MS suffered from the aftermath of electromagnetic interference and directly fell into automatic shutdown. This line of defense was greatly affected, and many unmanned mobile suits were bombarded by Marasai's beam guns or beam cannons. Although, with the sacrifice of the remaining unmanned MS, Chui Lu barely broke out of the encirclement. However, it was soon intercepted by another MIS team and surrounded by a bunch of Marasai behind. No matter how excellent the Emerald Green performance is, it is impossible to kill it with only a few floating cannons alone. In the end, Emerald killed several more Marasais, nearly 10 Gaojiagu and Jiegongxia, and was turned into a fireworks ball by countless beams of light penetrating through the machine. The fleet commander of the Dian Royal Army looked at the current battlefield situation and was just about to drop another part of the war cones to the front line. Suddenly, a nervous report came from the subordinate. The left side of the fleet was attacked by the electromagnetic accelerator gun of the shield-breaking destroyer of the Tianyi mercenary group. The whole ship is an emergency evasion. A brigade-level fleet of Tianyi mercenaries appeared on the battlefield. Only 3 of our rocket battleships were destroyed. Damn it! What kind of technology did the Tianyi mercenary group use to avoid our search radar? Third sister, do you really want to attack with a G-bouncer? Su Chaoga asked Su Jingyun in a Spartan uniform. Yes, our soldiers are fighting on the front lines, and as members of the royal family, we must lead by example and fight with them. After Su Jingyun finished speaking, she looked at her younger brother and said, "By the way, you are wearing their Spartan uniform. You have the nerve to ask me if I want to fight." Su Chaoga stretched out his hand to scratch the head and said with a chuckle, "I asked them, and they agreed to let me drive the Black Strike Gundam." Su Jingyun was also wearing a Spartan uniform, and the 2 siblings walked towards the hangar. Next to G-Bouncer was Torgis. Before Su Jingyun entered the cockpit, he saw John and the Saint Aina talking. Before John entered the cockpit, he kissed the Saint Aina. Su Jingyun blushed, then shook her head, entered the cockpit and said in her heart, "Really, I am already in my 30s. She is no longer the innocent little girl in her teens or 20s. How could she still blush after seeing that scene just now?" Su Jingyun, G-Bouncer, attack. Su Chaoga, Dark Strike Gundam, attack. John, Torgis, strike. Su Jingyun watched countless missile groups explode one after another in front. Su Jingyun saw the Shadow Mad Dogs and other Special Forces MS, Full Armor MK, Delta, and so on. Although Su Jingyun has rich experience in driving MS, she has no actual combat experience. At this time, Li Xiuqing drove the XS Gundam to contact Su Jingyun with a question. His Royal Highness Third Princess, if you and your younger brother, His Royal Highness Third Prince, are nervous and afraid, You can return to the mothership instead of fighting. No. Thank you for your concern. The soldiers in front are fighting. I must lead by example. Okay. I wish you prosperous martial arts. I also wish you prosperous martial arts. The Dion Imperial Army commander will the fleet's MS and mobile fortress troops to stop the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' troops. G-Bouncer fought against an Emerald. Su Jingyun had fought against many new human pilots in MS simulated battles and had some experience with floating cannons. A floating cannon wanted to fly behind the G-Bouncer to sneak attack, but Su Jingyun saw all this and calculated the position from the trajectory of the floating cannon. Under the control of Su Jingyun, G-Bouncer shot and destroyed the floating cannon. Your strength is far behind that of the new human pilots I used to simulate the battle with. Su Jingyun gave an evaluation to the opponent. The remaining floating cannons attacked G-Bouncer from different angles, and the instant counterattack that dodged knocked down all the floating cannons. Emerald can easily dodge towards G-Bouncer and even counterattacks Emerald. G-Bouncer shoots with the dods in his right hand. The Emerald driver couldn't believe that as a new human, he would lose to ordinary humans, but he also knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely lose, so he could only stay away from G-Bouncer immediately. However, Su Jingyun would not give the opponent a chance to escape, and G-Bouncer's Dod's gun aimed at Emerald one after another. The crisis sense of the Emerald new human driver knew that he could not escape from the scene for the time being, so he could only block the beam of light attacking him with the shield in his hand. Damn it, this pilot looks like he can calculate the trajectory of my dodge. Emerald can only hold the shield in his left hand and pull out the serrated knife with his right hand to rush towards the opponent. G-Bouncer's consecutive shots were blocked by Emerald with a shield. The Emerald Green was almost close to G-Bouncer, let go of the Dod's gun in his hand, and drew out the crystal-clear dagger, Fian Dagger, made of cyan crystal from his waist. The Fian Dagger and the serrated knife were fighting hand-to-hand, and the serrated knife was cut in half by the Fian Dagger. What? The Emerald driver was shocked. The Sawtooth knife is a weapon made of high-grade metals from Mars. The mobile fortress armor of the Joint Army will be easily cut by the Sawtooth knife. Unexpectedly, this time the serrated knife cut off like a piece of paper. Su Jingyun was also surprised. She didn't expect the Fian Dagger to be so sharp. Su Jingyun reacted quickly and immediately controlled the stick. G-Bouncer used the Fian Dagger to instantly dismember Emerald Green's body, then put the Fian Dagger on his back waist and retrieved the Dod's gun to look for the next target. Su Jingyun looked at the screen, and there was an option called Superconducting Network Communication. Su Jingyun clicked in and found that he could communicate with his colleagues remotely. Lieutenant Colonel Li Xiuqing, what is this superconducting network communication? The main reason is that many electronic components are caused by the relationship of men of particles. When the communication radar is paralyzed, the superconducting network communication can allow the body to communicate with colleagues when the body is in the position of men of particles. Your Royal Highness, this is mainly because we put you pull in our network cable, and you'll be able to communicate with us. So that's how it is. Su Jingyun knew about the men of particle, which can paralyze radars, communication equipment, etc. The Tianyi mercenary group relied on this special particle to make the war cones of the Dion Imperial Army, unmanned MS, and those long-range ballistic missiles fall into the trap, paralyzed or mostly disabled. This gave the Tianyi mercenary group an advantage in the battle. Su Jingyun once discussed with Long Fei, hoping that he would sell the Men of Particle missile, but Long Fei refused. On the other side, John drives Torgi's. Torgi's propeller is really terrifying. The speed is so terrifying. If the reaction is slower, it might directly collide with the plane. With Torgi's terrifying speed, the enemy plane couldn't lock on at all. Torgis held the Dover cannon in his right hand, switching between live ammunition and energy, and a live ammunition pierced a blood red. Excellent. What Boss Longfei said is indeed true. This MS has the strength no less than a Gundam, and even some Gundams are no match for him. That white body is too fast. Damn it, I can't hit it at all. The pilot of the airframe is too powerful. The airframe is so fast, but it hits our airframe continuously. Torges then fired live ammunition Dover guns continuously, and the guns hit the targets of blue and blood red. Then, the Dover cannon switched from live ammunition to energy, and the Dover cannon fired a powerful beam cannon, which tore apart and melted to azure like a piece of paper. John increased the thrust of Torgis even higher, and the electric heat spear Storm in his left hand directly pierced through a blood red that was dealing with an enemy plane. Seeing this, even if the other holy machines wanted to pursue Torgis' terrifying speed made them far behind. Even if you turn on the synergy mode and turn on the thrusters to the maximum, you will still be pulled by Torgis for a long distance. After killing an opponent at close range, Torgis quickly looked for the next target. Su Jingyun looked at Torgis' powerful speed and power, and at first she complained to Long Fei why she didn't develop such a MS for her. As a result, Long Fei directly asked her to test Torgis in a simulated cockpit. In less than 2 minutes, Su Jingyun walked out of the simulated cockpit with a pale face. This speed and the resulting G-force are terrifying. Su Jingyun panted and said with a pale face, "I will develop Torgis to John, mainly because I found that his physical fitness, especially the ability to withstand pressure, is very strong, so I developed Torgis to him." Torgis crossed through countless beams, and Dover cannon shot a beam to kill an emerald. Torgis quickly became the focus of Dion's army. The battlefield of Colonial Satellite Number 99, the field reporter filmed from afar, is now broadcasting the current situation. I also received a message from the company. Not long ago, audience members, I received a message from the company that the Tianyi mercenary group suppressed the Imperial Dion army, with a fleet smaller than that of the Royal Dion army, on the number 98 Colonial Satellite battlefield. And then the United Army appeared from the rear and flanked the Tianyi mercenary group back and forth, causing the Royal Dion army to surrender in a disastrous defeat. Now on my distant battlefield, at the beginning, the coalition army was fighting evenly with 4 times the size of the Dodian Royal Army. Just now, a brigade-sized fleet from the Tianyi mercenary group came to attack Dion from the other direction. Imperial Army. The Great Era of Rebirth. The fleet commander of the Imperial Army of Dion looked at the three-dimensional map of the battlefield. Just received news that the home force of Colony 98 surrendered in a disastrous defeat. The commander looks at the current location of the team and the possible evacuation routes. The commander immediately gave the order to retreat. After the retreat signal was issued, the MS of the Royal Dion Army and the mobile fortress retreated to the mothership one after another. The Tianyi mercenary group and the coalition army converged. Torgis returns to the Ms. mothership. Su Jingyun driving the G-Bouncer made contact with the Hanxia Imperial Army in the United Army. The accompanying reporters of the Hanxia Empire drove MS to fight at the battle between the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the Dion Imperial Army after receiving the 3 princesses of their own country. The accompanying reporters immediately reported on the live broadcast. At this moment, the people all over the country knew that their 3 princesses were on the battlefield. Even this gave the morale of the whole army a boost. G-Bouncer, EXS, Black Strike Gundam, and some Night Series Gundams of the Shadow Mad Dog team went to the main ship of the Hanxia Empire of the United Army. The main ship was the Emperor's ship 20 years ago. It was only later that a newer and more advanced Emperor's exclusive ship was developed. This main ship was officially released to the troops. The main ship is 500 meters long. G-Bouncer, EXS, Black Strike Gundam, 2 Black Knights, and 2 White Knights entered the hangar of the main ship. Li Ninghai will bring his subordinates and accompanying reporters to welcome the arrival of the 3rd princess and the 3rd prince. Li Xiuqing did not expect that the commander of this warship and the commander of the coalition fleet was the 2nd uncle of the family, and the deputy next to the 2nd uncle was his fiancée Lin Yuehua, who announced the dissolution of the marriage a few years ago. In the hangar, many reporters took out their mobile phones or cameras to take pictures of G-Bouncer and Gundam. The accompanying reporters and photographers are shooting all the Gundams with their cameras. After G-Bouncer and all Gundams open the cockpit. After Su Jingyun and Su Chaoga walked out of the cockpit, they lifted their helmets and revealed their true colors. The reporter in charge of the live broadcast reported immediately. It turned out to be the 3rd princess and the 3rd prince of our country. The 2 highnesses took the lead. This is the luck of our country, and the 2 highnesses are the pride of our country. Su Weiran and the empresses and concubines watched the live broadcast. Su Weiran showed a gratified and joyful expression, and there was a trace of worry in his expression. The two children are trapped in the front line. As a father, no one is worried, especially the mother of the two siblings, and walked up to the emperor and reported, "Your Majesty, the actions of the two His Royal Highnesses have been greatly appreciated by the whole country, and the people of the whole country are proud of the two highnesses, and the third prince has become the dream of girls all over the country. My lover, Her Royal Highness the third princess has been praised by many people, saying that she is a hero among women and a husband among women in this country." Okay, huh? Su Weiran smiled brightly, his mouth parted. Originally, the bad behavior of some main members of the royal family in recent years has caused some damage to the royal family's image. The actions of Su Jingyun's sister and brother have made up for the damaged image and improved the positive image of the royal family a lot. Admiral Li Ninghai declared, "Your Majesty, Li Ninghai welcomes the third princess and the third prince." He knelt down on one knee and bowed with both hands. All the soldiers, including media reporters, shouted, "See Your Highness the third princess and the third prince." They also knelt on one knee and bowed with both hands. Su Jingyun immediately helped Admiral Li Ning and said, "General, please get up quickly. The battle is out, and this kind of red tape and etiquette will be avoided. Soldiers, please get up quickly. There is no need to be polite." "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Xiuqing and his subordinates all came to the side of the third princess. Li Ninghai looked at these Tiani mercenaries covered with helmets. "I will not dare to dare. May I ask Your Highness, who are these?" Li Xiuqing removed the covering helmet to reveal his true face. When Lin Yuehua saw Li Xiuqing, he looked at Li Xiuqing with resentment in his eyes. Li Xiuqing pretended not to know Li Ninghai and introduced himself, Tiani Mercenary Group, leader of the Shadow Mad Dog team, Lieutenant Colonel Li Xiuqing. It turned out to be Captain Li. I have admired him for a long time. The general loves you. I'm just a little guy. I don't know what you want Captain Li to do when he comes to this ship. We must take back the Spartan uniforms worn by the two highnesses, as well as the Black Strike Gundam. Su Jingyun patted her forehead with embarrassment and said with a smile, "I forgot. Please, General, prepare a room for me and Brother Ling." Okay. Li Ninghai asked the adjutant to prepare a room for the two highnesses. Li Xiuqing ordered his two subordinates to follow the two highnesses. "Leader Li, this way please, so that I can treat Captain Li with a little respect." Okay, respect is worse than obedience. Li Xiuqing was entertained by Li Ninghai and introduced as he walked. A subordinate followed Li Xiuqing, and another subordinate was guarding Gundam in the hangar. Media reporters followed to film. I don't know what actions Captain Li will take next. Waiting for instructions from superiors. I don't know the leader of your group. How is Chairman Long Fei doing recently? Thanks to the general's blessing, the boss is doing well. The weapons owned by your group are really amazing. If possible, we are willing to buy them at a high price. After waiting for a while, we will consider selling it. Okay, if your group really wants to sell, please be the first to find your country. I'll talk to my boss about this. The two were chatting while walking, and the topic of the chat was not a big deal. It was like chatting about some gossip. By the way, Captain Li, the Spartan uniform worn by you and your subordinates is not the same as that worn by the two highnesses. What is the difference? This is the new generation of Spartan battlesuit Type 2. Oh, is the Spartan uniform available for sale in your regiment now? Our mercenary regiment never sells weapons, but sells some second-hand goods. I suggest that if you want to buy them in your country, General, you can buy new ones, and you can place an order at Tiani Arms Manufacturing Company. The problem is that Tiani Arms Manufacturing Company currently does not sell Spartan battle uniforms. Then we haven't authorized Tiani Arms Manufacturing Company to produce Spartan battle uniforms yet. Is the Spartan uniform temporarily not for sale? Not for sale at the moment. Li Ninghai was a little disappointed. Many military enterprises in the country were unable to develop equipment like Spartan combat uniforms in terms of individual weapons. Compared with the previous armored combat uniforms of the Tiani Mercenary Corps, the most advanced personal protective equipment developed so far is still slightly inferior. If the Spartan battle uniform can be sold, the overall individual combat capability can be raised to a new level. The media reporters were very active in interviewing Su Jingyun. Your Highness, the third princess, are you not afraid at all of rushing to the front line to fight? Su Jingyun wore a national military uniform and replied seriously, "If I was afraid, I wouldn't rush to the front line first." Boldly ask Your Highness the Third Princess. Some people on the internet are suspecting that you are doing this to restore the royal family's bad image. Your Highness, the Third Princess, are you using this for this purpose? Su Jingyun shook her head and said, "The royal family is ashamed, and the image is damaged by those unfilial royal children who do not act and love to cause trouble. It must be them, not me, who restore the royal family's image. I will appear on this battlefield and lead the way. I want everyone to understand that when the country is in war or crisis, the sons and daughters of the royal family are obliged to stand together and fight side by side with all the soldiers and people. The sons and daughters of the royal family guard the country and protect the people." Responsibility. What Su Jingyun said not only made the reporters on the scene awe-inspiring, but all the people in the country who watched the live broadcast admired the three princesses. Her Royal Highness, the three princesses, are the heroes of their country. Many people think that if the third princess is a man, maybe she will be the next emperor. Boldly ask His Royal Highness the third princess one thing: whether His Highness has someone he admires. Yes, there used to be. May I ask the third princess, can you tell me the identity of the person you once admired? Long Fei is the man I once admired. It was once rumored that Long Fei and His Royal Highness the Third Princess were classmates in the university. Yes, we are classmates. The reporter took out a tablet, and the photos on the tablet showed Long Fei and Su Jingyun in disguise, participating in the robot competition together. His Royal Highness, may I ask if you were dating Chairman Long Fei at that time? We were not in a relationship. At that time, I didn't know whether I liked Chairman Long Fei. I didn't realize that I really fell in love with Chairman Long Fei until after graduating from university, when everyone was about to go their separate ways. Just when I wanted to confess to him, he had already left school, and when I saw him again, he already had a partner, namely his current wife, Taoxiang. May I ask Your Highness the Third Princess, what was your mood at that time? Do you resent Chairman Long Fei? At that time, I really felt heartbroken for a while, but I didn't resent Long Fei, because I didn't say any words of admiration to him during college. He had a partner, and I just sent him my blessings. I wish him and his wife, a happy marriage for 100 years. His Royal Highness, can I ask you a hypothetical question? Abel, if Chairman Long Fei is not married and has no partner, will you start pursuing Chairman Long Fei? Yes. Su Jingyun replied without hesitation. At this time, the reporter looked down at the message from the tablet. His Royal Highness, the Third Princess, someone from the audience asked you a question. The question is what you said just now. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to see Chairman Long Fei and his wife again? No, in fact, what I just said, Long Fei and his wife also know that what I have with Long Fei and his wife is only friendship. I, Su Jingyun, am actually an arrogant woman. I will not other people's things. Because this violates my principles, and I am also the godmother of Longhua and Longfu. Not only will I not harm the happy family of my two precious goddaughters, but I will also protect their happy family. His Royal Highness the Third Princess really can afford it, and let it go. Then the reporter continued to ask, His Royal Highness, the white MS you are driving, is the G-Bouncer a Gundam? Not Gundam. But in the battle video, many people found that the performance of the G-Bouncer is just like that of Gundam. Isn't this kind of body Gundam? Su Jingyun smiled and said, G-Bouncer is indeed not a Gundam, but it has a MS that is no less powerful than a Gundam. MS that are not inferior to Gundam? Why is such a powerful MS not named as Gundam? I don't know about this either. Maybe it's because there is no Gundam signature antenna, but you should ask Boss Long Fei for the specific answer. Another thing, as far as I know, your younger brother, the jet black Gundam that His Royal Highness the Third Prince is currently driving, is still in the battleship of his country, but the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has arranged a special team for maintenance and protection, but it is not allowed to. On the contrary, your G-Bouncer, Your Highness the Third Princess, also has a dedicated team for maintenance, but you allow your own soldiers to participate and even teach them hand in hand. Why is it completely different? This is mainly the Black Strike Gundam, which is only temporarily handed over to my brother to drive it. It is always the property of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, so it is impossible to hand over any secret technology and other things in it to outsiders. On the contrary, G-Bouncer is a dragon. Chairman Fei personally designed MS for me, and since it was given to me, it is no longer a thing of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, so they will guide and repair it for their own soldiers. His Royal Highness the Third Princess has a very deep friendship with director Long Fei. While Su Jingyun was still being interviewed by reporters, G-Bouncer's logistics maintenance team, under the guidance of the Tianyi Mercenary Team's logistics team, had already begun to gradually master G-Bouncer. The superior asked the logistics maintenance team to make some introductions and conclusions about the evaluation of G-Bouncer. The logistics team introduced and concluded the content of the documents submitted by G-Bouncer. G-Bouncer is more advanced than the MS currently in service in the country, and even the MS tailored by ace drivers, and its performance is more powerful. I don't know what material and high technology the Fian dagger is made of. The most advanced and hardest alloy in the country will be cut by the Fian dagger like a piece of paper. Even referring to the G-Bouncer skeleton, joint sensing, balance system, sensors, kinematic connection system, thrusters, etc., it even provides great reference value for the on-site research team, and can even improve the country's MIS technology. Many technologies that have fallen into bottlenecks can be used as a breakthrough point. What amazes them even more is the engine Manhwa's Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor 2. This is specially designed and built by Long Fei for G-Bouncer with the second-generation special version of Manhwa's Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor 2 technology. Power generation reaches 3850 kW. Although the country's MIS engine nuclear energy has developed thermonuclear technology, the most advanced thermonuclear power generation has only broken through to 2000 kW, 2250 kW. The Republic of Russia is the most advanced MS thermonuclear generator in the Earth's circle, and its maximum generating capacity is only 2380 kW. It costs countless money and countless research team scientists every year to develop the most advanced MS thermonuclear generator in the Earth's circle. The most advanced thermonuclear generator in the Uyghur cross-country has a power generation of 2230 kW. This is based on the research on the mass production version of the Manhwa's Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor 2 in Gyeonggi and Marasai, so as to develop its own for thermonuclear generators. If it weren't for the fact that Uyghur cross-country was still very backward in weapons and military technology in the early years, and invested a lot of money in the past 5 or 6 years, it barely reached the advanced level of the Earth's sphere in terms of engines. What shocked them even more was that the three princesses told them that the generators of Jiegang and Murasame of the ordinary troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps exceeded 2500 kW. Let them crit 10,000 points. G-Bouncer spare parts Tianyi Mercenary Corps also sent several sets. If you need spare parts, you have to pay for them. The superiors of the army are happy to buy several sets of spare parts and give these spare parts to the scientists. We dismantled the study. To them, G-Bouncer is equivalent to Long Fei giving his advanced technology to them for research in disguise. Lin Rueda is one of the many national-level scientists transferred to study G-Bouncer, all of whom formed the research team. Lin Rueda and many scientists came to the exclusive hangar of G-Bouncer, listening to the logistics team and the research team explain the technology of G-Bouncer they currently understand. The research team was amazed by the internal structure and operating principle of some spare parts that they disassembled. These technical operating principles are at least 10 to 20 years advanced in the country. What shocked the research team was the engine of G-Bouncer, with a power generation of 3850 kW, and the generator of the airframe engine specially made for the MIS Ace driver in China barely reached 2250 kW. Lin Rueda said at this time, "I don't think the G-Bouncer's engine is the latest and most advanced technology of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. It may be a relatively backward technology. Why should we be happy with other people's backward technology? What kind of positive attitude to use to study other people's backward technology?" At this time, everyone looked at Lin Rueda. The person in charge said at this time, "Whether it is the most advanced or backward engine of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, it is much more advanced than our country anyway. These technologies are enough to prevent our country from going astray. If the engine technology of G-Bouncer is not used as a reference in other words, it will take 30 years at the earliest for the country to achieve mass production of such technology, But with the G-Bouncer engine technology as a reference, the country can avoid going astray for at least 10 years. At this time, a doctor spoke to ridicule Lin Ruida. Dr. Lin, we all know that you have always disliked Chairman Long Fei and are jealous of Chairman Long Fei's talent. To put it bluntly, you designed the engine that you think is the most advanced. In the eyes of Chairman Long Fei, it's rubbish. Maybe Chairman Long Fei's outdated technology that he may think is more advanced than your most advanced engine design. Lin Rueda stared at the doctor who satirized him. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Quiet. The person in charge scolded everyone and said, I don't care whether you are jealous or adoring. Chairman Long Fei gave the G-Bouncer to His Royal Highness the Third Princess. You must study the technology of this MS carefully. Improving your country's technology is your top priority. Another doctor raised his hand and asked, there is an exclusive hangar next to it. Don't we study it? That is the Black Strike Gundam that the Tianyi mercenary group asked our third prince to temporarily drive. They are responsible for all maintenance, and we do not participate. Many scientists and doctors at the scene whispered. The person in charge said, although we can't study Gundam, the three princesses once told us that G-Bouncer is at MS with performance no less than Gundam. The eyes of scientists and PhDs are shining at this moment. Colonial satellite number 100 of the Garth Empire, occupied by the Kingdom of Dion, is currently at war with the Tianyi mercenaries and the United Army. Due to the min of particles, the Imperial Army of Dion paralyzed the battle cones, and the combat capabilities of the unmanned Scorpions and other MS were greatly reduced. The Dion Imperial Army commander understood that continuing to fight would only increase damage. Colonel Willen, the commander of the Dion Imperial Army, ordered to destroy the colonial satellites before retreating, but not directly destroying all of them, but to damage the colonial satellites, which may fall apart. The Dion Imperial Army caused some damage to the colony, such as blasting holes in some locations. This caused the United Army to dare not pursue when the Dion Royal Army was retreating. The colony must be rescued. Originally, the Tianyi mercenary group wanted to hunt down and kill the Imperial Army of Dion. However, the United Army, the main part is the Garth Empire Army, asked the Tianyi mercenary group to rescue the people in the colonial satellite. Originally, the commander of the Tianyi mercenary group wanted to continue the pursuit, but it was unclear whether the Dion Imperial Army would come to lure the king into the urn and set up an ambush to wait for them to fall in. It just so happened that the United Army asked for the rescue of the colonial satellite and was willing to pay. Then it was easy to accept the request and entrustment of the United Army. But when they entered the colonial satellite, what they saw was enough to shock everyone. Before leaving, the Dion Imperial Army not only blasted holes in different locations of the colonial satellite, but also destroyed many facilities inside, and even destroyed some local factories and residential areas. When shooting at a high place last time, I also photographed countless corpses on the ground and streets with blood flowing into rivers. Originally, many people thought that the Imperial Army of Dion carried out a massacre and purge in the colonial satellite. However, the troops in the sky also found some civilians on the ground in some places and waved to them for help. During the rescue, I learned from the rescued people that, in addition to carrying out a series of sabotages, the Dion Imperial Army seized the resources here and massacred the people here randomly and indiscriminately. The targets of the massacre did not distinguish between men, women, and children. The war reporters at the scene were filming, and they captured countless corpses on the ground, including children, even newborns. This admiration made everyone feel extremely shocked and horrified, although the war would affect and hurt the common people. However, when the Imperial Army of Dion was defeated, there was no need to harm the common people, yet they did so. The massacre of many innocent people will only increase hatred. The work of the United Army and the Tianyi mercenary group at this moment must first rescue and appease the surviving civilians, and then repair the currently damaged colonial satellites. If it cannot be repaired, the remaining local people can only be taken to a safe place. At present, the interior of the colonial satellite has suffered more serious damage than the exterior. Many interior buildings have been destroyed, and power lines have been damaged. In addition to having to repair the power lines so that they can function normally, it is also necessary to build temporary tents so that the people have a place to live first. In addition to repairing the colonial satellites, the Tianyi mercenaries and the United Army had to dispose of the corpses of the common people. The Dian Imperial Army destroyed the colonial satellite to a certain extent in Colonel Violent, massacred the local area, and found that the Tianyi mercenary group and the United Army gave up their pursuit and rescued the colonial satellite and the local people. After an evaluation by the superiors of the Dian Imperial Army, they felt that this method was feasible. This method could not only slow down the enemy's actions, but also allow the enemy to run around and continuously affect the battle. After the superiors of the Royal Dian Army ordered which colonial satellite to attack, after a series of plundering of the local colonial satellite, partial destruction of the colony, and indiscriminate massacre of the local people, if new humans are found, solicitation can be carried out, and new humans are unwilling to accept solicitation, so they can be eliminated. And in order to expand the results of the battle, the Royal Dian Army installed stealth devices for each battleship, allowing them to take down the target without anyone noticing. From January to March in the first year of the universe, 124, many colonial satellites of the Wanluo Federation and the Gas Empire were attacked by the Dian Imperial Army. Later, for a period of time, after many colonial satellites were captured by the Dian Imperial Army without anyone noticing, the Dian Imperial Army only carried out a series of destruction and plunder, as well as random massacres of the local people. When the United Army arrived, the Dian Imperial Army immediately abandoned the colonial satellite. In order to save the surviving people in the colonial satellite, the United Army had to give up the pursuit. If every damaged colonial satellite cannot be repaired, the coalition army must spend more manpower and material resources to send the people to a safer place for resettlement. The combined army of the two countries, the Garth Empire and the Wanluo Federation, the former is more active in helping those people in need, while the latter doesn't care about chasing the Dian Imperial Army, leaving those people to fend for themselves. These things spread throughout the world, which also aroused heated discussions among many people. The empire, considered by many to be a dictatorial imperial system without human rights, actually cared more about the life and death of the people and would rather give up chasing the enemy and save all the surviving people. On the contrary, the law of a democratic country that puts human rights first does not care about the life and death of the people at all. Is this a problem of the system or a problem of those in power? What's even more ridiculous is that a regional leader of the Wanluo Federation even brazenly said in his online book that helping the people is something that only the imperial system and other systems can do, and the democratic system does not need to do this kind of thing at all. You only need to shout for human rights. If you want to help, if you want to be rescued, you can find a way for yourself. All of a sudden, it caused a strong backlash from the Wanluo Federation's own people and severely condemned the regional leader. After the regional leader only said an apology statement, he took the blame and resigned. And the Garth Empire uploaded what they had suffered to an international conference and severely condemned the Dian Empire. They asked all countries to impose a series of sanctions on the Kingdom of Dian, and many countries imposed diplomatic sanctions on the Kingdom of Dian, sending all diplomats back to their countries. The entire international circle made one-sided accusations against Dian Empire. The Kingdom of Dian didn't care, but instead beat them to the ground, poisoning the people of other countries with the poisonous gas incident in the Democratic Republic of Yoda, how the United Kingdom slaughtered and occupied the people of other countries, and a series of other things. Anyway, your ordinary human country doesn't care about slaughtering other ordinary humans. So why should we care about the life and death of your ordinary human beings in the new human country of the Dian Empire? How many people are killed has nothing to do with us. Anyway, you ordinary humans kill ordinary humans, so don't blame us new humans for treating you in the same way. The Dian Empire's response caused a big international backlash, and people in many countries believe that this evil and cold-blooded country should be eliminated. However, people in some countries even conduct self-criticism on the internet, because ordinary human beings have indeed committed many heinous crimes and massacred ordinary human beings. Therefore, the root cause of everything caused by the Dian Empire's behavior is also caused by us, ordinary human beings. The eldest princess of the Garth Empire, Fiasleer, see Chapter 150, Winning, is at the number 89 colonial satellite to condolences to the local people. Colonial satellite number 89 was occupied by the Dion Imperial Army one day ago, suffered a series of destruction and looting, and many people were massacred. In addition to expressing condolences to the people, Princess Fiasleer expressed her gratitude to Su Jingyun and Su Chaoga, who came to rescue them. Thank you for your great help in saving our country. The friendship between the Garth Empire and the Hanxiao Empire will last forever. His Excellency, Princess Fiasleer, is serious. Since the two countries are allies, they should help. Fiasleer and sister Su Jingyun cared for the local people together. The local people all appealed to their eldest princess, Her Royal Highness Fiasleer, asking the country to avenge their dead relatives and compatriots. Okay, we all know your demands, and His Majesty will not let go of the enemy country that hurts his people. We want the Kingdom of Dion to pay the price. In the process of condolences to the people, Fiasleer saw the Tiani mercenaries put down their work and all boarded armored vehicles and personnel carriers. Fiasleer frowned, and when she was about to ask her followers to find out what was going on with the Tiani mercenary group, the followers reported something to her. Your Highness, my subordinates have just received news that it is Chairman Long Fei, the leader of the Tiani mercenary group, came to the number 89 colonial satellite, so the Tiani mercenaries put down all their work and greeted their leader. Fiasleer frowned and asked Su Jingyun beside him for information about Long Fei. Su Jingyun told Fiasleer with some reservations. His Excellency Su Jingyun, do you know the purpose of Chairman Long Fei's coming to this colonial satellite? Su Jingyun shook her head and replied, Your Excellency Fiasleer, I'm not very clear about this. Maybe Chairman Long Fei just came here to condolences to his mercenaries. Then why don't we meet Chairman Long Fei together? Good. It is also possible that Su Jingyun and Long Fei just came to condolences to his mercenaries. Fiasleer and his party arrived at the spaceport. Ms. motherships such as Torres II, Nyagama, Archangel, and Loch Hylam are moored in the port. Fiasleer learned from his entourage that there is an army-level fleet of Tiani mercenary corps outside the colonial satellite. Many media reporters at the scene were filming and welcoming the Tiani mercenaries in line. A Wing Type 0 Gundam was followed by many Delta Kais, and then it landed in front of the waiting line. The Wing Type 0 Gundam and the only silver-white Delta Kai behind it knelt on one knee to open the cockpit. Wearing a Spartan suit too and a black windbreaker, Long Fei stepped out of the cockpit of the Wing Type 0 Gundam and then landed in front of the welcoming queue. Salamanda came out of the silver-white Delta's cockpit and landed on the ground, coming behind Long Fei. Long Fei removed the Spartan Battlesuit Type 2 covered helmet, revealing his true colors. All the Tiani mercenaries saluted Long Fei. Long Fei saluted back. Everyone has worked hard. No hard work, boss. Long Fei shook hands with the Tiani mercenaries who lined up to greet them. Then, a member of the Sword and Shield Troop wearing Spartan Battle Uniform 2 appeared on the scene to protect Long Fei's safety. Fiasleer looked at Long Fei from a distance. She remembered that in order to win him over, her father used her and her two younger sisters as beauties and wanted Long Fei to join the Garth Empire. The proud and arrogant, she lost her temper with her father when she learned about this matter. Although Long Fei is also a capable man, as her husband, she can accept Long Fei. Man can be her husband, but she couldn't accept that she was allowed to live with other women, and she was also her sister, which was a humiliation to her. However, fortunately, Long Fei refused back then, and he already has a family now, but now she is just preparing to welcome this distinguished guest as a princess of a country. When Long Fei was consoling the Tiani mercenaries, his subordinates heard that the first princess of the Garth Empire, Fiasleer, wanted to meet him. Coming to someone else's country, Long Fei has to give others face. Long Fei and Fiasleer met and shook hands. When I come to your country without prior notice, I hope Her Highness the Princess will forgive me. Chairman Long Fei is serious. You can come to our country and make our country flourish. Then, Long Fei greeted Su Jingyun and others. Fiasleer asked Long Fei, Excuse me, Chairman Long Fei, does your mercenary group have a plan to deal with the current plan of the Dion Imperial Army? We are indeed studying their guerrilla tactics during this period of time. For now, we do have mock warfare. The problem is that the Dion Royal Army's fleet is elusive and can even disappear when it is visible to the naked eye. Even when they are invisible, radar devices cannot detect them. Well, we have ways to restrain them. It's just. Long Fei looked a bit embarrassed. Chairman Long Fei speaks up. It doesn't matter. As long as we can do it, feel free to speak up. It is your joint army that cooperates with us as much as possible and follows our instructions. We will discuss this and inform Chairman Long Fei as soon as possible. Fiaslier talked to Long Fei while walking, and from time to time, his eyes would look elsewhere, looking at Long Fei's troops. Fiaslier thought to himself, as expected of the Tianyi mercenary group, which is highly rated by many international military experts, all weapons are more than decades advanced in this world. Read it for free. Many high-level personnel of the United Army, in charge of the Garth Empire, are discussing. The Royal Dion Army is completely fighting guerrilla warfare at the moment. Coupled with advanced stealth technology, their anti-stealth devices cannot detect them at long distances. The higher-ups believe that the Tianyi mercenary group was better at guerrilla warfare than they were, and even believe that the Tianyi mercenary group also had advanced stealth technology, so they also had advanced anti-stealth devices, so they must have tactics to deal with the Dion Imperial Army. After a round of discussion and voting, the high-level officials handed over to the Tianyi mercenary group with most of the votes in agreement, and let the troops follow the arrangements of the Tianyi mercenary group. At Colonial Satellite number 87, a United Core-class fleet is guarding the safety of the Colonial Satellite. The whole army is completely on the first level of alert, and the whole army is in a state of tension and worry because they don't know when the invisible Dion Royal Army will attack them, or are they already here? The people in the Colonial Satellite are also panicked. It's not that they don't want to run, but they have also received news that some people have escaped from the Colonial Satellite in civilian spaceships, wanting to go to a safer Colonial Satellite, or to go abroad. All of them were wiped out by the guerrillas of the Dion Imperial Army. So if you run, you will die. If you don't run, you will die. On the contrary, if you stay in the Colonial Satellite, there is still a chance of life. When the Dion Royal Army randomly slaughtered the people during the period of time when the Dion Royal Army colonized the satellite, the place where it may not suffer from the Dion Royal Army. Escape the attack. The people in the Colonial Satellite can only pray, and pray that the United Army can protect them. On the other side, the regiment-level fleet commander is receiving information reports from his subordinates. Sir, the Tianyi mercenary group has sent an instruction to take the ship as the center at 1 o'clock, to launch missile groups and beam cannons to bombard it. The commander frowned when he heard this, although he did not see anything at the location of the bombing attack, but the commander followed suit immediately. Wave after wave of missile groups bombed in the indicated direction. A Dion Royal Army fleet, battalion-level scale, appeared in the distance in the bombing direction and immediately launched an anti-guided beam system. In addition to immediately ordering the troops to continue launching missile groups and beam cannon bombardments, the combined Corps-level fleet commander dispatched MIS troops to advance under the cover of beam cannons. The fleet commander of the Dion Royal Army really didn't understand how the United Army found them. According to the information he had, the anti-stealth devices of the United Army were very backward, and it was impossible to find them. The commander of the Dion Army didn't want to think about this problem for the time being, and dealt with the immediate situation first. Launch missiles to bombard the target. Then dispatch the Zenkon Group and Scorpion Tiger Wing MS to attack. Not long after the missile groups and beams of the two sides bombarded each other, the MIS troops of the two sides were engaged in battle. Some warships and MS of the Dion Royal Barracks-class fleet were attacked by unknown persons. Where did the attack come from? Where did the source of the attack come from? I don't know, sir. It seems that we were suddenly attacked by an unknown force, as if something invisible is already beside us. Could it be? Turn on the anti-optical particle and catadioptric particle device immediately. Sir, the body that is invisible is the MS of the Tianyi mercenary group. The ejection deck of a battleship was about to eject the blood-red holy machine when the door opened. A beam of light penetrated the blood-red that was about to eject. The blood-red holy machine exploded directly in the hangar, and the hangar was not only damaged, but also other airframes and maintenance personnel in the hangar were also injured. Then, there was a severe sabotage attack inside the hangar. The MIS troops of the Dion Army, turned on anti-optical particles and anti-refractive particles. When the former was turned on, the MS of the Tianyi mercenary group were not found. Moreover, they found the Tianyi mercenary regiment class fleet that was opening the Mirage system behind their fleet. To make matters worse, the Tianyi mercenary regiment class fleet appeared and launched mobile drill missiles in an instant. Although there are only hundreds of mobile drill missiles, they are still attacked from behind at such a short distance, and some of the battleships of the Dion army fleet were destroyed by daggers and in. Dion's fleet can't make an effective defense at all. Even if other MIs turn on the defense mode, they will be attacked by daggers in. Only 1/4 of the mobile drill missiles were intercepted, and the rest directly hit the target warship. The battleship was destroyed, and MS such as war cones and unmanned scorpions lost their remote control and were unable to fight. The commander of the United Army did not expect that he would encounter a battle where the praying mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole followed. In fact, the Tianyi mercenary group can have a scene with the yellow bird behind, mainly because the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group came to the vicinity of the number 87 colonial satellite earlier than the Dion army and has been turning on the Mirage system to stay in place. In addition, a fake meteorite was released around. Therefore, when it was discovered that the Dion army was coming in stealth, some pheromones would emerge during navigation. They used anti-stealth telescopes, devices, etc., and discovered the whereabouts of the Dion army. It can also notify the Joint Army Commander to launch missile groups and beam cannons in the target direction at the first time. Then, while the entire army of Dion's army, including the commander, was attracted by the coalition army, the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group sneaked to the rear of the target. First send dagger and troop to attack the target fleet, and internally destroy the target part of the warship to reduce the enemy's defense capability. After that, there is a series of subsequent victories. Except for colony number 87, other colonies encountered the same thing and different results successively. The main reason is that part of the Tianyi mercenary fleet activated the Mirage system in different places, stayed in place to find the Dion army, and notified the coalition army to issue instructions. No matter which Dion army will be bombarded by the missiles and beams of the defenders of the colonial satellite, and then may be flanked by several coalition fleets. When several Dion troops were under attack, they were wiped out by the Tianyi mercenary group who were waiting for a rabbit when they managed to escape. The top leaders of the Joint Army have received such news and results for several days in a row, and concluded that the invisible Dion army must be dealt with by professional troops. The invisible combat of the Dion army was restrained by the Tianyi mercenary group. A combined brigade-level fleet is chasing a regiment-level fleet of Dion's army. Order all warships to fire beam cannons when chasing, and don't let them activate the stealth function. Although the Dion army of the regiment-level fleet is not as large as the enemy's, in terms of military capabilities, it can actually defeat the combined army of the brigade-level fleet with such a scale. It was just earlier that Dion's army was besieged by several coalition fleets. Due to the huge disparity in numbers, Dion's army broke out at half the cost. The coalition army that was besieged lost about 10% and was pursued by a brigade-level fleet. The Dion army who was being hunted down was in a panic at the moment, because no matter where they ran, they might be intercepted by other coalition forces. There are only 3 options at this moment. The first is to kill, the second is to die in battle, and the third is to surrender. The first is their first choice, the second is their second choice, and the third is never. As a noble member of the Dion Empire, it is a shame to surrender to the coalition army of races who are considered inferior to them. They would rather die in battle than surrender to these inferior people. Suddenly, countless missiles and light beams attacked Dion's army from another direction. This attack caught Dion's army by surprise. Many warships were pierced by mobile drill missiles, and many of the warships that were pierced lost their ability to move. Less than 100 kilometers away from Dion's fleet, he appeared on the Crusader Pioneer, leading the Crusader Vanguard army of 20 Irish-class fleets. A round of min-of-particle missiles bombards the target battleship group, regardless of whether the min-of-particle missiles are stopped or hit the target. The diffused min-of-particles directly paralyzed the communication facilities, radars, etc. of the Dion army fleet, and the war cones and scorpions were unable to start operations. The mass-produced holy machine can still fight. but the total number that can be dispatched is less than 50 units. A total of 250 units of F-90 equipment were dispatched, plus the elite of the Crusader Army, Ms. Driver Elite. The Dion Army, who had escaped from Ascension to Heaven after a round of fighting earlier, was already in serious poor condition, with less than 50 holy machines being killed by F-90 in twos and twos. None of Zhou Yuze's pilots showed up, and she looked at the battlefield and the three-dimensional map with her arms crossed. In the past few days, we have not participated in the battles, and all of them have been played by super elite drivers. Jonah said lazily, lying on the sofa. Rebecca said, many of our colleagues have achieved the greatest results with the least amount of force on the battlefield. This is mainly because the combined army obeyed the instructions of our commander, so that the guerrilla Dion army was defeated by the company of the large force. The joint army drove to our ambush site, and our troops wiped it out. Brittany said, speaking of which, the boss's 5 major troops have all been dispatched. Zhoya said, but to be honest, the leaders of the 5 major armies of the boss, except our leader who does not drive MS to fight, the leaders of the other 4 major armies all drive MS to fight. Zhona followed up and said, in addition to our regiment leader and the commander of the sword and shield troop, Salamanda, the regiment leaders of the other 3 troops are the same as us, and they all came from Gundam Ms. Ace pilots. Among them, Li Xiuqing or our old colleagues. Rebecca said, it is said that Salamanda, the leader of the sword and shield unit, sometimes drives MS into battle, but it is said that in many battles, he is only in charge of commanding. Brittany continued, and I still remember that in the simulated battle between the Red and Blue Army, our regiment leader lost to him in commanding operations, and I also heard that he was in command of the combat planning in the past few days. Zhoya nodded and said, I've heard about this incident, but I also think it's very likely. Don't forget that Commander Salamanda was a rebel who escaped from the Martian Circle. I learned from his former colleagues. I heard there that in the battles of the rebel army back then, he planned many tactical commands on the battlefield. He commanded the battles in the past few days because he knew about the marching operations of the Dion Imperial Army, so he made specific plans. To deal with Dion's army, this also allows us to get twice the result with half the effort in combat. It's really knowing yourself, knowing your enemy, and winning every battle. Another Dion army, which was also chased and panicked, ran to a meteorite belt with dense and high MINV particle areas. All devices such as radar information search are paralyzed or malfunction. It was attacked by an unknown attack, and what was even worse was that the anti-optical particle device or anti-refractive particle device of the battleship directly failed, and even the energy shield device was paralyzed. The commander immediately ordered that the entire army must flee the field at full speed. The Black Knights in optical camouflage did not carry out further damage to the enemy, while the White Knights and Pale Knights used meteorites as cover for long-range sneak attacks. After the target fleet escaped from the range, it did not pursue the next step. Less than 30% of the remaining Dion army, battalion-level scale, was attacked by a group of bloodthirsty Wolf Regiment F-91 troops wearing camouflage cloaks when they escaped from the MINV particle area, and they were face-to-face. The Dion Army battleship was unable to activate the energy shield device because of the MINV particles just now. Many mass-produced F-91s turn on the VSBR to remove the camouflage cloak and easily penetrate the armor of Dion's battleships that cannot activate the energy shield. Although the commander immediately mobilized the MIS troops to attack, let alone Blood Red or Emerald Green, its performance is still not as good as the mass-produced F-91. Floating cannons cannot penetrate beam shields, and the mass-produced F-91 beam shields can split these holy machines in two like beam sabers. Moreover, the VSBR generates a large amount of heat, which makes the cooling device dissipate heat in a large area, and the shoulders of the body are equipped with radiators like wings. Moreover, another feature of the F-91 Gundam is that the mask on its face can be opened. When the mask is opened, the machine can discharge excess heat by shedding the outer layer of armor, and the layer of metal that is discharged can even be self-assembled. The afterimage of the F-91 Gundam can interfere with the enemy's detectors and even the enemy's eyes at the same time. There is also a biological computer that can assist the driver's ability to improve the performance of the body. The afterimages of the mass-produced F-91 not only disturbed the eyes and perception of the new humans of the enemy holy machine, but even the body detectors could not catch them. Afterwards, the bow of the main ship where the commander was located was taken away by a mass-produced F-91 VSBR. The remaining Dion army is leaderless, and when they retreat, there are shadow Mad Dog teams waiting to kill them. It is impossible to fight out. The commanders will die in battle sooner or later. Even if some warships can be killed, God knows which troops will be waiting for their presence. Now, it is a dilemma. There is a pack of wolves and a pack of mad dogs waiting behind them. The Black Rabbit troops and the Sword and Shield troops are teaming up to besiege the Dion army who strayed into the Minov particle area. In addition to Karadka and Kirzlu, both with new engines and new specification parts. TR-2 Bigway, Gundam Heathersley, Gundam Hazel OS, TR-1 Gundam Hazel and Hazel 2, TR-1 Gundam Hazel, both replaced with new engines and new specification parts, etc., are dispatched. Body, Woodwater, Long Fei had people make several sets, which can be combined with different weapons. In addition to Woodwater's manufacturing of several sets, TR's other Gundams also manufactured several sets, such as the TR-1 Gundam Hazel, as well as related improvements and derivatives. The Sword and Shield troops dispatched the Delta Kai and the fully equipped 100-style Kai. Both Gundam TR-6 Heathersley 2 and Gundam TR-6 Gabran 2 are formed by setting and assembling different parts of two basic bodies, Woodwater. Gundam TR-6 Heathersley 2 appeared in Ma form, a pair of large fighting claws clamped a blood red and a blue at the same time, and was twisted into a ball by the large fighting claws. Ma form transforms into Ms form. Gundam TR-6 Heathersley 2 chest high-energy megaparticle cannon. One shot kills an emerald green that is entangled by other colleagues, and the long Capri's beam rifle penetrates a ship with one-shot rocket thrusters at the rear of the battleship. A pair of beam cannons behind the shoulders take out a pair of targets. There are weapon cabinets inside the increased armor on both shoulders. When a pair of weapon cabinets are opened, 3 floating cannons fly out from each. Hit the mass production holy machine one after another. In addition to the Gundam TR-6 Heathersley 2 that instantly aroused the attention and panic of the Dion Army Ms Driver, the Gundam TR-6 Gabran 2 also caused the Dion Army Ms Driver to panic. TR-6 Gabran 2, a pair of large long-barreled beam rifles, and a pair of beam cannons behind them fired at several emeralds. In addition to dodging several emerald holy machines one after another, the floating cannon opened the protective cover function to resist the beam fired by TR-6 Javelin 2. However, after the floating cannon resisted several times, it exceeded its limit and could no longer resist the beam. One of the emeralds rushed to TR-6 Gabran 2 with its thrusters at its maximum when the other colleagues were shot down. A pair of large long-barreled beam rifles of TR-6 Gabran 2 can also be used as a beam saber. A pair of barrels protrudes a huge and powerful beam saber, and the X-shaped slashes towards the rushing emerald green. Although Emerald pulled out a pair of beam sabers to resist, the thrust of the beam sabers was far inferior to TR-6 Gabran 2. The hilts of the pair of beam sabers could not withstand the explosion directly, and the X-cut cut the Emerald Holy Machine to pieces. Then, TR-6 Gabran 2 held the Hammurabi warrior rifle in his right hand and shot down a blood red that was about to shoot out of the ejection rack. The blood red directly turned into a ball of fireworks and fell on the ejection rack, which made one of the ejection racks unusable for the MS on that battleship. TR-6 Gabran 2 used launcher weapons to shoot down various mass-produced holy machines one after another. The TR-2 Bigway shot down several Brock warships under the control of other TR Gundams. Giant arm construction equipment type TR-1 Gundam Hazel Asla. The huge mechanical arm is equipped with fingertip beam cannons, and the 10-finger concurrent beam cannons are fired one after another, making many targets in front of you fly away. Dodge desperately. When the target was either shot down by the fingertip beam cannon or dodged, he was also shot by another TR-1 Gundam Hazel. The TR-1 Gundam Hazel Asla, equipped with a giant arm, uses a long Capri's cannon beam rifle to pierce through the hull of a battleship with a single shot. Then it rushed to another battleship, punched a big hole in the hangar hatch, and then tore the hatch open with its huge arms, destroying the hangar and its interior. The other TR Gundams shot down the enemy MS-1 after another with their colleagues and suppressed the target. The commander of the Sword and Shield Force, the main ship R.A. Kylam's Sword and Shield, and the Salamander at the bow of the ship, watched the current situation. The Sword and Shield troops and the Black Rabbit troops are both troops under the charge of his Salamander. The Black Rabbit troops and the Sword and Shield troops worked together to destroy the targets. Although the Black Rabbit troops were put into battle to destroy the targets, their real purpose was to test many TR series that had been replaced with new engines and parts of new specifications. Especially Woodwater is the most important test subject. Salamander assembled the Heathersley 2 and TR-6 Gabran 2 from 2 Woodwaters and conducted actual combat tests, and the results were very good. Other TR series results also exceeded expectations. The combat performance of the Sword and Shield troops is very good, and they are indeed elites selected from different subbases. The target troops are basically crushed and beaten in the min of particle environment, and it is only a matter of time before they are completely wiped out. Salamander looked at other messages. Currently, the Dion Imperial Army is within the territory of the Garth Empire, and many guerrillas have been wiped out. At present, the remaining Dion Imperial Army has gradually withdrawn from the Garth Empire. Salamander analyzed that the Tianni Mercenary Corps was able to cause huge losses to the Dion Imperial Army with a few sacrifices, and it was mainly due to the help and cooperation of the United Army and the relationship between the men of particles. If the two sides were fighting alone, even if the Tianni Mercenary Group had the home court advantage, or because they were familiar with the local environment, they would not be able to achieve such an advantage. Many troops of the Tianni Mercenary Corps were waiting for work on many battlefields, or the coalition army would take the lead and flank to drive out the Dion army, and then the Tianni Mercenary Corps would take it down. Salamander smiled wryly and said in his heart, "I planned these battle plans. Let the coalition army gnaw the hardest bones first, and then let us gnaw the softest meat. We will pick up the cheapest ones. I really don't know if the Allied army, which has suffered a lot of losses, will hate us to death." Then, the staff at the head of the ship sent a report. "Commander, we have already eliminated the target. Some of the Dion army were captured by us and became our prisoners. There is also a message from the Black Rabbit troops that they leave first." "Well, I see." None of the subordinates knew that the Black Rabbit force was actually commanded by Salamander, and it was he who secretly gave the Black Rabbit force an order just now. "Catch these captives first. Use torture to get information out of their mouths. There is no need to worry about execution. Even if they are killed, it doesn't matter, and then there are some alive who will be sent to the Garth Empire." "Yes, Captain." Salamander would not show mercy to the captured Dion army at all. If he could, he would like to kill all the Dion army and their Emperor's Majesty's family, so that he could vent his hatred. "Head, the boss has sent instructions. After the mission is completed, go to the 92nd colonial satellite of the Garth Empire to rendezvous." Clear. After the Garth Empire confirmed that the Dion Imperial Army had completely withdrawn from its territory, it began to report that the Dion Imperial Army had been defeated. The whole country celebrated this hard-won victory. Of course, the people of the whole country, including the entire world, knew that it would be difficult to win victory with the combined army, not to mention the soldiers of the Garth Empire. The key to winning this battle is the addition of the Tianni Mercenary Group to the battlefield. On many battlefields, war reporters have photographed the battle between the Tianni Mercenary Group and the Dion Imperial Army, and the Tianni Mercenary Group gained the upper hand in every battle. Military experts from various countries in the world believe that the Tianni mercenaries can suppress the Dion Imperial Army in every battle because of a kind of min of particle missile. The emitted min of particles paralyzed all electronic components, radars, etc. Remotely controlled or unmanned MS, such as war cones and scorpions, became unable to fight in the environment of min of particles. It also makes the remote control operator unable to control. But the Tianni Mercenary Group has the technology to be immune to min of particles. This allowed the Tianni Mercenary Group to achieve superior results, and both sides had similar military technology. And before the Tianni Mercenary Group joined the battlefield, they had already simulated the battle of the Dion Imperial Army, and the combat plan was completely aimed at the deployment of the Dian army. Long Fei brought his wife and children to the colonial satellite of the capital of the Garth Empire, because Emperor Taxgas VI of the Garth Empire extended an invitation to Lao Fei. Long Fei was still in the territory of the Gas Empire, and he couldn't save the emperor's face, so he agreed to the invitation. In the colonial satellite of the capital of the Garth Empire, countless media reporters from various countries gathered, diplomatic ambassadors from various countries, and major generals of the United Army, heads of the main forces of each country. Taxgas VI personally took his princes and princesses to welcome the distinguished guests. Standing beside Fiaslier, the second Princess Emily, who was a peerless beauty, asked her eldest sister, "What kind of person do you think Chairman Long Fei is?" "A man with great ability is also a proud man." Then the third Princess Miska, who is petite and exquisite, has a pair of bright and big eyes and a peerless childlike beauty, pouted and said, "No matter how capable he is, the Emperor used our three sisters as a bargaining chip in order to win him over. Happiness in exchange for this man." Although Princess didn't speak, she also frowned. At that time, his father only asked Long Fei to choose one of the three sisters as his wife, and they could accept any one of them. Which woman does not like a man of great ability, especially a woman of noble birth? But noble-born women also have their pride and reserve, and it is absolutely impossible for them to work with other women except the Emperor. Torres II and many other warships entered the port, and all the lights and cameras were directed at the Torres II mothership. Taxgar VI and other leaders of many countries are very keen on Tianyi Group's advanced technology, whether it is people's livelihood or military, such as the solar furnace engine of Torres II, which is a technology with almost unlimited energy. Black technology. After cleaning the battlefield to collect the remains of various military weapons of the Dian Empire, and after assembling and repairing them, a series of researches began. The battleships and mis-engine technology of the Dian Empire have indeed surpassed the entire international nuclear fusion thermonuclear, but there is no solar furnace that is close to energy. It's just that Taxgar VI didn't quite understand why Long Fei didn't make more solar furnaces. Could it be that the materials needed were insufficient? However, although it is impossible to obtain the Tianyi Group solar furnace and those technologies that are close to black technology, the military technology of the Dian Empire gives all countries the opportunity to study and absorb it. As for how much it can absorb and how far it can progress, it depends on the fortune of each country. Long Fei walked into the red carpet with his wife, children, and the big bad wolf. On both sides of the red carpet stood a row of knights of the Garth Empire Royal Guards. Long Fei shook hands with Taxgar VI, and Taxgar VI also shook hands with Taoxiang, Longhua, and Longfu. The big bad wolf sat on the ground and looked at Taxgas VI. Taxgas VI liked dogs very much, so he reached out and touched the top of the big bad wolf's head. The big bad wolf stretched out its right front paw after howling. "It's, Your Majesty, it wants to shake your hand." "Oh, good. Taxgar VI shakes hands with the big bad wolf. Then, King Taxgas VI introduced his concubines, princes and princesses, to Long Fei, and then the two families took a group photo together in front of many reporters. Then, Taxgas VI introduced the important ministers and generals of his country to Long Fei, and then introduced the diplomatic ambassadors of various countries. Afterwards, Long Fei's family boarded the prepared luxury car, and there were only a small number of members of the sword and shield troops following Long Fei, and Salamanda went with him to protect the safety of Long Fei's family. Taoxiang looked at the scenery outside the window. Their welcoming convoy was protected by the knights of the Garth Empire Palace. Taoxiang could see how much the emperor of this country attached importance to his husband's arrival. Taoxiang said to her husband, "This empire still looks very strong. After several years of war and injuries, it suffered a lot of losses. After the war, many businesses came to invest in this empire. Strictly speaking, during the war, many consortium merchants also ran away, and the place they ran was the Earth Circle. Now, many consortium merchants feel that the colonial circle is more dangerous, and they are not willing to invest money and assets in the colonial circle, unless with the location of our Tianyi Group, those business consortiums will invest heavily, because for them, our Tianyi Group is a guarantee of safety. But now that the war is over, Taxgar 6 will probably ask you to invest heavily in his country, and I hope you can set up a sub-base in his country. It depends on what conditions and treatment King Taxgar 6 can offer me. By the way, Saint Aina did not attend your invitation. It is estimated that she was summoned by the Pope. Long Fei knew better in his heart that it was Saint Aina and her party who returned to the Uya Cross country. On the surface, they were summoned by the Pope, but in fact they were for Torgis. It is estimated that the scientists from the Uya Cross country are happily studying Torgis. When I came to the palace of the Garth Empire, the style of the palace was not inferior to that of the Hanxia Empire. Taxgas 6 personally entertained Long Fei and introduced the history of the palace and related courts to Long Fei. Then, Taxgas 6 took Long Fei to look at the collections of the emperors of all dynasties. Taxgas 6 gave Long Fei one of his collection of swords as a meeting gift. Thank you, His Majesty, for your kindness. Long Fei took the sword, drew it out to look at it, and praised. It's really a precious sword. The sword shadow is very domineering and precious. After speaking, he put the sword into the scabbard. Okay, as long as Boss Long Fei likes it. In the past few days, King Taxgas 6 personally entertained Long Fei, and even took Long Fei's family to watch the country's national dances, national performances, and so on. During the reception, Taxgas 6 also extended an invitation to Long Fei to invest in his country. Long Fei was also very polite, expressing his interest in the investment environment of the Garth Empire. After some discussions between Long Fei and Taxgar 6, they decided to arrange relevant teams to negotiate. At the dinner party, King Taxgas 6 asked Long Fei, I would like to invite Chairman Long Fei to sing Beyond the Time and the chorus tomorrow. I wonder if Chairman Long Fei would appreciate it. No problem, but with whom does His Majesty sing tomorrow? Of course it's the children of the banquet. If possible, I would also like to invite Mrs. Zun and Qianjin to sing together. I have to tell my wife about this first. After Long Fei informed Tao Xiang was very happy to sing together. At the scene, the reporter of the dinner was in charge of filming, and the professional accompaniment team cooperated with Long Fei to play the piano, playing Beyond the Time. At the end of the song, there was a warm applause at the scene. The third princess, Miska, said next to the two sisters, eldest sister, second sister, if Chairman Long Fei hasn't married yet, I can't wait to marry Chairman Long Fei now. The two princesses directly gave the younger sister a blank stare. In fact, the two princesses have the same thoughts as the younger sister. Long Fei is very capable, can sing such beautiful songs, and is such a versatile man. The eldest princess and the second princess are the same. I have the same idea as my younger sister. If Long Fei had no one, he would have pursued him immediately. Then, Tao Xiang brought Longhua and Long Fu to stand beside Long Fei, and the children at the dinner party also stood beside Long Fei's piano and sang Tomorrow together with Long Fei. After the dinner, Taxgas 6 said to Long Fei, there is a foreign minister of a country who wants to meet you. I wonder if Chairman Long Fei wants to see him. Excuse me, Your Majesty, which country's foreign minister wants to see me? It's Frink, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Wanluo Federation. They are still in the midst of the war, and there is still time for senior officials to come to see me. Taxgas 6 smiled and said, Chairman Long Fei, you understand it in your heart and pretend to be confused. Don't you know their purpose? Of course I know. I just want me to send troops to drive away the Dian Imperial Army. Then Chairman Long Fei wants to meet them? I can arrange it. Then meet them. I want to see what kind of tricks they are trying to play. Taxgas 6 took Long Fei to the VIP room and introduced Long Fei to Frink, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Wanluo Federation. After the two parties met, Taxgar 6 left the VIP room first, allowing the two parties to communicate. Long Fei deliberately pretended to be confused and asked, I don't know if Minister Frink can ask me for anything? Frink said solemnly, Wanluo Federation requests Chairman Long Fei to send Tianyi mercenaries to save the country. What conditions do you offer me? Hasn't Chairman Long Fei already declared war on the Dian Kingdom? Since our country has been invaded by the Dian Kingdom, won't Chairman Long Fei send troops to destroy them? I am indeed declaring war on the Kingdom of Dian, but it doesn't mean that wherever their troops go, I will send troops to destroy them. Then why did Chairman Long Fei send troops to the Garth Empire to drive out the Dion Imperial Army? Long Fei shrugged and said, "It's very simple. The Garth Empire has the assets I invested in and the branches and factories I set up. So when we drive out the Dion Imperial Army, we should protect the Tianyi Group's assets and my employees by the way." The two words Long Fei deliberately emphasized the tone. Frink immediately said, "Our Wanluo Federation is willing to open the door to the Tianyi Group. As long as the Tianyi Mercenary Group drives the Dion Imperial Army out of the country and the Tianyi Group invests, we have to discuss any conditions we want." Humph. Long Fei sneered and said, "If you said these words from the mouths of the emperors of those countries, I can still believe them. At least those emperors know what it means to make a joke. But you guys countries with a democratic system, especially your Wanluo Federation, have done so many things that go against their will. Even if it is a treaty in black and white, you can directly turn over the table and refuse to accept it. This is your daily routine, and I don't believe what you say." Frink said with an ugly expression, "We can sign a contract with Chairman Long Fei in black and white, and we will definitely abide by it. Didn't you hear what I just said? You can turn over the table and refuse to accept even the black and white words. Then we can now invite Chairman Long Fei to invest in Tianyi Group, and now we can negotiate terms with Chairman Long Fei. Forget it. You have a lot of problems now, and you were beaten to the ground by the Dion Imperial Army. If I invest now, all my money will be in vain. Chairman Long Fei, as long as you send troops to fight, you can expel Dion's Imperial Army and make investment. Then you turn the tables on me and continue to discredit me and my Tianyi Group as usual. Chairman Long Fei, please don't judge a gentleman with a villain's heart. The Wanluo Federation is not such a country. I treat the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, and I treat the belly of a hypocrite with the heart of a real villain. At that time, in order to what was in my hand, you discredited me to the extreme. Don't forget these things. Now watching you being rubbed on the ground by the Dion Imperial Army, I feel very happy watching it. Chairman Long Fei, you are going too far. Don't forget that you are also a member of the entire international circle. Even if you have any grievances with the government of Wanluo Federation, you can't take your grievances out on innocent people. The people of the Luo Federation are innocent, and they all hope that Chairman Long Fei can save them. I said, the matter of your Wanluo Federation is none of my business. Chairman Long Fei, don't you think about their disaster at this moment? Don't you want to think about their lives and human rights? Are you so indifferent and disregarding the human rights and lives of others? Do you have the so-called freedom? These universal values of democracy and human rights. After hearing this, Long Fei stood up and reprimanded the other party. Universal value? What qualifications do you have to say this? Did you take the lives and human rights of the people of other countries into account when you attacked other countries and hurt the people of other countries? Now you are being punished by Dion. The Imperial Army's treatment like this is just your retribution. The Empire doesn't care about human rights and life even more, but you are still willing to send troops to help the people of such a country. But you are not willing to help democratic countries like us that value human rights and life. Long Fei let out a very indifferent laugh and then said, "Saving the people is something only the imperial system and other systems can do. The democratic system doesn't need to do this kind of thing at all. Just shout for human rights. If you want to help yourself, just find a way." This is what a senior official of your Wanluo Federation said, and it was elected by the people. But he also paid a price for his words. Then why did he come to power and become a high-ranking official? Wasn't it elected by your people? Frink was silent for a moment. Before leaving, Long Fei said a word. "You don't care about the lives of ordinary people. You don't care about it yourself. Why should I care about it?" Long Fei returned to the mother base after the 7th day of colonizing the satellite in the capital of the Garth Empire. In order to show his importance and sincerity to Long Fei's Tianyi Group's increased investment, King Taxgas VI himself personally saw off the guests. Long Fei understood Taxgas VI's behavior and attitude, and understood that the other party was sincerely inviting investment and cooperation. The behavior of Taxgas VI was also widely reported by the media of various countries. Many commentators felt that as long as there were no accidents, the Tianyi Group would definitely invest a lot of money in the Garth Empire. On the other hand, Apart from the 40 colonial satellites of the Wanluo Federation that were occupied by the Dian Empire, the other unoccupied colonial satellites were even looted by the Dian Empire army in guerrilla warfare. As a result, many citizens of the Wanluo Federation were massacred, and many people of the Wanluo Federation fled abroad, trying their best to go to places or countries with sub-bases set up by the Tianyi mercenary group. The Tianyi mercenary group is the guarantee of safety at this moment, and it is also the only existence that can defeat the Dian Imperial Army. Many citizens of the Wanluo Federation appealed to their national government to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group. The official website of the Wanluo federal government responded to the appeal of the people, saying that the Tianyi mercenary corps rejected their entrustment and even took the opportunity to sit on the ground and raise prices to take advantage of the fire. Then, various media outlets in the Wanluo Federation began to criticize the Tianyi mercenary group, accusing the Tianyi mercenary group of preferring to help the dictatorship and ignoring the human rights of the Garth Empire, rather than helping the Wanluo Federation that values human rights and the value of life. The Tianyi mercenary group and the imperial system countries are the same. The Tianyi mercenary group is a group of devils who only care about profit and money. The Tianyi mercenary group is a mercenary group that takes human life recklessly. Some media in the Wanluo Federation even speculated that the Tianyi mercenary group would help the Garth Empire. It must be that the two sides had secrets. Otherwise, the Tianyi mercenary group, which valued profits and money, would never help. Even more vigorously discredited the Gundam of the Tianyi mercenary group, describing the Gundam as the incarnation of the devil. It is even more vigorous to discredit Long Fei. The official website of Tianyi Group is just a simple counterattack, letting their senior officials say what they said at the time. This simple counterattack is the biggest slap in the face for them. Moreover, other democratic countries are not willing to smear the Tianyi mercenary group, especially the democratic countries that have already received Tianyi Group's investment dare not even smear. The official website of the Tianyi mercenary corps even launched some counterattacks against the Wanluo Federation. Anyway, you are a group of countries that don't care about their own people. Why should we care about it? We don't want to put a hot face on a cold ass. Like you talk about human rights, democracy, and freedom, but everything is true. It is full of business and money interests. You are just a group of people who talk about democracy, but are actually capitalism. Everything is money-oriented and human life is considered reckless. So if you want to entrust us, then you have to accept our conditions. Anyway, this is full of business, and more importantly, our Tianyi mercenary group is a mercenary organization, and everything is based on money and interests to help the Garth Empire. It just so happens that the Garth Empire has our Tianyi group's investment. Sending troops to help our colleagues and their families dealing with the Dian Empire is not only a declaration of war by the boss, but more importantly, they also offended us. We are just teaching them a lesson. As for the Wanluo Federation, you want us to take action. Then give the money, agree to our conditions, and everything will be easy to handle. Apricot. After the counterattack statement on the Tianyi mercenary group's official website, many countries sided with the Tianyi mercenary group to support the Tianyi mercenary group's statement. Even other democratic countries agree with what the Tianyi mercenary group said. Everything is a mercenary organization that takes money and does things for profit. And these democracies also include the United Anglo-Saw Democratic People's Republic. The reason why the United States of Anglo-Saw Democracy agreed with what the Tianyi mercenary group said this time is that they also hope that the Tianyi group can invest in their country. Because the Tianyi group did not have any investment in the United Kingdom of the Anglo-Saw Democratic Peoples at the moment, they were very worried that the Kingdom of Dian would attack them again. The United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China wants to please Tianyi group at this moment, and the Wanluo Federation's deadly behavior does not care about the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China. The current attitude of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic is that a dead Taoist friend will not die a poor man. As long as he can get the investment of Tianyi Group, that is the best talisman. The Wanluo Federation did not receive the support of other democratic countries, but instead criticized other democratic countries. The media reporters of the Luo Federation also made a series of verbal criticisms of these democratic countries. Criticizing these democracies for selling everything for profit is a traitor who betrays the democratic system, democracy, freedom, and human rights. However, this deadly behavior of the Wanluo Federation also caused dissatisfaction among countries with a democratic system, and many democratic countries began to reduce their assistance to him. Originally, the Wanluo Federation at this moment had already been rubbed against the ground by the Dian Imperial Army, but now that the aid has been reduced, it is being dragged on the ground like a mop by the Dian Imperial Army. The Wanluo Federation is still unwilling to let go of its stance at this moment, because it still considers itself a superpower, and even expresses that it will not accept the request of the Lion of the Tianyi mercenary group to open its mouth. Purvi, who was dismissed by the referendum, is now acting as a monster in his online book. In addition to accusing Long Fei and his Tianyi group of sitting on the ground and raising prices, they also accuse the current government of being weak and incompetent. If I were in power, I would not let the Wanluo Federation suffer like this. I would let this dictatorial empire know the horror of the Wanluo Federation, and I would send all the nuclear bombs of the Wanluo Federation to Mars. Let these stupid new humans who think they are superior and self-righteous new humans know that the Wanluo Federation is a superior existence, and let the Dian Empire know how stupid it is to challenge the Wanluo Federation. Unfortunately, our current government is really bad. Yes, too many missed opportunities caused us to lose a bunch of colonial satellites, and let our countless properties be plundered by these barbarians. Purvi's remarks actually resonated with his diehard fans and some unsatisfactory Wanluo Federation people. Many people from the Wanluo Federation attacked the current government online. Of course, the current government is not sitting still, ironically mocking Pulvi as a former president who was abandoned and dismissed by the people and has no right to criticize them. I was dismissed back then, and it was only a group of people who were ignorantly incited to vote to remove me. Later, many people who dismissed me regretted it, and then realized that I was a great president. If a colonial satellite is occupied, I can still take it back. On the contrary, your current government can't even take back a single colonial satellite. Without anyone's instigation, I guess a bunch of people wanted to oppose you. Purvi's remarks. Many people from the Wanluo Federation on the internet admitted that they were instigated back then and regretted voting to remove Purvi. However, many people from the Wanluo Federation said that they did not regret dismissing Pureway back then. The soldiers on the front line were fighting, and the Wanluo Federation people on the internet started an artillery battle without gunpowder. A table of hot pot sat around Long Fei and the leaders of the 5 directly subordinate troops. Rammer said, "I really don't know what happened to the Wanluo Federation. There was a tight fight in the front, but civil strife broke out in the rear. What's even more funny is that it was instigated by the president who was deposed before to make trouble." Towers said, "I came from a democratic country. I am most qualified to say that ordinary people think that they have a vote in their hands, and they think they are the masters of the country, but they don't know that all this is actually controlled by the capitalists behind. No matter which candidate they voted for, they are just puppets controlled by capitalists, and then ignorantly laugh at the people in other systems and countries as leaks, but they don't know that they are also leaks. It can even be said that they are livestock raised by capitalists, air taxes, and so on. You should have heard of it. I heard that many colonial countries have this tax. Pay attention to check. Most of the countries with air tax are democratic countries." Li Xiuqing nodded and said, "I once read a book that satirized capitalism, and the content in it once satirized capitalism. Once capitalism is in power, they will try their best to make money from anything, let alone air, garbage, and feces can all be found to steal money from ordinary people's pockets, and capitalists are vampires who only ordinary people." Long Fei said at this time. In fact, if you want to say which system is better, you can't say a result. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. How do people in power deal with it? If I want to say which system is worse, the democratic system is not worst, it is worse. Some people once said that the most corrupt democracy is better than the cleanest dictatorship. This kind of idiot is only said by people who think they have never seen the world. Once the democratic system rots, it is worse than dictatorship. Worse, the latter will be overthrown by the people, while the former will just be a bunch of people who continue to hold elections and then go into an endless loop. Every time the president of the government is changed, it may become worse and worse. As for the capitalists who control the government, behind it will continue to all the resources of the country, and the people will be sheared step by those capitalists without knowing it. Marissa asked Long Fei, "Boss, which system do you think is the best?" "Which system is best? I don't know either." Salamanda didn't say anything and ate the hot pot dishes quietly. Long Fei continued, "Wanluo Federation, I just want to say that if this country does not come to an end, the common people will only continue to be plundered by the capitalists. If this country comes to an end, maybe these people can still get relief." Ramir's cell phone rang, and after taking a look, Ramir handed the cell phone to Long Fei. After Long Fei read the contents of the phone, he handed the phone back to Ramir and said to everyone, "Everyone, I have received information that there will be other troops from the Dion army attacking the colony. In the 2nd District colony, the person in charge of leading the army is most likely the eldest Prince Christopher of the Dion Empire." A trace of hatred flashed across Salamanda's eyes, and Long Fei saw all this. "As for how the eldest prince will fight, we have to wait and see," Salamanda said at this time. "Christopher is very cruel and ruthless. Sometimes he can even kill innocent people in order to achieve his goals. It is not an exaggeration to call him a cruel pervert." Ramir asked, "Then this prince will not directly kill the common people?" Salamanda replied, "It is possible that this person is more vicious than his father. In his eyes, ordinary humans are just ants that can be manipulated at any time. He does not treat ordinary humans as human beings at all. It can be said that he tramples on ordinary humans. Back then, in order to unify the Martian sphere in the kingdom of Dion, Christopher even slaughtered many people from the Rhinek kingdom and the Longzog kingdom. All of them were ordinary humans, and many of the mass graves were created by him." Long Fei asked Salamanda, "Are the 3 princes of the Dion Empire like this?" "The eldest prince and the 3rd prince. The former tramples on ordinary humans, while the latter just looks down on ordinary humans. As for the 2nd prince, his attitude towards ordinary people is relatively better than his 2 brothers, and I must say that this 2nd prince Elishad is the best of the 3 brothers, but he is not favored." Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Salamanda continued, "Why is Yelishad the most unfavored prince? According to the information I have, except for the birth of his mother, he is not as prominent as the mothers of his 2 brothers. It is said that when he awakened as a new human, slower than his 2 brothers, but we must tell the truth that among the 3 brothers, his marching and combat ability is the strongest, and his command ability is also the strongest." Long Fei demanded, "Lieutenant Colonel, please explain clearly. When the United War was fought, many rebels were defeated by him, and the army he was in charge of was not as strong as the army in charge of his 2 brothers, but it was his excellent command and mobilization ability. With the least to get the most out of his losses, neither of his brothers achieved as much as he did." Li Xiuqing asked, "Is he the most talented among the 3 brothers?" "No, it's the least." Everyone looked at Salamanda suspiciously. Salamanda explained, "Although he has the fewest talents, they are all top-notch, and many of these talents come from grassroots backgrounds. The 2nd prince's employment is not based on status, but on talent. So many noble children of noble background, it's because he doesn't want to work with the 2nd prince." Long Fei said, "So he has the fewest talents, but those who are arrogant and don't like to flatter are all following him." "Yes, boss. The more capable and proud the person is, the less he will disdain to follow the eldest prince and the 3rd prince, because they will never flatter. They prefer to make contributions with the 2nd prince and strive for their own achievements with their ability. The 2nd prince also knows how to attract talents. He distributes all his achievements to his subordinates, but takes his mistakes on his shoulders. He is a very responsible guy, and he can also make the talents who follow him get the most out of it. It seems that once we really have a full-scale war with the Dion Empire, apart from the Emperor, the 2nd prince will also be a very formidable opponent." Marissa said. Long Fei asked, "When the rebel army you were in escaped from the Martian Circle, was it because they were defeated by the 2nd prince that they were forced to escape from the Martian Circle?" "Half of it is his relationship, and the other half is the 3rd Prince Alexander's uncle. He is indispensable for the unified battle of the Martian Circle." Long Fei then asked another question. "This eldest Prince Christopher, once war starts, What shall we do with this eldest prince? If there is a full-scale war with the Dion Empire, the eldest prince pushes away my personal hatred for him and either kills him with a dead hand or captures him alive as a bargaining chip. Choosing the former is to fight the Dion Empire to the end. If you choose the latter, the premise is that we and the other party have the possibility of taking a step back. If not, then choose the former, because that guy is very vengeful. I once heard that a noble woman accidentally offended him. In the end, he made it miserable, and even the whole family of that noble woman was not spared. Hearing what you say, you have to pay attention to this Christopher operation now. I strongly suggest that the boss better pay attention to him. God knows what methods this guy will use. Libro has 7 colonial satellites. The 3rd Expeditionary Force of Dion's army, led by Christopher. On March 27th, Colonial Area No. 2 was attacked, and Libro Country, the outermost part of Colonial Area No. 2, was attacked. The stealth function activated by the 3rd Expeditionary Force went to Libro Country in a mighty way. Christopher divided a large army into 7 army-level fleets to attack the 7 colonial satellites of the Libro Kingdom. On the 29th, 7 military fleets attacked the target at the same time. The national strength of the Libro country is not strong. Some troops have joined the ranks of the coalition army, and the rest of the troops can only reluctantly carry out patrols and defenses. If it was attacked by troops from other countries around, the army left behind by the Libro country would be able to resist, but it was the Dion army who attacked them. Although the first time to ask for help, all countries know that the 3rd Expeditionary Force of the Dion army is attacking the No. 2 colonial area, but they have no way of knowing the whereabouts of the Expeditionary Force that has turned on the stealth function. When the Libro country was attacked and asked for help from the outside world, all countries were beyond their reach. Although the Garth Empire and the countries in the No. 2 colonial area rushed to the rescue, the national strength of the Libro country was not strong. In less than a day, all 7 colonial satellites fell. Christopher directly ordered the massacre and cleansing of most of the people of the Libro country, and the remaining few were somewhere else. In addition to plundering the colonial satellites, they directly destroyed the colonial satellites, and then installed giant rocket propellers on these destroyed civil satellites. 7 destroyed colonies sailing in different directions. Brado, the country closest to the Libro country, was also the first colony satellite discovered by the United Army that was destroyed but installed a giant rocket propulsion unit. The United Army even discovered that this colonial satellite was followed by a brigade-level fleet-sized force. However, the Dion Army did not launch any attack, but instead informed the United Army that there were still some hostages in the colonial satellite, and told the United Army to play a game. Whether to rescue the hostages inside the colony, or destroy this damaged colony that is about to crash into another colony. The commander of the Dion Army also stated that the rules of the game do not actively attack the Dion Army, do not destroy the rocket propulsion, and the Dion Army will not launch an attack. The coalition army that came to the rescue had only 2 regiment-level fleets, and they could not beat the Dion Army with a brigade-level fleet. The Rescue United Army calculated from the computer that the damaged colonial satellite would hit the No. 5 colonial satellite of the Brado Kingdom. The Rescue United Army can only immediately notify the superiors in Brado and let Brado quickly take away the people of the No. 5 colonial satellite. While on alert, the Rescue Alliance sent troops into the damaged colonial satellite to search and rescue. Dion Jun maintained the mentality of watching a movie. Rescue forces found some scattered civilians inside the colony. I also learned from the rescued people that the Dion Army even dispersed them and their relatives in different places. The troops in charge of the rescue greeted the 18 generations of the ancestors of the Dion Army in their hearts, because such search and rescue operations have increased their difficulty. Moreover, many search and rescue teams also found countless massacred civilian corpses, even wreckage and severed limbs, and countless blood floating in the entire colonial satellite. This scene was also filmed by the following war reporters. The scene that made the search and rescue team feel extremely angry was that the inhumane Dion Army tied some innocent children around the corpses, leaving an indelible shadow on those children. Some poor children were even hanged and stabbed to death. Some of the team members in charge of the search and rescue saw this scene and cried while holding the child's body. Many team members cursed the Dion army as a group of beasts. Moreover, the rescued children were already blind-eyed and severely frightened. Even if some of the children were brought in front of their parents, the children would not be able to recognize their parents. Another rescue second join army wants to go to the rescue team and let them deal with Dion's army. As a result, another Dion army with the size of a brigade-level fleet suddenly appeared. This Dion army also gave the Rescue Second Coalition army the same rules. It also does not actively attack the Dion army, does not destroy the rocket propulsion, and the Dion army will not launch an attack. The point guard is here. Then, the 2nd Brigade Dion army released the 2nd Rescue Coalition army to the destination, and the 2nd Brigade Dion army kept a distance, followed and monitored the 2nd Rescue Coalition army. The 2nd Rescue Army communicated this to their superiors, while the 2nd Brigade-level Dion Army was able to monitor the opponent's communication, but did not take any interception actions, allowing the opponent to communicate to its superiors. The superiors of the United Army can only dispatch a unit of the United Army closest to the number 5 colonial satellite of the Brado Kingdom, and order this unit to help the authorities of the Brado Kingdom take away the people from the local colonial satellite. After taking away all the civilians in the damaged colonial satellite, the 2 rescue coalition forces are preparing to destroy the damaged colonial satellite. Dion's army told them that they could attack and damage the colony's sanitation, but they were not allowed to hit the rocket propellers, otherwise don't blame them for doing it. The 2 rescue coalition forces blasted all the beam cannons, missiles, etc. to destroy the colonial satellites. However, no matter how hard the 2 rescue coalitions try, they cannot effectively destroy the damaged colonial satellites. On March 31st, many civilians in the number 5 colonial satellite of Brado were unable to evacuate. However, the damaged colonial satellites still rushed to the number 5 colonial satellite of the Brado Kingdom. Although the local Brado defenders and the United Army also tried their best to bomb the damaged colonial satellite. After more than a day of bombing, the damaged colonial satellite has been broken into several sections, and the last section is still 2 kilometers long. The giant rocket booster separated, and the last piece of the damaged colony satellite directly hit the number 5 colony satellite of the Brado Kingdom. The collision with Brado's number 5 colonial satellite directly opened a huge pothole, and countless vehicles, buildings, and civilians flew out of space. The instigator of all this, the Dion Army, after achieving its goal, turned on the stealth function and left the scene. This event has also become a tragic event recorded in later generations. On March 31st, 124, the first year of the universe, the Libro Colonial Satellite Terrorist Impact event. In the next few days, Libro's other colonies collided with the colonies of other countries. Although 2 damaged colonial satellites were blasted into cosmic debris, the tragedy caused by the remaining 5 damaged colonial satellites really shocked the entire world, created pressure on the entire international humanitarian relief. In the ranks of the United Army, the Libro soldiers watched their country perish, and their compatriots suffered heavy casualties, which dealt an incomparable blow to them. The tragedy in the number 2 colonial area even aroused the hatred of the entire colonial circle against the Dion Empire, because sooner or later the actions of the Dion Army would land in other colonial areas. Even at this moment, the Earth sphere is worried whether the Dion Army will directly throw the colonial satellites to the Earth sphere. On April 6, 124, the first year of the universe, the number 2 colony area has not recovered from the terrorist impact of the Libro colony satellite. Dion's army occupied several more colonial satellites, also destroying the colonial satellites, and also leaving some alive, scattered in different places. Also installed a giant rocket booster on the damaged colonial satellite, and rushed to the designated target. When the United Army rushed to rescue after receiving the distress signal, it was intercepted and killed by Dion's army. The Dion Army even hacked into the main computer of the number 2 colonial area of the United Army, indicating that the rules of the game have changed. You can destroy the giant rocket thrusters, provided you can break through their defenses. Then it's up to you to destroy the giant rocket thrusters and rescue the people in the damaged colony. All the high-level personnel of the number 2 Colonial Area Coalition Army felt extremely angry and aggrieved. The commander of the number 3 Expeditionary Dion Army clearly treated them like monkeys. Christopher sat comfortably in his chair in his office, watching every 3D live broadcast of the battlefield with playful eyes. In order to stop the damaged colonial satellite that was about to crash into another colonial satellite, the United Army rushed to the target one after another, but was intercepted and killed by Dion's army. Many coalition armies were responsible for dealing with the intercepting Dion army and covering other coalition forces rushing towards the target. In addition to destroying the giant rocket propulsion, some coalition fleets rushed to the target and even sent rescue forces to destroy the colonial satellites to rescue the hostages. It's just that the rescue force was attacked and a bunch of drones, ground automatic tanks, and mechanical animals appeared in the damaged colonial satellite, attacking the rescue force. This has caused countless casualties to the rescue force. Although the rescue force also has some heavy weapons that can deal with these drones and so on, it also slows down the rescue. Even if the rescue team found the hostages, they did not expect that some of the hostages were strapped with time bombs. Some of the hostages were strapped with biological bombs, and a heart pulse detector was strapped to another hostage. If the hostage died, then the biological bomb will explode immediately. The pressure on the rescue force is abnormal. At this moment, the bomb must be dismantled in order to rescue the hostages tied to the bomb. Just as the rescue force was about to take the other hostages away from the scene, suddenly a sniper bullet pierced through the head of a hostage who was tied with a heart pulse detector, killing him on the spot. Another hostage who was tied with a biological bomb exploded. This explosion directly killed all the rescue troops and all the hostages. Ha! Christopher laughed happily while looking at the screen while eating his snacks. This picture is really wonderful. Christopher also praised the scene in front of him. After other rescue forces learned of the situation of the fellow troops who were killed by the bombing, once they found that there was a bomb on the hostages, they immediately isolated the other hostages. When other rescue teams found the hostages and rescued them, they were suddenly attacked by drones, mechanical animals, etc., ambushing nearby. These machines not only attacked the rescue force, but also attacked the hostages, which led to the sacrifice of many members of the rescue force in order to protect the hostages. Christopher looked at the screen in front of him, clicked his mouth, and then called some of his cronies over to enjoy it together. One of the confidants asked Christopher, "Your Highness, what do you think of the sideshow that the villain arranged for you?" "Jacques, I like the program you arranged very much, and I will reward you a lot later." "Thank you, Your Highness." In order to reduce casualties, the rescue force dispatched some MS and chariots to cover. However, such a deployment could not reduce the damage, and explosions occurred at the locations where some rescue forces were located. What was even worse was that Dion's army was mixed into the rescue of the hostages. The Dion army, disguised as hostages, either launched an attack suddenly when the rescue force rescued the hostages, or launched an attack after sending them into the battleship, causing the rescue force in chaos at the moment. Christopher and his cronies watched the Dion army, who was pretending to be a hostage and was killed by the camera on the body of some Dion soldiers. "Oh, it's a pity. This reaction will be killed if you slow down." "Yo, that's good. I killed all the rescue teams one after another, and killed these hostages by the way. I started looking for a place to ambush, and prepared to kill other people. This person came back alive, and I will raise him 2 levels. Your Highness, you can see that this is also powerful. Well, on the enemy battleship, take away the enemy's bomb and detonate the bomb inside the battleship. Wow, this battleship is somewhat damaged. If this one can come back alive, upgrade him to 3 levels. Your Highness, look, this is a group of 3, and it can kill all directions in the enemy battleship. Wow, not bad. Oops, one of them was killed, and he was killed all the way up the corridor. It was very powerful, and he killed a lot. My God, another one was killed, and the last one won't be hit again. It's fired. Hold on, and almost enter the command room." Christopher and his cronies were engrossed in watching a 3-dimensional video. From the camera, the person involved rushed into the command room, turned on the bomb on his body, and then the screen directly showed the day. Christopher clapped his hands, and one of the cronies said, "I just checked that these 3 fighters are ordinary humans. I didn't expect to achieve such excellent results. However, this is also the responsibility of ordinary humans. They are all consumables for our country." When Christopher heard the words ordinary human beings, A trace of disdain and contempt flashed in his eyes, and then he said with a heartbroken look, "How can you say that? No matter how you say it, they are all excellent fighters in their country, and they have sent out a mission for the country, for the light of their lives. This palace must record their heroic deeds. Let them get the title of heroic martyrs, and upgrade their original positions to 3 levels in a row." The cronies all flattered Christopher. "Your Highness is indeed a benevolent person. Even ordinary humans, His Highness is willing to give appreciation. Your Highness is a model for our new humanity. His Royal Highness is so benevolent and righteous. This is the blessing of this country." At this time, a close aide pointed to the 3-dimensional video and said, "Everyone, look, this is not the 3rd recreation area, destroying the colonial satellite. Those stupid coalition forces are coming in." It can be seen from different 3-dimensional stereoscopic videos that the Joint Army Rescue Force entered the damaged colonial satellite. Suddenly, the entire damaged colony exploded. In another 3-dimensional video, the entire damaged colonial satellite can be seen from the remote shooting, and it exploded into a huge firework group. A confidant said, "Haha, I don't know if these wastes of the United Army like this nuclear bomb fireworks." Jacques asked Christopher, "I wonder if your Highness is satisfied with the program I arranged." "I am very satisfied with the program." On April 13th, 124, the first year of the universe, an elliptical colonial satellite collided with another colonial satellite. The local national defenders and coalition forces, warships, and MS desperately fired missiles and beams at the oval-shaped colonial satellite. Originally, the United Army wanted to launch nuclear bombs to destroy these damaged colonial satellites earlier. However, the damaged colonial satellites also have hostages. Although some of the hostages are also mixed with the Dion Army, not every hostage of a damaged colonial satellite is mixed with the Dion Army. Let the United Army really cast a mouse. The only way is to release the nuclear bomb after the hostages are rescued. But once the coalition army does this, the fleet responsible for monitoring the Dion Army will launch an attack and wipe out the coalition army troops in front of it. At this time, the people who were still in the colonial satellite and had no time to evacuate saw that the damaged oval colonial satellite was about to hit. The people either closed their eyes and waited to die, or they wailed in despair. Suddenly, the flying wing in the shape of a fighter jet flew to the front of the damaged elliptical colonial satellite at extremely high speed. Then it transforms into the Ms form. Wing Gundam holds a destruction rifle and assembles 3 dwarf star guns to form a destruction gun. A terrifying beam of destruction swept across, and the oval-shaped colonial satellite turned into cosmic dust. This blow stunned the Dion Army fleet monitoring everything. All the coalition army and local national defenders at the scene cheered. Those people who were still escaping the death of the colonial satellite, after learning that they were saved, each cried with joy or embraced their relatives. Then, the Dion Army fleet under surveillance was suddenly attacked. Several skyrocket battleships and several warships of different types were bombarded by electromagnetic accelerators. This made the Dion Army a little panicked. None of their radar searches found the destroyer. It stands to reason that their radar search has been upgraded. Even if the destroyer is coated with a wave-absorbing radar coating, it stands to reason that as long as the destroyer is within 1,200 kilometers, the destroyer will definitely be found. There are 2 main reasons why Dion's army did not find the broken shield destroyer. The first reason is that the Dion Army will upgrade their technology, and the Tianyi mercenary group will also upgrade their technology. The second reason is that the wave-absorbing radar coating of the shield-breaking destroyer has also been replaced with a more advanced one, and the electromagnetic accelerator gun has also been upgraded. The shield-breaking destroyer, including other warships, coated with a new wave-absorbing radar coating can only be detected by the latest radar of the Dion Army at a distance of about 800 kilometers. After the electromagnetic accelerator technology is upgraded, the effective range has reached 1,500 kilometers. Moreover, the Tianyi mercenary group fleet is 900 kilometers away from the target, and there are 4 shield-breaking destroyers in total. The electromagnetic accelerator guns were fired one after another, destroying more than 10 Dion warships in a short period of time. The battleship of the Dion Army immediately made evasive actions to avoid the electromagnetic accelerator gun, and then fired beams and missiles at the Tianyi mercenary fleet to counterattack and dispatched Ms. troops. The Tianyi Mercenary Regiment class fleet first launched the anti-beam missile group, and then the mobile drill missile group, and the Ms. troops borrowed the mobile drill missile group as a cover to move forward. The United Army and the country's defenders also dispatched Ms. troops to attack on both sides with the Tianyi mercenaries. The wing Gundam holding the destroyer even rushed to the front of Dion's army, firing a destroying beam within the effective range of the destroyer. Sweeping the entire fleet with one shot of the destruction cannon did not kill the entire fleet with one shot, because all the warships of the Dion Army fleet maximized the shield energy. The shield energy of the battleship at the front cannot withstand the attack of the destroyer cannon. Many of the battleships in the rear rely on the shield energy of the battleship in front and are destroyed, so that the destroyer cannon can be within a longer effective range. The power has been weakened, so that it is not destroyed by the destruction cannon, but the energy shield's tolerance threshold exceeds the limit and collapses, and it takes time to recharge. However, the sweep of the destroying cannon destroyed more than 50% of the Dion's fleet, and all the Ms. troops sent out were destroyed by the destroying cannon. The remaining battleships of the Dion army were hit by mobile drill missiles, and this blow was basically almost wiped out. The remaining battleships of the Dion army sent out the last Ms. troops to make a final desperate fight. Both the Tianyi mercenary group and the joint army sent messages to the remaining Dion army asking them to surrender. It's a pity that the commander's response, "Let us noble people of the Dion Empire surrender to you lowly ethnic groups. Then we would rather die in battle, since this is as you wish." Tianyi mercenary group responded. The stubborn resistance of the remaining Dion army not only did not cause any damage to the Tianyi mercenary group, but also the United Army did not suffer much loss and completely wiped out the remaining Dion army. This scene was also filmed live by war reporters. In the whole process, the appearance of the Tianyi mercenary group wiped out Dion's army in a very short period of time, basically without sacrificing a single soldier. Such results quickly spread throughout the entire world, and the entire world was once again shocked by the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group. The Dion army they were so troubled by, even the powerful Dion army they were afraid of, was almost completely defeated by the Tianyi mercenary group directly on the battlefield in a short time. Then, soon on the battlefields of other District 2 colonies, the Tianyi mercenary corps also appeared, destroying and damaging the colonial satellites, and causing heavy damage to the Dion army in a very short period of time. Dion's army in different battlefields ended up completely wiped out, and some suffered heavy losses and were beaten away. But no matter what the result is, the entire world at this moment, the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group, is already in the eyes of everyone. The Tianyi mercenary group can achieve such results. As the leader, Long Fei and many of his generals understood that they were able to achieve such results mainly because in the previous battles, they collected the things left by Dion's army on the battlefield, restored, researched after absorption. After understanding the opponent's technical advantages and disadvantages, they began to carry out many targeted mock warfare exercises. In addition to this battle, the Tianyi supporters took advantage of the local national defenders and coalition forces, allowing them to attract the attention of the Dion army, then attacking them by surprise. This is how to achieve such results. If there is no defender and joint army to attract the attention of the target, it will be difficult for the Tianyi mercenary group to catch them unawares, and the military technology of Dion's army is no less than that of the Tianyi mercenary group. Although the Tianyi mercenary group absorbed a lot of Dion Empire's technology, they couldn't digest it for a while, let alone integrate the Dion Empire's technology in a short time. And after Dion's army suffered this beating this time, they will definitely start to be on guard against the actions of the Tianyi mercenary group. It is basically very difficult for the Tianyi mercenary group to catch them by surprise. The Tianyi mercenary group won a beautiful victory in this operation, and even a sentence quickly appeared on the internet: "Who will fight if the Tianyi does not come out?" Christopher learned that many troops were wiped out by the Tianyi mercenary group. Watching the video of the complete annihilation of many troops, Christopher smashed things angrily. He didn't expect that a private armed force from the Tianyi mercenary corps would cause such a huge loss to the troops he led. What annoyed him even more was that he was scolded by his father not long ago. Ask him why he didn't pay attention to the Tianyi mercenary group. My own explanation is that I have not received any action information from the Tianyi mercenary group, nor have I received an undercover agent from the United Army telling the United Army to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group. Then, Christopher was directly scolded by his father Fadis, who scolded him for being confused and not wary of the most threatening Tianyi mercenary group. Even if the United Army did not entrust the Tianyi mercenary group, don't forget that Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group, has already let us go and decided to start a war with us, but you are not wary of them. Do you think the other party's invisibility is the technology lagging behind ours? Besides, do you think that our intelligence network fully grasps the actions of the Tianyi mercenary group? Can you know the actions of all his troops? Someone stabbed you in the back. You are a fool. People in their 50s don't know how to use their brains. Are you a pig brain? Christopher was scolded by his father for an hour. Christopher lowered his head, not daring to vent his anger. Since he was born more than 50 years ago, this is the first time he has been scolded by his father like this, and the first time he has been scolded by his father. Scolding the pig's brain, it can be seen that my mistake made my father so angry. Samsara paradise. In the end, Fadis warned Christopher that if he made such a low-level mistake again, the succession to the throne might have to consider whether to disqualify him. When Christopher heard that his father might revoke his right to inherit the throne, a little bit of annoyance flashed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. Yes, royal father, I know my mistake, and I will never dare to make another mistake. It's better as you said. After the emperor hung up the communication, Christopher went back to his office and smashed things to vent his anger. On the other hand, the attack of the Tianyi mercenary group was unexpected by many people, and all the troops transferred by the Tianyi mercenary group had activated the Mirage system. On March 31st, 124, the first year of the universe, the terrorist impact event of the Libro colony satellite occurred. Not only did it shock the entire world, even the Tianyi mercenary group was shocked by the methods of the Dian army. Long Fei didn't expect that the Gundam plot in his previous life would happen in his current life. Tao Xiang also saw this scene and was also extremely shocked. If Tao Xiang from the past saw this scene, she might have asked Long Fei to send troops to deal with Dian's army and save the entire world. Today's Tao Xiang is not as silly and sweet as before. As Long Fei's wife and the wife of the leader of Tianyi Group, she must consider everything for her husband. Even if the Tianyi Group is as rich as an enemy country, if the Tianyi mercenary group goes to war directly with the Dian Empire, the Tianyi Group's financial resources are enough to allow the Tianyi mercenary group to fight a war of attrition for several years. But if they fought like this, what would the Tianyi mercenary group, including the entire Tianyi Group, gain? Tao Xiang has handled many work matters for her husband since then. Let her understand one thing. That is, if you are not in charge of the family, you don't know how expensive it is. Now that she is the wife of the head, how expensive is the firewood, rice, oil, and salt? How many people are waiting to be fed? How much money and responsibility are needed? She is very clear. Now she is no longer a saint, not because she has become ruthless, but because she has to think about her husband, and even more so about his difficulties. If the Tianyi mercenary group really went to war, it would really be the sound of a cannon, and it would be worth 10,000 taels of gold. It is unknown how many years it will take Tianyi Group to earn back the money that was consumed by then. After the terrorist impact incident on the Libro colony satellite, Tao Xiang also knew that the United Army would definitely find the Tianyi mercenary group. In order not to let the undercover agents or ghosts hiding in the dark know, the United Army secretly sent a few people as a delegation to the mother base for a day of negotiations. In order not to let the losses continue to increase, the United Army gave the delegation great autonomy and offered many rich conditions to the Tianyi mercenary group. Even the United Army would endorse whatever conditions the Tianyi mercenary group wanted. The delegation entrusted the Tianyi mercenary group to pay the Tianyi mercenary group 1 billion Earth Circle coins every day. Every loss of the Tianyi mercenary group can be directly reimbursed to the United Army. What resources does the Tianyi mercenary group need? Energy, and energy can also be requested from the United Army. As long as the United Army has something, it will definitely satisfy the Tianyi mercenary group. In addition to accepting the entrustment of the coalition army and the conditions given by the other party, the Tianyi mercenary group also imposed some additional conditions. For example, the coalition forces must coordinate their actions. The United Army agreed to the terms of the Tianyi mercenary group. Regarding the entrustment of the Tianyi mercenary group by the United Army, the representatives of the Wanluo Federation were the most vocal opponents. The Wanluo Federation has a great weight in the coalition army. The representatives of the Wanluo Federation objected to the entrustment and conditions of the Tianyi mercenary group, mainly because the Tianyi mercenary group's additional conditions did not include the battlefield of the Wanluo Federation. The representative of the Wanluo Federation was more worried about the cooperative actions in the additional conditions of the Tianyi mercenary group, and was afraid that the Tianyi mercenary group would come to report their personal revenge. The most fearful thing is that for the so-called cooperation, the Tianyi mercenary group deliberately dispatched troops belonging to the Wanluo Federation to fight as consumables on the battlefield. Therefore, the representative of the Wanluo Federation expressed the greatest opposition. In order not to expand the subsequent losses, the delegation came up with a way. For this reason, the delegation of the United Army stated in the additional conditions to the Tianyi Mercenary Corps that the Wanluo Federation is still at war at the moment and cannot cooperate. In this regard, the Tianyi Mercenary Group expressed their understanding. On April 2nd, the Lianhe Army signed a contract with the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and in order not to startle the enemy, neither party announced that the two parties had cooperated. Then in the following actions, Salamanda will carry out a series of planning. Because Salamanda had fought against Christopher before, and he knew this person well. In order to prevent this opponent from noticing their actions, the Tianyi Mercenary Group did not take any large-scale actions, except the entrustment of those merchants to the merchant fleet as usual. On April 6th, with the series of events that happened, some troops from the Tianyi Mercenary Group had rushed to the colony in the 2nd District. However, Salamander ordered that no action be taken until more troops came to the 2nd Sector colony. The real purpose of such an order from Salamander was to make Christopher focus on the United Army, making him think that the Tianyi Mercenary Group would not participate in the battle. From April 6th to April 12th, the Tianyi Mercenary Group also made some actions and preparations. Only on April 13th did a series of victories come to fruition. Salamander clearly understood that her plan succeeded because Christopher didn't notice them. The next battle will be a real head-to-head confrontation. The next battle plan will be planned by Lieutenant General Shrek, and Salamander will give advice as a staff officer. On April 16th, 124, the first year of the universe, a similarly damaged colonial satellite installed a giant rocket booster and rushed to the target location. The Dion Army fleet that was originally monitoring was now fighting with the Tianyi Mercenary Corps fleet. The United Army is in charge of rescue, and the rescue force has also received technological assistance from the Tianyi Mercenary Group. For example, the search drone has a carpet-like scanning and search capability, which can accurately find signs of life. Although the Dion Imperial Army fleet can't find the Tianyi Mercenary fleet 800 kilometers away by radar search, they can use their ultra-long-range cameras to find it. As long as the ultra-long-range camera's line of sight is not blocked by meteorites, the fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Group can basically be spotted. The Dion Army fleet also has other defensive methods, such as launching some probes, which are camouflaged with meteorites or camouflaged meteorite radars and placed in different locations. Or you can send some MS to conduct remote investigation. However, you have a good idea, and I have a wall ladder. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps has anti-camouflage and anti-material devices. Meteorites are used as camouflage detectors, radars, etc. The anti-camouflage devices can immediately detect the devices inside the fake meteorites, and the anti-material devices can hack into these radars and detectors. Operating software. Carry out a series of paralysis, disruption, pseudo-normal operation, dissemination of false information, and so on. The Tianyi Mercenary Group has a corresponding method, and the Dion Army also has a plan to deal with it. For example, some detectors have the ability to convey information. For example, if they find that the detector cannot receive the information or the reception is not smooth, they immediately know that the detector has been invaded by Tianyi mercenaries. The Dion Army will immediately respond. It can be said that both forces have the means to deal with each other. At the scene, tens of minutes ago, Dion's army fleet discovered the Tianyi mercenary fleet and took the lead in attacking the Tianyi mercenary fleet. It was discovered that the Tianyi mercenary fleet lost its preemptive attack and could only passively launch countermeasures. The two fleets bombarded each other and sent MS and mobile fortresses to fight. Although the energy shield of the Dion army cannot resist the electromagnetic accelerator, there are still some countermeasures. The Kingdom of Dion has developed a frigate, Whirlpool, which is 650 meters long, 385 meters wide, and 180 meters high. The bowl-shaped muzzle can emit a huge vortex beam with a diameter of 100 meters, similar to a beam saber, with a length of 100 meters. The vortex beam is designed to resist the electromagnetic live ammunition of the electromagnetic accelerator gun. Once the electromagnetic live ammunition rushes into the vortex beam, it will disappear. Although it has the ability to resist the electromagnetic accelerator, the vortex frigate has to calculate the trajectory of the electromagnetic accelerator, and then the front of the ship must be aimed at the oncoming live ammunition of the electromagnetic accelerator and turn on the vortex beam. Dion's fleet was the first to discover the location of the Tianyi mercenary fleet. In addition to launching a preemptive attack, it also discovered the shield-breaking destroyer and calculated the trajectory of the launch, and immediately made all preparations. The vortex frigate blocked the skyrocket battleship, and the shield-breaking destroyer found that it was restrained by the vortex beam when it fired the electromagnetic acceleration cannon. After the broken shield destroyer found out that he couldn't please him, he immediately locked on to other targets. In addition to moving the vortex frigate to other places to protect other warships, the warship locked by the shield destroyer also had to avoid it by itself. The Tianyi mercenary fleet is within the effective range of the skyrocket battleship Skyrocket. The skyrocket battleship immediately launched the skyrocket. There is also a frigate called Armor in the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group. It is 680 meters long, 415 meters wide, and 145 meters high. It carries 50 ms, and the most special one is 8 huge floating cannons. The appearance looks like an enlarged version of Neo Gundam's floating cannon. The huge floating cannon is 80 meters long. Like the floating cannon of Uganda, it is closed when it is not fighting, and it will be opened when it is fighting. It can also return to the hull to charge, and can emit beams to remote targets with an effective range of more than 300 kilometers. It can also be opened into a beam protection net. The more the beam protection net composed of giant floating cannons, the stronger the defense. The protection net composed of 8 giant floating cannons can't penetrate the beam protection net at all. The naval gun battles of the two parties could not help each other, and the Dion army did not send any more war cones to play, because the men of particles had no way to deal with them. Scorpio and other MS are completely fought by new human drivers who drive the mass-produced Holy Machine and mentally control the Scorpio and other MS. The Tianyi mercenary group also has new human drivers driving mass-produced Gundams, and then using mental devices to mentally control MD Taurus and Virgo, and some MD Taurus and Virgo use superconducting communication networks for remote control. Command to fight. When the two forces were fighting each other, the United Army took advantage of this moment to quickly send rescue troops into the damaged colony to start rescue. The expeditionary force led by Christopher is more advanced than the previous expeditionary force. There is no blue Holy Machine. Blood red is the standard Holy Machine MS for ordinary humans, excellent elites, and emerald green is the Holy Machine MS for adjusting people and new humans with lower abilities. The new human driver with higher ability is equipped with a newly developed mass-produced Holy Machine MS with better performance. Both eyes, and the eyes are like Gundam, with 8 mounting points, 1 pair on the left and right shoulders, 1 pair on the back sides, 1 pair on the left and right of the waist skirt armor, and the left and right sides of the thighs. A blue Holy Machine vs a full armor MK. Bylin has a pulse howitzer on her shoulders, a thruster on her back, a miniature missile store on her left and right waist skirts, double-barreled cannons on her left and right thighs, and a pair of beam rifles in her hands. The full armor MKI and the opponent shoot at each other, the beam rifle in the hand, the shield cannon on the shoulder, and the super beam cannon on the foot. The blue pilot was also not to be outdone. In addition to counterattacking the opponent, He also mentally manipulated the Ms, such as the Scorpion, to attack the full-armor MK3. The full-armored MK driver is also a new human, who uses mental manipulation of Taurus and Bilge to deal with Ms, such as Scorpio. The blue pilot can't get a bargain. All the missiles mounted on the miniature missile storage on the waist skirt armor have been fired, and the double-two beam cannons mounted on both sides of the thighs are not as powerful as the super beam cannons on the feet of the full-armor MK. In addition to the foot super beam cannon, the full-armor MKII also has a shoulder shield cannon and a cannon that can be used with a beam saber. Bylin mounted pulse howitzers on her shoulders and wanted to bomb the full-armor MKI, but the full-armor MKII responded with a two-barrel grenade launcher on its back. Blue Pilot found out that all MS, such as the manipulative Scorpion, were wiped out and was besieged by Taurus and Virgo. Taurus was not enough to give Blue Pilot a headache. As long as the beam rifle hits, Taurus will explode into a ball of fireworks, and Bill really gives him a headache. Planetary defenders and powerful cannons left him at a loss as to what to do. The weapons equipped with the Bylin Holy Machine that I drove couldn't penetrate the planetary defenders at all, and the cannon was enough to destroy Bylin with one shot. He could only dodge by relying on the thrusters installed on the back, and the sirens sounded. Full Armor MKII took off a beam cannon on the back shoulder and switched it to beam saber mode, rushing towards him. But at this moment, the Full Armor MKII is too close, and there is no time to change weapons, so I can only use two beam rifles to resist. One beam rifle was severed, and the other was half destroyed. Bylin escaped the blow and drew out the beam saber. Several bilges fired their cannons at Bylin. When Bylin was about to dodge, several Taurus grabbed Bylin. Oops! The blue pilot immediately felt ominous, and the feeling enveloped his whole body. The captured Bylin couldn't move, and several cannons directly blasted Bylin and several Taurus into real fireworks. The two parties are fighting each other. From the current point of view, although the Tianyi mercenary group lost the opportunity to attack first, the Tianyi mercenary group still gained a slight advantage. Gesta and Ritual will not be able to gain the upper hand against Emerald, but will be at a disadvantage. As for dealing with Blood Red, in the case of a single fight, the skills of both drivers are similar, and Blood Red with better performance will gain an advantage. Unless it is Gesta Cannon and Ritual C-type Defender B equipment, the two are roughly driven by the captain or the top soldier driver in the team, and the Blood Red performance is equivalent. Originally, most of the ordinary humans in the Dion Imperial Army were MS who could drive unmanned vehicles such as Scorpions. However, since the Minov particles have greatly affected the Dion Imperial Army's unmanned operating system, resulting in a significant reduction in combat power, the number of adjusters and new humans was insufficient for a while. Only then did the Dion Army change its personnel strategy, allowing ordinary humans to drive the Blue Holy Machine and ordinary humans with better driving skills to drive the Blood Red, so as to make up for the lack of adjustment and new human drivers. The number of warships of the two sides is comparable. The difference is that the warships of Dion's army are all giant warships, and a warship can carry at least 50 MS. On the other hand, the Tianyi mercenary group has fewer giant warships, and about half of the warships can carry 12 ms. The proportion of MS to Dion Army MS will be even less. The number of MS on the Tianyi mercenary group is only about 70% of the number of MS in the Dion Army. The Tianyi mercenary group can gain a slight advantage and suffer less damage, mainly thanks to Bilge's planetary defenders. The Dion Army has the newly developed Azure Holy Machine MS, and the Tianyi mercenary group also has the new MK4. In addition to being equipped with various handheld weapons, MK has a wired guided gun, which can attack targets in all directions from different angles. What's more important is that MK has simple Sekimus weapons, and ordinary humans can also use wired guided guns. With the improvement of Longfei, MK has a generator power of 4250 kW and an acceleration of 1.85 g. Ordinary humans with excellent driving skills use simple Sekimile weapons to attack targets in all directions. An ordinary human driver MK locks onto a Bylin, and all the mount points of the Bylin are floating cannons, and the Bylin driver controls 8 armored monsters. Reading net. MK is not fighting alone. There are 6 MD Bilge fighting together. The blue pilot was very annoyed, because the floating cannon and the armored monster couldn't penetrate the planetary defender at all, and the armored monster couldn't hold down Bilge's cannon at all. Soon all the armored monsters controlled by Pylan's mind were destroyed, and Bylan could only dodge the successive cannon shots. MK even used the wire-guided cannon to hit the head of the Azure Holy Machine at an unexpected and tricky angle. The blue pilot was unable to take a complete screenshot due to damage to the head of the body. Although he barely dodged by relying on the keen sense of crisis of the new human beings, although he tried his best to fight back, the beam rifle and floating cannon in his hand were completely ineffective. With many years of combat experience, the MK pilot calculates the opponent's dodge trajectory while the opponent is dodging, and sends out a beam of light with one shot. Although the blue pilot's keen sense of crisis let him know where the beam came from, the body's reaction couldn't keep up with his reaction, and the beam shot through the chest of the blue machine. This directly made Bylan lose her ability to move, and then a series of cannonballs swallowed Bylan. Another MKIV and another Delta. Both pilots are new humans. Mentally controlled more than a dozen Taurus and Virgo, annihilating dozens of enemy MS such as Scorpions, and even teamed up to eliminate 2 1 blood red, 1 emerald green, and 1 blue. The commander of the Dion army looked at the situation on the battlefield. Although the number of mobile suits was more than that of the opponent was superior to them in terms of quality. The main reason is that the number of their pilots is seriously insufficient, and the MS such as Scorpio are handed over to the new humans for mental control. But the new humans' mental power is also strong or weak. Some new humans can control more than 10, and some new humans can barely control 2. Men of particles prevent them from investing too many unmanned MS. Even if they can't paralyze their electronic components, it will weaken the mobility of their unmanned MS a lot. On the contrary, they received information from the Tiani mercenary group that there were also unmanned Taurus and Virgo on the battlefield, and men of particles were ineffective against these unmanned MS. Especially Bilge's planetary defense system gave them a headache. Most of MS equipment couldn't penetrate the planetary defense system. Now that all MS are recalled, there is a serious shortage of weapons that can penetrate the planetary defense system. Even if the equipment is only given to the Holy Machine, it is still not enough. Moreover, there appeared on the battlefield a high-volume MK that was not available in the data. Although the firepower was not as good as the full-armor MK, the wired-guided gun was as troublesome as the floating gun. Moreover, the performance and reaction speed of the MK body is higher than that of Azure. Although the blue is a new type of mass-produced Holy Machine, it is only handed over to the elite new humans to drive. The commander watched the three-dimensional video, the battle of several MKIVs, and the commander found that the driver of the MK may not be a new human. It seems that the Tiani mercenary group is just like the rumors say. Ordinary human beings are adjusted to be equal to new human beings. Sir, the damaged colonial satellite in the distance was destroyed by the nuclear missiles of the United Army and turned into the wreckage of the universe. The commander looked at the three-dimensional map, and the coalition army began to move towards them. The commander didn't want his army to be flanked by 2 sides, so he immediately ordered a retreat. The commander reported on the operation at the moment. The Vortex frigate really effectively resisted the electromagnetic accelerator gun of the shield-breaking destroyer. But the premise is that you must be prepared first. No ships were lost in this engagement. My own summary of this battle is a small defeat. Afterwards, the commander received conclusions from other colleagues that many of them were defeated or retreated. The colleagues who were defeated and retreated mainly did not find the Tiani mercenary group. They were attacked by the Tiani mercenary group. Most of the battleships destroyed were Skyrocket battleships. The Skyrocket battleship became the main target of the Tiani mercenary group. As for the opponent of the commander of Dion's army, the lieutenant colonel concluded that the battle he commanded was a failure. Due to improper command, he missed the preemptive attack and missed the opportunity to severely damage the target. At similar times, in the battles between the two forces, the Tiani mercenary group won and Dion's army lost. The news quickly spread throughout the world. Many people in the world think that the only one who can teach the Dion army a lesson is the Tiani mercenary group. During this period of time, the Tiani mercenary group and Dion's army fought one after another, each winning or losing. The current odds are 8:2. The troops led by Christopher are now asking the country for additional troops. The Tianyi mercenary group also dispatched troops from different sub-bases to the 2nd District Colony. On the other hand, some soldiers of the United Army resigned and signed up for the Tianyi mercenary group. These resigned soldiers are mainly like the subjugated soldiers in the terrorist impact of the Libro colonial satellite. The country has already perished and lost their families, relatives, and compatriots. These soldiers who lost their country and relatives were very confused at the beginning. The country was destroyed and their relatives were lost. They didn't know who to fight for. They just stayed in the United Army. Every time the Joint Army fought against the Dian Army, most of the results were defeats. How can such an army, which is often defeated, avenge its dead relatives and compatriots? Until the appearance of the Tianyi mercenary group, they won most of the victories in many battles. These subjugated soldiers saw the hope of revenge, so they decided to resign from the United Army and report to the Tianyi mercenary group. Because only the Tianyi mercenary group can help them realize their wishes, so that they can take revenge on the hateful Dian army. Even the senior leaders of the coalition army also understand that these subjugated soldiers are very confused after losing their homes, and even they don't know whose orders to listen to. Let them serve as cannon fodder on the front line. They are not stupid, so they will not do it, and it will not work to punish them for disobeying military orders, because the United Army currently does not have a complete law to punish soldiers who disobey military orders. Even after the soldiers who disobeyed were convicted by the temporary court of the coalition army, the soldiers who disobeyed the order were punished only according to the military laws of their own country. These subjugated soldiers are the Allied forces' temporary court. After the crimes were pronounced, they who lost their country could not make any punishment at all. So instead of that, let them resign. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps has temporarily stationed bases in various places. In the past few days, many soldiers who have resigned from the United Army and came to subjugate the country have asked the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to join them. The only reason for them to join is to avenge the loss of their country and relatives and compatriots, and to kill Dian's army. For the Tianyi Mercenary Group, which has always needed to recruit new recruits, these subjugated soldiers are the best source of soldiers. Even if these soldiers are uneven, no matter how bad they have some actual combat capabilities. Even if they are logistics soldiers, it can also reduce their training time. Compared with those purchased from those asteroids or some human trafficking organizations, which take time to cultivate, these soldiers of the subjugated country are undoubtedly the best. However, if these subjugated soldiers want to join the Tianyi Mercenary Group, they are not directly accepted. The Tianyi Mercenary Group will also conduct multiple investigations to prevent these so-called subjugated soldiers from being mixed with spies from a certain country in the coalition army. Multi-party verification has indeed found out that many so-called subjugated soldiers are spies from some countries. The Tianyi Mercenary Group did not make things difficult for these spies, but directly handed over their information to them and asked them to go back and send a message to their superiors. This time, nothing happened, and next time, don't blame them. Polite. If there are excellent soldiers with rich combat experience among the subjugated soldiers, they will be assigned positions quickly so that they can immediately go into battle. The subjugated soldiers who are less capable or not outstanding will be brought back to the training camp by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps for training. No matter whether the subjugated soldiers are good or not, they are very active in any action now, and the attitude that promotes them is the revenge in their hearts. The Tianyi Mercenary Group made it clear to these subjugated soldiers who joined in. The Tianyi Mercenary Group doesn't care which country you are from. Whether your country perishes or not has nothing to do with us. You join us to avenge the enemy. This has nothing to do with us. What the Tianyi Mercenary Group wants is yours. Loyalty to the Tianyi Mercenary Group and our leader. This is the only condition for you to join the Tianyi Mercenary Group. A person who is excellent, but not loyal, our Tianyi Mercenary Group will not want. When the subjugated soldiers joined the Tianyi Mercenary Group and swore allegiance to the Tianyi Mercenaries' banner, as long as they could avenge the Dian army, it didn't matter if they died in loyalty to the Tianyi Mercenary Group. On April 19, 124, the first year of the universe, in the 2nd District Colony, at 1400 hours, Long Fei used remote network communication to give a speech with all the Tianyi mercenaries in the 2nd District Colony. The Tiani mercenaries at each location lined up to watch the three-dimensional projection of Long Fei. Reporters from all over the place are shooting live. My dear and brave soldiers, I have seen all the battles these days. We have won many battles, but we have also lost in some battlefields. Our military strength is comparable to that of the enemy. Speaking of which, we are evenly matched. We are better than our opponents in terms of knowing ourselves and the enemy. We know their weapons better than the enemy knows our weapons. Since we know ourselves, know our enemies, and win every battle, we will still lose the battle. Are we fighting on the enemy's home field? Or are we not familiar with the battlefield environment? Neither, and we are not one-on-one with the enemy. We also have the cooperation and help of the United Army. I still lose. Why? Can anyone tell me? The mercenaries at the scene were silent, and the commanders, especially those who lost the battle, bowed their heads in shame. That's because you are proud, you are self-righteous, and your arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. The biggest mistake on the battlefield is to underestimate your opponent's self-righteousness. This is a big taboo for military strategists. Don't you feel ashamed? Everyone at the scene dared not speak. Are you ashamed? Say it. Long Fei roared out the last word. Many people at the scene were shocked. The commander who lost the battle silently expressed his shame. Say something I didn't hear. Speak up. Ashamed. Only a few kittens made mosquito noises to respond to me. Are the others dumb? Long Fei roared out the last sentence. Ashamed. Loud. I can't hear you. Ashamed. Very well. You know how to be ashamed, and it can be saved. I am here to speak to you, not to accuse you, let alone to scold you, but to remind you and to motivate you. A lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. A brave lion will use all his strength even against a small rabbit. Why? It is because a lion will not underestimate any opponent, and it is for its opponent to go all out. Respect. Even if the Tiani mercenary group is as strong as a very brave lion, the Tiani mercenary group must also have the heart of a lion. Respect every opponent, and go all out to defeat the opponent. In addition to respecting the opponent, it is also respecting themselves. Respect. The Tiani mercenary group's current opponent is the Dian army, not the little white rabbits and weak chickens in the past. The Dian army is the hyena, and the hyena is the fierce enemy of the lion on the grassland. Even if the lion wants to strangle the hyena, keep your spirits up to 12 points. If you are not careful, you may be killed by your opponent. I tell you this to remind you to respect your enemies and go all out to defeat your enemies. This is the respect for the enemy. What is the greatest respect for the enemy? Answer me. Down with the enemy, down with the enemy, down with the enemy. The Tiani mercenary answered 3 times in a row. Yes, we not only need to defeat the enemy, but also kill them all in large numbers, use their flesh and blood to lubricate our weapons, and use their bones as our trophies. When Long Fei said this, the eyes of the Tiani mercenaries at the scene began to light up. Their flesh and blood lubricate our equipment. Their bones are the decorations on our weapons, and their wails are our most beautiful music. To defeat them and kill them with all our strength is to give them the greatest respect, and even more so. To give them the greatest fear is the best respect we can give to our enemies. When Long Fei said this, the Tiani mercenaries at the scene roared, and Long Fei's motivational speech lifted their emotions. Our Tiani mercenaries are all warriors bred from the purgatory fire of hell. They are the gods of war on the battlefield and the gods of death for the enemy. Taking the lives of others is the greatest respect for the enemy. Let those who want to be ours the enemy guys know very well that our Tiani mercenary group loves our enemies very much. And to respect and love our enemies is to make them feel the fear of death, to let their fear of death dissipate, and to let them rest in peace. Killing our enemy is to show the enemy the greatest respect. After Long Fei finished speaking, the Tiani mercenaries on the scene repeated this sentence. We will kill them in large numbers, use their flesh and blood to lubricate our weapons, and use their bones as our trophies. Their fearful wails are our most beautiful music. Tiani mercenary repeated Long Fei this sentence. Ola, Ola, we are the gods of war on the battlefield, and the gods of death for the enemy. We are the gods of war on the battlefield, and even more so, the gods of death for the enemy. Giving the enemy the most fearful killing is to give them the best respect. Giving the enemy the most fearful killing is to give them the best respect. Long Fei's motivational speech quickly spread throughout the world. What Long Fei said, "We should lubricate our weapons with the flesh and blood of the enemy," was criticized by many so-called defenders and human rights activists in the world. There is no need to say such cruel words in the speech that accuses Long Fei of motivating his own troops. Long Fei was very dismissive of what defenders and human rights activists accused him of. For this kind of people, Long Fei directly called them Madonna whores, and Long Fei called such people as brainy or abnormal. These so-called defenders and human rights activists went to the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, asking Long Fei to take back his motivational speech and promise not to say these cruel words again. Regarding this, Long Fei ordered these people to be silenced directly, and stated on his official website that his motivational speech would not be retracted and that he would not be merciful to the enemy. He would only entertain the enemy with more cruel methods. Then, defenders and human rights activists asked the Pope to criticize Long Fei's speech on the official website of the Uyghur Cross Country. What Pope David said when he came out to speak directly disappointed these people. What Chairman Long Fei said is not unreasonable. Being kind to the enemy means being cruel to oneself. The more cruel you are to the enemy, the more kind you are to yourself. This is a battlefield, not a church where the pastor is lecturing, so no one has the right to criticize Long Fei. Fei Chairman's motivational speech. A fierce battle ensues outside a modified round-pointed asteroid. The Tianyi mercenary group and Dion's army were fighting. Outside the asteroid are battleships, MS, and mobile fortresses of the two parties at war. Asteroids are one of the areas that number 2 colonies do not care about. Many asteroids are mainly at the edge of the junction between countries, and countries cannot govern them. If any country's army handles it, it may also cause some diplomatic turmoil. If the first country conducts military suppression, it may cause inadvertent entry into another country's territory during the battle, causing unnecessary misunderstanding. This also caused countries to dare not deal with these asteroids. There are various forces in the asteroid, such as pirate groups, criminal organizations, etc., arms trade, human trafficking, drug trade, etc. Although there are such huge criminal operations, these criminal operations have great benefits, and small mini-parties in the planet hand over some money to the surrounding countries every year. Moreover, these criminal organizations are controlled by certain big families or financial groups, etc., and they have a certain weight in the countries around the asteroid. So as long as these asteroids do not go too far, these countries basically have one eye open and one eye closed. At this moment, the asteroid where the fierce battle took place is called Hemla. The countries around Hemla were destroyed by Dion's army, and all the civilian satellites were either destroyed or arranged to destroy another colonial satellite. After Hemla was ashes in the surrounding countries, he was also targeted by Dion's army. After the Dion army occupied the Hemla asteroid, they only killed the person in charge of the asteroid, except for the relevant high-level personnel and important figures, and the remaining people stayed. It's not that the Dion army has become benevolent, but that manpower and labor are so needed. The asteroid was transformed by the Dion army. In addition to being transformed into various factories, some of the first districts have undergone environmental transformation for planting or breeding. It can be said that the asteroid Hemla has become one of the important strongholds of the 3rd Dion Expeditionary Force. The people that Dion's army did not kill were either as coolie laborers, or they captured some people with better physique for military training. The people who were arrested for training all had family members, who controlled their families and let them work for Dion's army. The Dion army is not just letting people do things and not giving benefits. The families of these people not only reduce their labor, but also have 3 meals and a better living environment. The Tianyi mercenary group will attack the Hemla asteroid, mainly because of the information given by the local joint army and some countries in the number 2 colonial area. After the Tianyi mercenary group investigated and confirmed the situation, they began to plan the attack. The Tianyi mercenary group asked the coalition army to launch wave after wave of missile attacks. Then, when the coalition fleet attacks from 3 directions, don't fight the enemy, but try to draw some of the enemy's troops out. In the beginning, the Hemla asteroid was attacked by countless missile groups in 3 directions. In addition to relying on their defense system outside the asteroid, they also relied on the energy barrier to block the missiles that broke through the defense system. The three core-level fleets of the United Army attacked from three directions. After the two sides fought for an hour, the United Army pretended to be defeated and retreated. One of the Dion forces was tasked with pursuing a Union fleet. As a result, after chasing for a distance, they were attacked by the Tianyi mercenary group. The Mirage system was disarmed, and then joined hands with the falsely retreating United Army to attack on both sides, eliminating the pursuing Dion army. Then, the Tianyi mercenary group asked the three coalition army fleets to guard the area and beware of other Dion army troops coming to rescue. The mission of the Tianyi mercenary group is to help the Tianyi mercenary group guard the rear. The fleet commanders of the three combined armies could only cooperate with the Tianyi mercenary group obediently. In the previous battle, they also knew that the Tianyi mercenary group deliberately used them as throwing stones to ask for directions. Although it is very uncomfortable to be used by the opponent with a gun, this is an order from the superior, and the soldier must obey the order, so he can only obey helplessly. The commander of the asteroid of Manhwa found that the pursuit force had lost contact, and generally knew that the pursuit force had encountered an ambush and had been wiped out. Planet Leader, from the ultra-long-range camera, I found the fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group at 1 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. The three troops are the size of a brigade-level fleet. Open the wall of Zeus immediately. A wall of translucent blue energy has sprouted around the asteroid Manhwa. The three Tianyi mercenary brigade fleets each have 6 shield-breaking destroyers, and 18 shield-breaking destroyers fire electromagnetic accelerators. The live electromagnetic ammunition set off a cloud of fireworks when it hit the wall of Zeus, and the wall of Zeus set off a burst of ripples at the site of the explosion. The Tianyi mercenary group found that the wall of Zeus's defense was higher than their estimation. The three brigade-level fleets of the Tianyi mercenary corps didn't just launch electromagnetic accelerator guns, but also other missile groups and long-range sniper attacks from the MIS troop, with the purpose of destroying the enemy's defense system. Fortunately, 70% of the defense system of the Dion army had been consumed by the coalition army's attack before. Before the Dion army could replenish it, the Tianyi mercenary group came. In addition to being destroyed, countless defense systems were also paralyzed by the interference of men of particles. The wall of Zeus opened by the asteroid Manhwa. The enemy's weapons cannot penetrate, but your own troops can enter and exit freely. Wall of Zeus keeps men of particles out. The two armies are now fighting with all their might. In the previous battles on the Manhwa asteroid, the battleships, MS, and mobile fortresses were more or less attrition. At the moment, both sides have equal numbers of MS and mobile fortresses. Li Xiuqing's unit is at the 6 o'clock direction of the Manhwa asteroid, driving the EXS Gundam and leading the Shadow Mad Dog team to attack. Master, I found a holy machine that has no records. Alice informed Li Xiuqing, and zoomed in on the screen by the way. It is a red and white holy machine, with AZ Gundam on the head, and Alice can easily calculate the body shape and weapons of the body. The overall height is 26 meters. There are 6 floating cannons, for cannons on the back, a long double-barreled beam rifle in the right hand, and a shield in the left hand. It is speculated that the shield may have an anti-beam coating. Alice, the reflector income and the wire-guided gun will be handed over to you. No problem, Master. The pilot of the red and white holy machine, Hongxia, is a black-haired girl in her 20s, and Lieutenant Melia is the ace-miss pilot among the new humans of the Dion army. Melia saw the EXS Gundam captured by the remote camera and said, Gundam, the super MS of the Tianyi mercenary group, can fight with our holy machine, and many of the chatters died in the hands of Gundam. Melia felt a sense of crisis. A beam of light struck from behind Hongxia. Hongxia immediately dodged the beam, and then a huge blue beam of light struck towards Hongxia. Hongxia dodged and immediately counterattacked at the source of the blue light, holding a long double-barreled beam rifle in her right hand and emitting a spiral beam of light to hit the EXS directly. EXS also dodged in an instant, and the beam cannon on its thighs fired back. Hongxia also dodged the attack, and the lower barrel of the double-barreled beam rifle in her right hand fired beam bombs one after another. EXS still dodged the opponent's counterattack perfectly. Melia was very surprised. This Gundam pilot is just an ordinary human. It's really surprising that an ordinary human has such strength. Li Xiuqing watched his opponent dodge his attacks one after another and said, as expected of a new human, but I have many such achievements in killing the new human of your Dion army. Special Holy Machine. If you kill you, you will be the first. 3. Melia immediately mentally manipulated 6 floating cannons to attack the EXS. Li Xiuqing looked at the mentally controlled floating cannon, and his heart didn't fluctuate, because whether it was a simulated battle with his companions or a battle with his opponent, he already had a wealth of experience. 6 floating cannons attacked the EXS from different angles. EXS dodges with extremely fast speed and flexibility. The 4 beam cannons on the back attack the floating cannons above. The floating cannon immediately dodged 4 beam cannons one after another, and suddenly the 5th beam cannon hit the floating cannon. This ordinary human's technology is really not bad. I deliberately used 4 beam cannons as a cover, and the 5th shot was fired from the thigh beam cannon. I couldn't dodge the floating cannon due to negligence. You are the strongest ordinary human I have ever met. Human Ms. Pilot. The remaining 5 floating cannons chased EXS. Alice, Reflector Income. Receive. EXS first fires an elf beam cannon to disperse 5 floating cannons. The Reflector Income locks on 1 floating cannon to emit a beam. What? Why is the information on this Gundam incomplete? There is no record in the data that this Gundam has such weapons. Damn it, they must have given incomplete information on purpose. Melia was very annoyed. She had seen it before, the information on this Gundam, but she didn't know that the wired guided gun had such a function. It must be because the people inside deliberately gave incomplete information. The remaining 4 floating cannons continued to chase the target and shoot from different angles. Hongxia's right-hand double-barreled beam rifle fires a spiral beam from the upper nozzle. EXS hit back with the Spirit Beam cannon, and the moment the 2 beams collided, the 2 beams spread out instantly. What? The beam output of this Gundam is even stronger than my spiral beam. If it weren't for the special nature of the spiral beam, I would still be suppressed by the opponent. Hongxia fired beam bullets one after another with the lower barrel of the double beam rifle and dodged above Hongxia in the EXS, and Hongxia attacked with the 4 cannons on her back. Li Xiuqing let the EXS pass through the gap between the 4 cannons with his superb technique. What? Melia didn't expect the other party's skills to be so superb. EXS drew out the beam saber with his left hand and slashed at Hongxia. Hongxia blocked the beam saber with the shield in his left hand. Fortunately, the shield had an anti-beam coating, otherwise the shield might be split by the beam saber. Li Xiuqing couldn't take a single blow, so he retreated immediately. 4 floating cannons came to rescue him and fired at the retreating EXS. In addition to using the Reflector Income, the EXS also uses wired guided guns to attack the opponent, and the beam cannons on the legs and back also shoot at the target. Hongxia was also not to be outdone and fought back against her opponent. The Reflector Income made it impossible for Melia to know at what angle it would attack, or even how to reflect the beam. The wired guided gun Melia can also control which trajectory to attack from. A floating gun destroyed the wired guided gun and was also destroyed by the Reflector Income in an instant. Damn it, the energy of the floating cannon has bottomed out. The remaining 3 floating cannons can only return to the body to recharge. Li Xiuqing seized the opportunity to lock the beam cannon on Hongxia and shoot, and the beam cannons on his back and thighs fired one after another. Hongxia hit each other with the spiral beams of the double-barreled beam rifle, and the 3 floating cannons were interrupted because of her mental control. The movement of the 3 floating cannons paused for a moment before being given a chance by the beam cannon. This guy must have calculated that my floating cannon will return to the body to recharge. He took the opportunity to attack me, affected my mental control, and took the opportunity to destroy my floating cannon. Although Melia was annoyed, she had to admiring the opponent's strength. An ordinary human can make her a little embarrassed. Although Melia admires it, she will not show weakness. The lower barrel of the Hongxia double-barreled beam rifle fired beam bombs one after another. EXS rushed to the target while dodging the opponent's attack. Hongxia's double-barreled beam rifle switched to beam saber mode, and the double barrel formed a huge beam saber to stab EXS. When EXS was dodging, when Hongxia missed a hit, She immediately used the cannon on her back to attack EXS. In such a short distance, no matter how good Li Xiuqing's technique is, the EXS cannot be dodged. Fortunately, with the I-field generator, the I-field blocked most of the attacks, leaving a small amount of cannon to penetrate the I-field. Stand, bombarded on EXS. The opportunity has come. Go to hell. Hongxiao rushed towards EXS, and when the huge beam saber was about to cut EXS in half, the beam cannon on the left thigh of EXS hit the double-barreled beam rifle and destroyed it with one shot. The moment the double-barreled beam rifle exploded into a ball of fireworks, the beam saber in EXS' left hand stabbed at Hongxiao. The moment of firing, Hongxiao immediately drew out the beam saber with her right hand, sliced off the elf beam cannon with one sword, and then swung it towards EXS. The moment EXS dodges, both leg cannons and reflector income are activated at the same time. While avoiding the frontal cannon, Hongxiao was hit by the reflector income in the back. Damn it! Melia was very upset. Looking at the beam cannon behind Hongxiao on the monitor, the two on the left were destroyed. Neither EXS nor Hongxiao can kill each other until now. The two sides started the increase mode and the efficiency mode. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.